This year, a new chapter begins. Season D. From here is the gradient change, and that really makes this circuit. My name is Bruce Jones. Alongside I have Andrew Marriott, and cars already going out onto the circuit for the first of Sunday's races, which is for the Heritage Touring Car Cup 1.
It certainly is, Bruce. So much elevation change here, as you said. Terrific circuit that hosted 5 Grand Prix back, best part of 50 years ago now. And actually, I was a young boy, but I was here for those races. So I know Dijon well. I love the track. We had some great races yesterday. 3 events yesterday, a lot more today. There was a short break at lunchtime, but this is an interesting race. This is the Heritage Touring Cup, and these are the great touring cars of the late 60s, early 70s, and we're talking mainly about the wonderful Batmobile BMWs. There you see one in your picture, the 635s. They come in 2 different iterations, and then of course the Capris, the RS 2600s and RS 3100s. Again, they come in 2 different iterations. We'll explain that later, but there's also some quick escorts in there. But there's a big story that has brewed here, because the guy we would expect to win this, the reigning champion Maxime Guénard, who's won this race, well, certainly 3 times out of the last 4 or 5, and was also 3 times the champion here, the reigning champion. He had fuel pump problems in qualifying. He didn't get a lap in, so he is starting at the back. When I say he is starting at the back, some of these people are sharing cars. He is sharing it with his father, Dominique, and Dominique will start the car, Bruce.
Okay, so the car you need to look out for is car number 49. It's in black, BMW black, with the multicolour BMW flashes on it from the rear, and it's certainly work its way around this circuit very quickly indeed. Should probably be coming into shot here as the cars go around this lap. Beautiful conditions, slightly warmer than yesterday. We had a breeze yesterday and clouds rolled in, but it was dry, apart from a little sprinkle partway through the day for about 3 laps, which made things interesting.
Going to be a lot warmer today. The weather forecast is calling for about 25 degrees when we get to lunchtime. And also, Dominique Guénard, interesting that the guy he will battle for in this race, if he gets to the front, is his old school friend, Armand Meal, and their fathers, of course, started the Richard Mille watch company together, so they have grown up together, they've raced together. Sometimes they do race together in long-distance events, and they did win one recently, one of the main V2V races. But so it'd be interesting to see how far Guénard can get up the field. The other hot runners here are Yves Shamama, the Cincinnati-based Swiss driver, and he's in a very good Capri, and he's won these races before. And in fact, he won the race in 2024.
We've got someone else starting near the front who's a new face to you, Jean-Marc Merlin, starting 4th. He was entered in an escort, but actually is driving a beautiful navy blue 3.5 CSL BMW, starting 4th. He's done a lot of his racing, started in historics about 20-odd years ago, French racer from Lyon, but he did a lot of his racing in the Far East. I think he had business out there racing the Blancpain Asia series, but you know, he has got historic precedence, so we'll see how he goes. And it's always good to have someone else in among mixing up the pack. So
yes,
look out for Jean-Marc Merlin, starting car number 164 in 4th place. Bottom left of your screen is the Guénard car we're talking about. One escort is starting behind it, but that's the one that we expect huge progress, except he's got more problems.
Or is he just trying a start, I think, but no. Well, another man to watch for is Emil Breitmeyer. Breitmeyer, father and son, are huge stalwarts of this series, but we're about to go, Bruce. I'm going to let you describe the start, because it is quite an interesting run into that first corner.
Well, it's wonderful. It actually dips away in the start-finish straight, long hold, because of course the people at the back have to rise onto the start-finish straight. They can't see the starting lights, so they get over the crest, but it's the Hermitite livery car, white with the gold and red flashes of Armand Meal on the left-hand side of your screen on pole position. Absolute even Stevens gets his nose in front of Yves Samama into the first corner, fairly neat and tidy in behind, which is how we like it. And this race will kick off the day 1 hour to get Sunday underway. And the wonderful sweeps of the Dijon-Prenois circuit, already prevalent. They go through turn 2 to turn 3, and then they'll drop into one of the best corners in my eye, which will be
Virage de la Bretelle, here it comes down. A lot of overtaking happened yesterday, down the inside into the corner, but if you go in too tight, you could run out wide on the exit, but neat and tidy at the front. Poleman still going very nicely at the front of the field. So Armand Miel from Yves Simama, Capri from Capri. Then, of course, we've got those two beautiful CSLs tucked behind in grid order still. Emile Breitmeier from Jean-Marc Merlin. First four, still the first four.
Yeah, most of these cars got about 400 horsepower. The Capri, the 3100, has got the Cosmos GAA engine in. That makes about 400 horsepower. There are the 2600s with a different engine in. That's a Westlake motor, and they're in a different category. We'll watch that category as well as we go through. And we have not many British drivers in this race, but we have Ross and Nick Hyatt, father and son, and they will be competitive in the 12-valve class, as they call it.
Yeah,
One of these was 3 wide as they cross the line, the end of the first lap, and it is Miel from Shimama, a Breitmeier, Emile Breitmeier, who's 30 years old, just come off a win in his GT40 on the Tour de France Auto. Flames licking out of the exhaust system as the 22 car moves into second place.
Well, those aren't views I don't mind at all. They're absolutely fantastic. In the background, we had a change for 4th place, I think, because Dennis Bush, who's stepped up to race Cologne Capri, I think he was picking off Jean-Marc Merlin. We'll have a little look, but still our pole starter, Armand Miel, in front. Yeah, Merlin has gone down to 5th place. You can see his Navy car being passed by the Capri of Dennis Bush, and Dennis and his twin brother Mark raced so many cars. Mainly you see them in Porsches, but obviously they've watched these over the last couple of years.
Yes.
Hold on, we're coming to these meetings. Let's have a go in a Capri.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got one lady racer in this, Gabby van Oppenheim, and the 14 car is in the gravel.
Steve Vergle, and I didn't see where that was. I would guess it. Well, we'll not guess, but anyhow, he's deep in the gravel. But I must say, the marshals yesterday and the race officials did a really good job of keeping races going, cleaning up incidents, but waved yellow flags as the front runners come through.
The Guenard car's up to 22nd, by the way, from the back. Moving up.
Gained 6 or so places on the opening lap of the race. Should be able to pick people off because we know it's quick, and it was 3rd last time. The last meeting, which was Spa. Yves Simama won that from Armand Miel.
Yeah.
So it was the 2 Capris at the front, but there's the waved yellow flags, and the safety car is out. So maybe that's in the gravel at turn 1. I don't know. We'll have a little look.
That should help the Guenard car a little bit because everybody will close up. So anything he lost in the Chemozzle at the start, it's always difficult to start when he's at the back.
Yeah, I noticed Michael Kammerman also moved part Jean-Marc Merlin. So we've got Capri's 1st, 3rd, 4th and 5th with Emile Breitmeier waving the flag. So it's there is a spun car, the Vergele Capri. So it's first corner. That's one of the classic places golf. That's one of the biggest gravel traps you'll ever see.
Yeah.
Beautifully raked. A bit of Zen art there in the gravel work.
I had a quick word down on the grid with Michael Kammerman because he is a former champion. He won the championship in 2024 driving with Sebastian Glazer, I think. But he has won this race back in 2023 here at Dijon, so he knows the track well. He goes well. He says, "I'm a hard hand. I'm just a hard hand," he said.
I like it when people downplay their talents. He's not a hard hand for no reason. Right, interesting. Up the front we've got the Traver family's 635 CSI, which is a model that followed on from the BMW CSL. And the rules were starting to change. And when I started going to events like Spa 24 Hours, it was 635s that I just loved. That engine, absolutely fabulous.
Just looking at the 12-valve class, and it's been led by Nicholas Traber, who leads the championship in that category, but not far behind him is Nick Hyatt, and they are in 7th and 9th places. Quite considerably less horsepower than the 24 valves, and you can hear the engine note of the 24 valves much more shrill, but also I believe they've got better brake ducting, I'm told.
Little details that the fans don't always get to see or know about, but the drivers will certainly tell you about if it's working if it's working against them, they'll let you know.
Absolutely, Bruce, because motor racing is a very complex business, and there are a lot, not excuses, but there are a lot of reasons why some cars aren't as quick as others, and why the uninformed observer will see these Capris, they look exactly the same. Why is our British bloke down in 8th place? Well, he's got a lot less horsepower, he's got a different engine, he's got different brake ducts.
Right, for the drivers here, it's a 1 hour race, and obviously they're losing a bit of the racing time, but they are continuing to go around. So Armand Mill made that good start, and the main mover was Emil Breitmeier, starting third and getting up to second place ahead of Yves Semama. But we'll see if Yves tries to strike back his green and white Capri when we get the restart, when the safety car is withdrawn. A few other cars down the order. We've got a couple of we've got a BMW 2002, Gabby von Oppenheim, who was a fantastic studio guest for us here.
She was
last year, very entertaining and informed. We've got an Alfa Romeo 1750 GTM, which is the wheel-worked car, but mainly it's the Capris against the BMW CSLs, and then the Ford Escorts mopping up those behind. In fact, we've got one
Alpha.
What?
We've got a couple of Alphas as well.
A couple of Alpha. I was saying at the end of the top 10, we've got Raphael de Bourman in his Escort in 8th and Andrew Cahill in his Escort in 10th. So they can get in there but we're going to have that rising Guenard car. It's 18th at the moment, having started 29th. So it made some good progress on the opening lap. But right now it's Armand Mill leading behind the safety car with the slightly jaunty front number plate. So it's the Hermitite livery BMW Capri at the front from the classic BMW Motorsports in the white background of Emil Breitmeier in second place. And still the Pierre Vergely car is waiting to be dragged out of the gravel, just sitting in there axle deep. Chassis Yves Vergely, sorry, I beg your pardon. And we lost one of the BMW 2002 because also on the opening lap we appear to have lost Michel Velter, a Dutch racer.
Yeah, you mentioned Andrew Cahill. He's better known as a Mazda MX-5 racer. 2 or 3 years ago. He's also raced in a Lamb for the Jordan Racing Team. So and he's obviously made a move. So he was racing in the Lamb certainly a couple of years ago.
This is one of the things I love about historic racing. People, will run one car for a year or two and then decide to try something else. And a lot of the drivers here are fortunate enough to be racing in several races in each of the Le Mans Classic Series events. So they chop and change. They might be in a Lola T70. They might then also be out in a Ford Cologne Capri or a BMW Batmobile. They might be in a small Lola or Chevron sports car. There's plenty to play. Obviously, you hope the timetable works so your races aren't one straight after another, but sometimes they are. Right, Yves Vergely underway again in his yellow and green. Right, look, this is a less extreme Capri. This is a RS 2600.
Yeah.
As you were explaining early on, this was, this was the German arm, because they ran that as one of their road models with a 2.6-litre engine.
Yeah, back in, they won the European Touring Car Championship with this car in 71 with Dieter Glemser. And then the famous Jochen Mass also drove an RS 2600.
And he took the title the following year, didn't he?
The big news was, of course, they ran at Le Mans with these cars in 1972. And won the class. It was a GT class. They won that with Jerry Bill, great late Jerry Bill, and Claude Bourgogne, and they finished 10th overall. And the second car, Glemser and Soileroy, was 11th.
It's one of those anomalies, isn't it, over the history of Le Mans? Not so much now, but back in the 60s and 70s, where you had cars you didn't expect. And in fact, this year at Le Mans Classic, we're going to be having NASCAR celebration, because we had a couple of NASCAR in the 1976 Le Mans 24 Hours. They came in, and then, of course, a few years ago, we had Jenson Button and his gang racing a NASCAR Chevy as well in the event. Accordingly.
And it got an enormous amount of interest, didn't it, as well? And it went really well.
It sounded magnificent.
Yeah.
Sound is such an important part of motor racing. You acknowledge it. Over the years, I acknowledged it. And that was one of the problems, things like Formula E had when it started. There wasn't a sound to be really had.
I've still got the same problem, really. Some great racing and some innovative ideas, but for me, the sound is all part of the overall picture that makes motor racing so exciting and has grabbed us, Bruce, between us for a very long time.
Yeah, lots of years added up between us in this game, but I love the expanse of time, so we...
Yeah.
Yves Vergely is able to catch up the tail end of the field, having rejoined. But...
Yeah, as they're still on this yellow lap here, just with these Capris, so the ones at the front have got a Cosworth GAA engine, which also went into single-seaters. The engine in the RS 2600 built by a rival firm to Cosworth, not so well known now, but Westlake, Harry Westlake's company. So it was a completely different motor. Although I think I'm right, they're both V6s. They are both V6s.
No, exactly. So, actually, following on from you mentioning the European titles for Dieter Gleb's 71 in an RS 2600 and Jochen Mass following it 2 years later, the RS 3100 won the European title in the hands of Hans Heyer.
Yeah, they changed the regulations. That's the reason why they went to the bigger engine. Yes.
And in between 1973, the title went to BMW with the 3-litre CSL, and that was Toyn Hazeman's.
Yeah, we're recreating these great races, effectively.
Exactly.
The same battles, actually, some of the same cars, some of them are recreations. There's the 14 in the pit.
That's the one that was dragged out of the battle. That's Yves Vergele. So, did he fall? Was he pushed? Did he just drive out of the way? But anyhow, he got bogged down. Right, the safety car, so it's peeling in. So here we go all over again. Green flags being waved, and our pole starter, Armand Miel, leading from Emil Breitmeyer. Capri from BMW and tucked in behind the... Everyone else fanning out the 635 CSI going on the right-hand side of the screen. Nick Hyatt in his acid yellow BMW a little bit further back. Nice and tidy. Looking to see where the... Oh, now trying to regain positions is Michael... Not gain positions. Michael Kammerman goes around Dennis Bush and gets up into... That'll be about 4th place overall, but it's still Armand Mill leading the way. But this is a chance for people to pass the 635, the Traber family car, making good progress in 7th, trying to stick with the other cars. Down Village de la Bretelle, far more descent than you realise. It really goes into compression, and then you're arcing left the whole time, then you swing around to the right, and then you get down to this 5th turn on the lap, and it absolutely cups the cars. So you can brake, far later than you'd think if you looked at the circuit back. The circuit will sort of scoop you up, take you around the corner, and then you carry on that flow up over the hill to turn 6 and 7, and then you're shaping up for the final couple of corners.
Yeah, it is an unusual circuit. It was built just over 50 years ago. But it is mainly right-handers. And of course, the one big got virtually a hairpin. They call it the parabolique. One thing we discovered yesterday, we discovered last year, is the main straight is called the Straight of the Weasel. Did a bit of translation of the name or from the map, and we found out it's the Straight of the Weasel. So I guess when they were building, there must have been all the weasels around here. I don't think there's any weaselly driving going on, but there's certainly some fine racing going on. And Armand Miel, who's one of a family of 7, we believe.
Well, it's just so tidy at the front, just so right. It's Capri, it's Ford versus BMW as it was in period. And of course, when Ford were delighted at the time when they were duking it out in the European Touring Car Championship, because their road car, it's standard road car trim, their Ford Capri 3-litre or whatever at the time was far cheaper than the BMW CSL. But they became more and more extreme, and they had classic Formula 1 drivers in them. This is the days when Formula 1 drivers could compete in other things. They hired the big names, Jackie Stewart no less.
Stewart raced one of these.
Niki Lauda would have raced. He was obviously earlier in his career than Jackie was. Jackie was already a 2-3-time world champion at that point in Formula 1, but great days. And don't forget, of course, they also sold a lot of cars to privateers, so if you went to events like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, it would be chock full of these.
The CSL was the first car that was developed by the then new M Sport division of BMW. So it started a great line of successful race cars. And of course, they also raced in IMSA with these cars as well.
And look, the hired hand, as he calls himself, Michael Cameron, making a move in his white and gold Capri to go into 3rd place potentially. It's still the Hermitite liveried Capri. Armand Miel leading from Emil Breitmeyer, a gap of about 3 seconds back to the grouping. Who's going to get into turn 1 first? Looks Kammerman in the gold rather than the green of Yves Samama will get that done. So Samama started 2nd, is now down to 4th. So it hasn't been a dream race yet. But we talked about this yesterday, and it's the same case today. They've got to keep their tyres sweet. It's an hour's race. And certainly, as you said, a lot of teams were talking about setting up your car here with all these right-handers. It really does lead to a little bit of head-scratching in terms of getting the right setup. And also, when we were here 12 months ago, it was considerably warmer. So again, it's a different equation for them all.
One thing, Bruce, that we talked about quite a lot yesterday, a lot of these races have effectively a handicap system by making certain drivers stay longer in the pits, and they tend to be the more experienced people. But in this particular race, it's not much. I think everybody's pretty well equal. I think there isn't that situation. But they have new for this year something called the Burden of Glory, which is a great wording for what is another handicap system for the previous success.
And it doesn't feel like glory for the people who do it, but it's there for a reason.
I was given a chart with all the different penalties on, and I can't find any for this. So maybe there's a bird of glory, and if it is, well, it would be Shamama who would be in the pits, I think, another extra 20 seconds.
Yeah.
The second and third get a burden as well.
Yeah.
So it kind of equals out.
So our race leader was second at Spa in the previous round. Yves Samama won that event, so he'll have a longer penalty. And Maxime Guénard, who started, well, his car started at the back. Where's it gone up to? The Guénard car is up to 14th. It's gained 15 positions so far. That will also have a little bit of a delay. Raphael de Bourman still leading the escort class, chased Blanchemin, Olivier Doucet, also we go, and Andrew Cahill's right in that mix in second in the escort class.
Yeah, with the car that was raced in period by a very successful British touring car racer from Bristol, Vince Woodman. And Vince Woodman, VWM Motors, or whatever it was that was on the side of the car. Vince had a very engaging race for a long, long time.
He did, right. The driver who's trying to unseat Cahill at that 99 Mark II Escort is the Guénard family car. We were talking about that coming up from the back. It's the black CSL with the BMW racing stripes on it. It takes the grass a little bit to make sure he gets the move done. Andrew Cahill not too keen on backing out. That's fighting for position. It's not like a faster car's coming through that needs to get past and people wave blue flags at you. But anyhow, you can see the grunt of the CSL really paying off up the hill. Then you go through turn, this is turn 8 of the 9, and then you go into this final corner, looking at Jean-Marc Merlin there. No, in fact, we're looking at, Dominique Guénard. It's such a long right-hander, and it gets partway around, then it rises. And at this point, up the straight of the Weasel, you cannot see the start-finish. I can't see the pit buildings until you keep climbing, and then eventually you get there. But our first two cars pulling clear, Amand Mille, Emil Breitmar, they're now nearly 4 seconds clear of the best of the rest. They started to come across back markers. I think it might be Gabby von Oppenheim they're about to catch, if it was
I think
yellow and black 2002. Yeah,
there it is. Yeah, that's her car. She was being interviewed down on the grid by some film company, so I don't know what that was about. But
well, she has a very big social media following, and I dare say everything is recorded, but a very engaging company, and I've always loved the shape of that 2002. You look at them now, those tiny little A and B pillars make them just look so elegant. In fact, the fairly small rear pillars as well, the C on the cars. Unfortunately, 635 CSI in the pit lane rather than out on the track, so that's the Traber car. Nick Traber's brought that one in, so I don't know what the problem is, because that's way ahead of any pit window.
Well, it certainly is. That's obviously good for the Hyatt family, because that puts them in the lead of the 16-valve class, as we call it.
So,
12, I mean 12-valve.
Yeah, 12-valve, yeah.
This is actually called that. It's called plus 2L stroke 12V.
You do need to know your nomenclature. Again, talking elegant, any car that has BMW Racing, those three, the red, the dark blue, light blue stripes, they just look elegant. Almost the thinner, the better. But over the years, BMW also, of course, famously for years had the art cars they brought out. Give a car to an artist to put their daubs on. And so they've always been very aware of their image, I must say.
Yeah, if you go on the website, there's some very famous people did those cars. I run a motoring art exhibition, and I've written articles about that. But the famous BMW colours, the 635 CSL was the first to carry them. So it's Mille, it's Breitmeyer second, it's Kammerman who's dropped back those 5 seconds, as Bruce says, then Shimama, Bush. The new boy in this series, Merlin, and Dominique Guénard has taken that car all the way up to 7th place, but he is 25 seconds behind the leader. He would hand over, and the pit window is not open yet. And it's
5.5 minutes.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes. So I think that car could certainly get on the podium.
Yeah, you'd think that's in the mix. Classic Escort scrap, but obviously the RS 2600 Capri's got a bit more grunt, so that's just moved its way through. But again, neat and tidy. And the Mark I Escort, of course, so much success, and the Mark II Escort on the world rallying scene. When Ford put an awful lot of money into all branches of motorsport. This one, car number 64, that's Hervé Ordioni, always goes very well. Pierre-Alain Fast tucked in behind, and then Thomas Studer equally in their wake. So the blue oval prevalent in this part, but touring car racing, it's not now what it used to be, where it was the big guns all came out to play, and the German manufacturers in particular would have a really serious tilt to it. But the cars just look right, they sound right, and when you look at them, they're still very, very attractive, even these days.
One guy we haven't given a mention to is, of course, is Tony Seiler. Tony's from Switzerland. Been racing for 30, 40 years. Very good in Lola T70s. Won a lot of racing, winning races in Daytona. Historics there, Tony. So runs a bodywork business. And but he's running down in 18th place. If he was in a Lola T, he is in a T70 lane.
He is. Well, I think he might be on the reserve list on that one, but he's certainly here, and he's got other cars running from Seiler cars out in. Oh no, a little bit of a locked up. That was a Weasley moment, but that was that's the Pierre-Alain France escort trying to get ahead of Thomas Studer and managing just about to do it, but. Again, that head-on shot when the drivers approach the first corner, you're right. We've seen a few moves where people have gone, I've got to abandon here. I'm not getting the braking done. And also the track is dipping, and then it pours away down to the right. And now, if you're on the wrong line, you're really going to be out.
Now, one thing we haven't mentioned yet, we have a terrific pits reporter.
We do. Our man is Vincent Franssen, and I'm sure he'll go and sort out some stories for us this morning.
I think he's down there already with the mic. Probably poised to find out why there was a problem with the 83 car. But
the 83 car was Nicholas Traber's 635 CSI.
Yeah.
It was, it was running in the top 10. It was running about 6th or 7th place, actually.
And leading the class,
Leading the class. But these cars can be delicate. And don't forget, you think of some of the tracks they raced on in period when they're racing in Spa-Francorchamps, Nürburgring in particular, but also Silverstone. Circuits that really give a car a workout.
You did mention the France family there, that's father and son. They race in a lot of categories. They're big names in French motorsport, and even race at Le Mans and so on. So we're just waiting for the signal. We can go down to the pits. I know. Yeah, we hear he is ready now, so we can go down and find out why that number 63 car, which was leading its class at BMW, why it had a problem. Let's hear from François.
And the first bad news of the day is for Nicolas Trabert and the BMW 635 CSI Group 2. Nicolas, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé exactement? Retour avec un problème technique apparemment.
Oui, exactement. Je ne sais pas ce qui s'est passé, mais tout d'un coup, quand j'ai fait le downshift dans le troisième, il y a le cinquième qui était dedans. Et puis, il y a le moteur qui a éteint. J'ai dû la rallumer. J'ai mis la deuxième, bon, ça repartait. Après, sur la ligne droite, il y a tout qui fonctionnait. Je ne sais pas si peut-être dans les virages, avec les G-Force, il y a les vitesses qui bougent un peu. J'ai fait de nouveau le downshift à la Bruxelles. Et puis dans la troisième, il y a de nouveau le cinquième dedans. Je me suis dit, ouais, avant que je casse quelque chose, je préfère rentrer. Puis voilà, c'est un peu dommage. Je courais pour la victoire dans classe, mais voilà, c'est comme ça.
Piloter cette BMW 635 sur Dijon-Prenois, c'est bien ça. C'est un chouette circuit pour cette voiture.
Ah oui, absolument. Bon, ça va vraiment dans les bras à courir avec cette voiture quand même un peu plus lourde que les autres. Mais ouais, c'est très chouette. Quand même je vois la vitesse dans les virages avec cette voiture que personne y croirait, je crois, si tu vois la voiture qui est tellement longue. Mais j'en ai beaucoup que je chope dans les virages. Bon, en ligne droite, après, il manque un peu les chevaux, c'est clair. Mais dans les virages, ça va bien. Hein.
Merci Nicolas. He was the leader of the championship in his class, but unfortunately, it's a retirement today in Dijon.
And a retirement because it wouldn't shift down to third gear, as far as I could gather from the French.
Yeah, exactly so. And actually, that's a gear you need quite a lot with some of the tighter corners around this circuit. And just to give you an idea about what the 635 CSI, his car is from 1981, and that year, one of the 635 CSIs, Umberto Grano and Helmut Kelleners for the Eggenberger team won the European title. 2 years later, Dieter Quester, but for a rival preparation company, Schnitzer.
Yes, yeah.
Took that title.
And Helmut Kellener's son Ralph racing this weekend. We'll see him in a De Tomaso, I think.
Yeah, the De Tomaso with Detlef von Leek.
And also, Dominique Grenard has moved up to 7th place. A joint founder of the Richard Mille Watch Company, as we said a number of times. Richard Mille, a huge sponsor in motor racing. They've been very good with female racing drivers, but you know, they are a major Ferrari sponsor. In fact, they sponsor 2 different Grand Prix teams. I'm trying to remember who the second one is. And the Race Retro, the huge French motoring and motor racing and classic exhibition, they always had one of the biggest stands. I remember 2 years ago, they had about 15 Formula 1 Ferraris from different years on it, right back to Shark Nose. Just Richard Mille is such an enthusiast, and they put so much into it. I mean, we're talking, not watches, are we, really? We're talking about exquisite timepieces.
Well, it certainly has afforded Richard Mille and the gang an extraordinary selection of cars. And I tell you what, I read a feature and I thought, wow, you have selected the creme de la creme. What great taste of an era that you're fond of, I'm fond of, and you know they put a huge amount into sport. Our lead battle though is deep among the escorts, and still leading the Hermitite number 60 is Armand Mille, but Emil Breitmeier, we've got a yellow flag somewhere around the circuit, and the pit window is now open. Maybe that's a moment to try and get your pit stop with a little bit of a bonus, but up front you can be sure Mille and Breitmeier are going to carry on. But as soon as the pit window opened, number 3, they blinked first in a good way. Michael Kammerman, the driver who described himself to you as the hired hand, he did a really good job. He gained positions in the early stages of the race, came up from 6th on the grid, got himself up to effectively 3rd place, but dived in, and that may pay off because yellow flag, still not listed as a safety car. Other cars diving into the pits, and the Dominique Guénard has come in early on, Michael Kammerman early on, so...
and the car's off as well, 17. That is
error.
Yeah. But it's Maurizio Bianco who will climb into the 3 car, take over. He's the owner. He's got a lot of racing experience. He's been pretty quick as well.
So the first BMW we saw in the pits was white with the BMW stripes. This is one with the black background of the Guénard family, and I think a top 6 is easily possible.
So the Belgian Emil Breitmeier is driving solo. I don't believe he's driving with his father, is he, in this one? They do race together.
No, not on our entry list. However, that's not always right, but this lead battle is still absolutely fierce. Armand Mille still keeping his Capri ahead of Emil Breitmeier's BMW, so this is exactly how it was in period. Hermitite was a sponsor that largely Tom Walkinshaw had on his cars, wasn't it?
Yes.
So racing in single-seaters as well as cars like BMW's Capri.
Yeah, and there was a guy called Holman Blackman also had that sponsorship. Maybe he found it originally. Yeah, the Breitmeier car originally was down for the father to drive, but I saw the son getting into it on the grid, so it's definitely him. And as I say, he recently won the Tour de France in the GT40. They've got a lot of cars, Team Bright. They've got a couple of very nice Lola T70s. We will see later it's near the front of the field.
We will see and we will hear later. And the sound does get increased enormously.
Emil has been driving some Formula 1 cars recently as well. They've got a car here which they're going to demonstrate, I believe, at lunchtime. But he did race at Monaco in one of the Formula 1 races, historic races there recently. So they've got a Ligier and a McLaren, I believe. Team Bright, they're Belgian there in the Walloon area of Belgium.
So the first few drivers clambering out of their cars and others continuing on their way. Still our lead battle down the straight. It comes one more time. Armand Mille, Emil Breitmeier, literally never separated by more than half a second. And I tell you what, one of the first cars to pit is the number 49, and the driver who's got out is Dominique Guénard, who came up from the very tail of the field.
Dominique Guénard, this guy started the race from the last position and it was a big fight back. Dominique, c'était un départ depuis le fond de la grille de départ, clairement. Ça s'est bien passé apparemment.
Oui, très bien. Bon, la voiture, elle mérite pas d'être en fond de grille, mais on a eu un problème aux essais, on n'a pas fait de temps. Donc on partait dernier. Comme on dit chez nous, c'est une belle remontée.
C'est une très belle remontée. Maxime a pris le volant maintenant. Il y a quoi? C'est l'espoir d'aller chercher un top 3, c'est possible?
Alors, j'ai pas vu encore les écarts par rapport à... Là, il y avait un petit trou de 10 secondes, je pense, qui va certainement reprendre. Je sais pas en quelle position j'étais.
7e.
7e. Il va certainement remonter parce qu'il va plus vite que moi, donc j'espère en tout cas.
Merci, Dominique Guénard. Maybe he will have a podium at the end of the race. It will be a great performance.
That car is prepared by Equipe Europe. It's probably the biggest race preparation business in Europe. And they prepare all the cars for the Mille family and Guénard family. And lots of other people. I was speaking to them earlier. They've got 21 cars are racing here this weekend. 21.
It is just truly staggering.
Yeah, and high standard of preparation and lots of different sorts of cars as well.
is when you see just the sheer number of multiple trucks coming from certain preparers. And obviously, if you're doing 21 cars, you need a lot of trucks, but wonderful times. Right,
Yeah,
Alfa Romeos, haven't talked too much about those, and this one absolutely stands out from the crowd. This is the one from Patrick Vilvert, 1750 GTM, a car from 1971. And Alfa Romeo had so much success in the smaller classes, really starting in mid-60s, 1966, first European Touring Car Championship. Andrea Adamic.
Yes.
Treat following year, he won again.
Yeah, lovely man, died recently actually, made it to Formula One, drove for Brabham, all sorts of people. After this is another touring car race from an earlier era, we call it the classic touring cars, and there's lots of Alphas in that, and we should see Alphas right at the front battling against Lotus Cortinas, as indeed they did in period.
Yep. No, entirely so. So really looking forward to that's the classic touring challenge, and of course sort of new.
Yeah.
We'll see how they fare all for the first time. But, you know, we're still waiting for our front runners to come in. Now it's down to just 0.2 of a second. But in fact, suddenly this lap, Emil Breitmaier's fallen off a bit because he's diving into the pit. He was coming off the tail of Armand Mill, who's still leading. Yellow flag somewhere around the circuit. That may slightly hamper Armand Mill if he has to back off a whole lot around the point of the incident, whereas Emil Breitmaier has dived into the pits. Could be the perfect lap time for him to do that.
It's the Hermitaille car, though, being challenged.
Yeah, but the number 3 Capri is a mat down. That,
yeah, it's a lap down. Well, not really challenged. That's right.
Close on the track, and likewise the black BMW in the background is now in the hands of Maxime Guénard. Dominique, we heard from the proud father. He did his job, not bad. 29th up to 7th. Didn't have any trouble coming up through the field, and he's fairly confident that son Maxime can get them a podium position. But bright yellow flashing light indicates, as well as the waving flags from the marshal, there is a hazard somewhere ahead. But I tell you what, let's go down to the pits because one of the escorts came in. Guy Fabrice Mestro sharing with Eric Sechaud, Daoui Vincent.
Let's speak a little while about this battle between the Ford Escort Mark 1 in this race. It's a great battle, really, and one of the best cars in this class is the 47 of Guy Fabrice Mestro. Guy Fabrice Mestro, superbe bataille entre les escortes comme le veut la tradition.
Oui, c'est vrai. Il y a beaucoup d'escortes cette année et ça ferait une vraie bagarre. Les pilotes sont bons, donc c'est de plus en plus dur, ça va de plus en plus vite, ouais.
On a vu débarquer cette Escort Mark II ici sur le circuit Dijon-Prenois.
Oui, mais je sais pas, je connais pas bien les Mark II, mais il me semble qu'elles ne courent pas dans la même catégorie que nous. Mais bon, c'est pas un problème, tous les gens qui viennent sont bienvenus. Hein.
Objectif, c'est gagner dans cette classe avec l'Escort 47.
Et on a déjà gagné avec cette voiture. Les 5 dernières saisons, on a terminé premier de la classe.
Félicitations, Guy Fabrice, et à très vite. It will be a great fight till the end of the race, of course. It's a race in the race with the escorts.
Yeah, it always is. Sometimes it gets a little bit obscure, but we're keeping our eye on the action. But really, the main action at the moment, actually, I'm glad we're focusing on that black CSL. That's working its way up the order. Maxime Guénard at the wheel. There it is, car 49. So it was a sort of obscured race for him. His father starting at the very back of the pack, kept his nose clean, kept on advancing past the little BMWs, the escorts, and got up to 7th place before the pit stop. And now on clear track, and the yellow flag has been removed because the number 17, Jose Oliveira BMW, that had stopped, has been removed to a place of safety. So, but our race leader is in, Armand Mill, in the pits at the moment. He's not hopping out because he's going to be driving solo in this one. It's only a 45-minute race, so a lot of the drivers decided that's what they'd do this time.
Yeah. We haven't mentioned the classes with the 12 valves and the 24 valves, but we also should say there's another class for the 2 litres, which is the Escorts at RS 1600. So there's 3 different categories here, and lots of brownie points for winning the up to 2 litre category.
And in fact, as we heard from Guy Fabrice Mestro, he was saying they've managed to win it 5 times, you know, during the course of their time in the Heritage Touring Cup. Yep. This is Touring Cup 1, and we've got Heritage Touring Cup 2, which is coming later. Their races, the second of the ones in the afternoon. And then we have more modern cars in that one, and we're talking largely things like BMW M3s, Ford Sierra Cosworths and stuff. The field is a bit down on where it had been at the previous round, but a lot of drivers have absolutely said, and we heard from Marc Rouaillon, who makes the whole thing happen, a more classic series next year, already there's huge interest in that. And there is that sort of slide in historic racing. You do need to keep bringing cars that are a bit more recent, because they're also the ones that the fans loved a whole lot more, as your fans, your fans otherwise would necessarily just keep on getting older.
Yes.
But for me, one of the very sweet spots is the mid-1970s, when I was a sort of prototypical teenager getting very excited about motor racing. These were the cars I had on my wall, the Cologne Capris, the CSLs. Again, there was promotional shots where you could get great big calendars.
There was a fantastic, well-known shot at the Flugplatz in the Nürburgring of, I think it was the black BMW way off the ground.
Stucky on board, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was one of the LAT pictures. I think it was taken by a chap called John Dunbar, actually. But it's a terrific picture, and it's used a lot. More flames licking out of the 22, a bit of over-fueling going on. That's the way they make them work.
But I just think that's part of the spectacle.
It is.
It is fantastic. Photographers love them, fans love them. It's a really good area to spectate. Virage de la Bretelle, turn 4 here. We're just looking at the cars going out of turn 5. You've got spectator banking. Really nicely set up. There are coffee stalls, there are shops, and great. So many car clubs around the infield. There's a lot to do here at Dijon-Prenois, but it's just a wonderful place to sit and enjoy cars. And if you can have a bit of flame spitting,
it all helps. What we haven't said, Bruce, of course, this really is the home of historic racing. There will be more historic races from the Peter Auto series that this has transitioned into than any other track. This is where it really all started, and
but you can see why.
Yes.
It just works so well for historic racing, and any form of racing would be fun around here. But I think particularly historic cars, they tend to slide a little bit more, and having all the gradient changes, it just really works.
Yeah. And the gradient changes also give you some great viewing areas, and quite a lot of it, the big corners are terrace with just concrete seating, but you've just got a great view. But bring a cushion, I think, is the answer to that. So Ross Hyatt is now taken over from his son Nick. Ross been racing a long time, did a couple of Le Mans back before the year 2000, and there's another guy with a very interesting business. They basically work in the ocean. They salvage boats, and they also look at cables and things and check how good they are in the ocean. So it's got a super business doing that. And I think we're going to have an interview, and
well, certainly one. Olivier Breitmar is running in second place overall, and we're going to go down and hear from his son Emile, who's had a really cracking season so far and could be heading to victory. Let's go down here from Emile Breitmar with Vincent Franssen.
In this Heritage Touring Car Challenge, it's a big battle between the Ford Caprice and the BMW 3.0 CSL. With one of the cars, 22, Emile Breitmar. Emile, un bon départ et belle bagarre avec ses Capri.
Ouais, c'était vraiment sympa. Avec Armand, on s'est bien amusé. C'était la bagarre devant. J'ai essayé de passer, mais il a un peu plus de puissance que moi en ligne droite. Donc j'ai essayé de compenser au freinage, mais petit déficit. Mais c'était très sympa, c'était une bagarre. J'ai essayé de passer un peu partout. Mais bon, maintenant, c'est à mon père d'assurer. Et voilà, si on réussit à avoir une deuxième place, ce serait top, deuxième ou troisième. Donc il va essayer de gérer la course et tenir jusqu'au bout. Ce serait déjà génial. Mais c'était franchement une belle bagarre. Et je pense que c'était sympa pour les spectateurs d'avoir un peu Capri versus BM.
Oui, tout à fait. On sait que sur certains circuits, la BMW est peut-être avantagée par rapport à la Capri. Sur d'autres, c'est l'inverse. C'est comment à Dijon?
C'est marrant parce que, on va dire, premier secteur, je suis plus rapide. Dernier secteur, avec la longue ligne droite et la parabolique, il est un petit peu mieux, il est plus rapide. Troisième secteur aussi, c'est un peu pareil. Il y a des endroits, en fait, dans le technique, je suis un petit peu plus rapide. Et dans les courbes un peu rapides, ça, mais dans les très longues courbes rapides et dans les allonges, il est un petit peu plus rapide. Donc voilà, et au freinage, la Capri a un petit peu moins de frein, la BM un peu plus de frein. Donc ça se compense sur pas mal de secteurs. Donc ça permet d'avoir des bagarres vraiment serrées, en fait, parce qu'on a des avantages, des inconvénients qui se rejoignent. Donc c'est assez sympa.
Just like before, it's the great battle between BMW and the Ford in this touring car race.
Yeah, he was actually talking about how the car performed in the 3 different sectors, and he was also talking about the braking in those sectors. But anyway, it was a bit of a surprise because the car was entered for his father to drive, and and then he started it. I thought he was staying with it, because normally he drives on his own and that. So
yeah, no, we have to always keep an eye on our entry list. Is only as good as the last time it was printed out. A lot of people, they decide how many races they want to do. But Armand Mille, our leader, as he was before the pit stops, the Herbert Capri, car number 60. And again, if you put it next to a standard road-going Capri, of course, it's got far more extreme wings, front and back. Yeah. And the BMW took it to another level with their Batmobile when those enormous rear wings on theirs.
It's also got it's got a new rear wing. The black hadn't been painted yet, I noticed too. So 14 in the pits, which is the Vogel car, which has been having all kinds of problems. But so Armand Miel now. I mean, we've done our pit stops. There's a drive-through penalty. Who's that for?
It's the Pierre-Alain France, Irwin France. Irwin doesn't appear to have got on board that. That's Ford Escort. They're down in 18th place. So that's going to hurt them. They'll have it added up. That's for constant track limits abuse, and certainly that was something a lot of the crews needed to get clarification on here after practice and qualifying, or particularly qualifying, because there was one car, we'll name no names, all of their laps, every single one was removed for track limits excess.
So, interesting thing that Maxime Guénard is now up into 3rd place. He's 23 seconds behind his old school friend Armand Miel. Breitmeyer, the father, is not as quick as the son, but he's not that far off either. So it would be interesting to see what happens here. So I think the big question mark now really is can Maxime Guénard get 2nd place? I don't think he's got very much chance. Has he 18 minutes left of catching up Armand Miel, who was the champion in this category in 2023. So last year it was Guénard first, Miel second, Breitmeyer third, Kammerman fourth. So it's the same usual suspects, isn't it, at the front?
Yeah, no, absolutely so. But it's again, you know, what I love is the fact they get to compete in circuits that are so different. We started the season down at in Barcelona, then you go to Spa-Francorchamps, where you can really stretch the legs of these cars, but also it was hyper hot there. It really was cooking away. This is far more clement, as you might say, much more comfortable, all the cars. Here's Jean-Marc Merlin, first chance to really have eyes on his car. Unlivery, tends to race his cars in that deep navy blue, whatever category, GT4, historics, whatever. So welcome addition, and he's all over the tail of Mark Bush. They're fighting for 5th and 6th position, separated by, as you can see, next to nothing. So good to have Jean-Marc Merlin. Did many years racing with Frank Yu in the Far East, but clearly back on home ground. And again, a lot of people, they want to race the cars that they loved when they were with juveniles. And that's exactly what Jean-Marc is doing here.
The Belgian Raphael de Bourman has got a decent lead with the Escort over Cahill. What is it now? It's opened up to 19 seconds or so.
Yeah, quite comfortable. Raphael goes really, really well in that car, the orange and black one, the broad speed car. Milton Racing for Broadspeed was the writing on side X. Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews, whose son James is, he's married to the sister of the future Queen.
Indeed, Pippa Middleton.
But he was a
good racer, James.
Very good racer, and I think he was very much involved in the Williams takeover, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That, and I think he's got huge business, a very successful man. And I wonder if he ever thinks about his days racing. At one stage, when he was coming up through Formula 3, he was on a trajectory towards Formula 1 anyway, and then it all sort of stopped.
Yeah, well, possibly the lure of the family business requirements to stop playing. And right, his brother was a reality TV star.
He was, wasn't he? Yes, yeah.
Right, here we go. So Jean-Marc Merlin has hunted, and he's got past Mark Bush, so he's still starting to adapt very nicely to this CSL, and down through Virage de la Bretelle, that corner, which I think is so fantastic, and then you drop to the bottom of the slope, and it really does slope far more than you see on TV, but this is the steepest part of the circuit. Out of turn 5, out of Parabolic, it is a massive climb.
I'd hoped to walk the circuit, Bruce, but we held up a little bit with car hire issues.
I think even if we'd arrived an hour early, we'd be in the middle of a practice session.
Yes. But I have walked it in a dim and distant past. It's a terrific place. Well, here is this ex-Broadspeed car. And
that's the other one.
That's it. They're both Broadspeed. Yeah, this is the Vince
Andy Rouse, as you can see on the door, multiple British touring car champion.
Randy Mouse, as we call him. Yeah, that'd be a very similar specification. Obviously, a problem with the maybe the steering in that car. So I think that's probably curtains there. As we've got the
A quarter of an hour left to go.
Yeah, they might get it back going.
Right, let's appraise as we get more sighting of the driver now in fifth place, Jean-Marc Merlin. Let's get the words the right way around. Armand Mill leading this race by 8 seconds from Olivier Breitmeier. So Ford Capri got bragging rights at the moment ahead of the best of the BMW CSLs. But Breitmeier is ahead of Maxime Guénard. Guénard has the fastest lap of the race and is closing in. But I don't think in the next 15 minutes he's going to haul Breitmeier in. Yves Samama, well, he's another 12 seconds further back in fourth place in that Capri that started on the outside of the front row, the white and green one, and that looks as though it's going to rise no further. Suitably clear, about 10 seconds clear of Jean-Marc Merlin. So I think our first 4 positions are sort of nailed down, but I do expect the gap between Maxime Guénard in third and Olivier Breitmeier in second to come on down. But the Hermitite livery Capri, here is our race leader going past the yellow Alfa Romeo into the first corner. Smooth as can be. The only bad mark is that black rear wing in place of the full gold, red and white Hermitite colours, but the car beautifully prepared, and Armand Mill, well, he just seems to get better and better, doesn't he?
He certainly does. 2 different shapes of BMW then in our picture. Or two different engines.
types. Okay.
2 different engines, I should
So
say.
the black one is the Maurizio Bianco car. Kind of, no, it's not. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's the Maxime Guénard car.
Yeah.
Up in third place. 1 headlight on.
They make a terrific noise. You can hear it on the audio pretty well.
That's Ross Hyatt following along, but Ross not quite close enough to be in his wake. But certainly the story of the 49 has been climbing from the back of the grid, started stone last in 29th position. And we wondered if a top 3 was possible. Absolutely. Fastest lap of the race by just about a tenth, almost exactly a tenth of a second to this car. So bear in mind he was having to pick his way through traffic, or Father Dominique was, and then Maxime basically has added a few more positions, but I think third's as high as he's going to be able to go.
Maxime's the fastest guy out on the track by only by the odd, 0.3, 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, comfortable, but the setback clearly made victory insurmountable. As long as Armand Mill continues and Olivier Breitmeier continues in second place. The gap between first and second is 11 seconds, so Armand's just very comfortable at the moment.
2 escorts together.
Actually, Andrew, I think I might need to keep a little eye on the pace of Olivier Breitmeier in second place. He suddenly lost quite a lot of time to race leader Armand Mill. No, I think maybe had a bit of traffic, because I was looking at his sector times on the last lap, and 2 of the 3 sectors he was down by about a second of where he should be, which explains him falling away to 11 seconds down. He's only got 7-second margin over Maxime Guénard. So when just 2.5 minutes ago, when we were with 15 minutes remaining in the race, i.e. the 1/3 distance, I said Maxime Guénard is in 15 minutes he won't haul him in. If there's another poor lap from Olivier Breitmeier in second place, perhaps he can.
Yeah, perhaps we can see this coming on the screen, but we are ready for another interview as well. So obviously that escort had problems, the 21 car, Jean-Luc Blanchemont, and we can hear from him right now.
In the pits with car number 21, this for the sound. Look at this, the damages, but it's not during the race. Jean-Luc Blanchemont, ça date pas d'aujourd'hui, ça date du début du week-end, c'est un peu rude.
Ouais, c'est le début du week-end. C'est pas de l'huile, c'est une erreur de ma part.
Bon, ça a pu être réparé, bel effort du team.
Ouais, j'ai eu des magiciens avec moi, ils m'ont tout réparé le soir, elle tournait.
Parfait. Comment s'est passée cette course? Visiblement un peu court.
Ouais, un peu court parce qu'on a cassé une rotule. Il y a la rotule de la crémaillère qui a pris du jeu. Et arrivé dans le poste, j'ai le volant qui faisait un peu le fou. Donc je suis rentré.
Dommage parce que la lutte entre les escortes, elle est toujours assez passionnante.
Ouais, et puis je crois que j'étais 2, donc c'était bon, tant pis. Hein.
Bon, on vous retrouve aujourd'hui, Jean-Luc?
Ouais, on a acheté ces 2.
Parfait. Jean-Luc Blanchemont, it's a difficult start of the weekend. It was a difficult start, and this race, it's a retirement, unfortunately for him.
Thank you very much, Vincent. You can sense the disappointment, but good news for Jean-Luc. He's got another car to race later in the day. At least that comes as a consolation. Shame to lose the car in its original livery as well, which adds something rather special. It's not the only one with the original livery, but lovely to see the bloodline, and also to go back to the early career of someone like Andy Rouse, trying to work his way up the motorsport ladder, and obviously many successes in the British Touring Car Championship over the years. Pretty much a Ford man through and through. Right, gap first to second is actually stabilised, so my little slight concern over the pace of Olivier Breitmeier in his number 22 Capri in second place seems to be unfounded. That's good news. He is still being caught by the number 49, giving chase the second of the CSLs, Maxime Guénard, fastest lap in the race. Could yet catch him. So Maxime, as long as he's, again, the problem with being able to see very far ahead of you on the start-finish straight means that for Maxime, he can't see as much as he wants to gauge. You want that sort of visual clue that you're catching the car you're chasing, but he certainly is. So it's going to be a white BMW CSL, the black one, but they're closing in.
Great shot there, the famous BMW stripes, and two on the white background and the third one on the black. So Miel it is, leads the Breitmeyers, father and son, by 12.4 seconds, and then the Guénards, father and son, are third in their 1975. 50 years old, they don't look it, do they?
They do not look it
cars.
At all.
And then Shamama fourth. Merlin is hanging on there in fifth. Then it's Bush, one of the Bush twins. And Bianco is holding off Ross Hyatt, who leads the 16-valve class, and then just the best escort is still de Boerman. In fact, we've got three escorts running line astern, four escorts: Boerman, Cahill, Sechard, and Dussali.
Cahill's the one that sort of stands out. He's in the Mark II. The others are all in Mark Is. This is the yellow one with the black bonnet. Scenarios 1800 and 1975. The other ones are from 72 and 74.
Yeah.
Right, the battle for second place is definitely hotting up. Our race leader, Cologne Capri, Aman Mill, 14 seconds clear. The car in second place is this one, car number 22, but the sister car, if you will, the sort of the shadow to the black liveried one is now, well, 1.8 seconds down in third place, so he will surely get onto his tail, maybe this lap, maybe the next, then he's got to find a place to move. So Olivier Breitmeier holding down second place at the moment, but the similar car, albeit black versus the white, is up in not only into third place, but catching him in second. They're in the same shot now.
Yeah, well, Maxine is the champion in this Heritage Touring Cup category from 2025 and won it 21 and 22 as well. So he's well versed with his car. He's won lots of races in it, and he's about to not win this one, I think. But can he catch Breitmeier? That's the big question. And Bruce and I think the answer is yes, he definitely can, and he's going to start challenging very, very soon, Bruce.
Yeah, turn 6 turns into 7, then you drop down to turn 8, which is a right-hander, then you carry on turning right into the compression. That's turn 9, the final corner of the lap, and then look at them dancing.
Oh, that's straight through on the inside.
Straight on the inside. I expect it to come after the corner on the rise. This is now the final corner, and very, very steep climb. But well, Breitmeier's actually clearly just almost backed it off. He realised he couldn't, and he left a lot of space there for Maxime Guénard. So lots of respect, and that's absolutely a fine thing. But what a shot in those BMW Works colours.
So all the way from the back, the fuel pump problems in qualifying, didn't get a lap in. Started at the back by his father. He did a great job. We heard from him in the interview, and then now he's through to second place. But the gap to his close friend and arch rival is some 14.9 seconds, and we've got 6 minutes remaining. So.
Yeah, and I'm just looking for any other particularly close battles. I mean, those escorts are really not line astern in positions. They're running from Raphael de Boerman in 9th down to Olivier Dussai in 12th, but they're not enormously close. In fact, the closest battle is that battle for second place, but unfortunately, it's now going to open out because it's not a battle anymore. Maxime Guénard in the black number 49 CSL through into second place. No answers from Olivier Breitmeier in the number 22, the white one that's hanging in there, but the pace of Maxime Guénard was always going to pay off.
We did mention Gabi von Oppenheim in her lovely BMW 2002. She is stopped in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, not in a good way after the pit window had closed, so clearly a little problem. But I remember talking to her last year, she just absolutely loved this circuit. Oh dear, we've got a spinner, and spinners aren't winners. And car number 64, that's the Eve Odioni escort that normally goes very well indeed, but unfortunately being stuck in the gravel will not in this position. Will that lead to yellow flag? I mean, yes, it does.
Yes, it does. And does that mean that Maxime Guénard will pull right up on the tail of Armand Miel, and then it could be a very good battle to the line?
Well, it was a very unfortunate moment for Hervé Odeoni. He got very close to the car in front, the Pierre-Alain France-driven Escort, and thought he had the outside line. And then, unfortunately, the car in front went to the outside, and at that point, he had to brake heavily. The front of the car snapped to the left when he wanted it going right. And in the gravel, that's down at turn 5, an unusual place to go off, actually, which is the parabolique hairpin.
Yeah, he was caught out there, wasn't he?
100%.
By his rival.
So still yellow flag. So just remember the lead had been 14 seconds. It's down to 13 because actually Maxime Guénard, even on the last lap, was chipping away. But your point, here's our race leader. There'll be cars between them around the course of the lap. But if we have a safety car, that will probably bring Maxime Guénard within distance. But what's happening at the moment, of course, as it has been since the start of the race, the clock is counting down. We've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. But I think, hopefully, that Escort could be moved to one side to a place of safety down at the parabolique hairpin. So the board's going out to the drivers, giving them... This is the board for Maxime Guénard, telling him he's effectively 13, 14 seconds down, saying only plus 12, in fact. So let's see, it is plus 12. They've worked that one up very nicely. They've done the maths. So this driver in second place, Maxime Guénard, the car started by his father, Dominique, from last position up into second, is taking a second and a half, and someone else has gone off into the gravel or kicked up the dust from the gravel just ahead of him, but looks as though they've managed to continue through without getting bogged down. That's good news. So the Escort still sitting in the gravel. No one close enough to move it, but I think the drivers all been past it once. They know where it is now. At least that's an element in the safety of all concerned. The gap from first to second will continue to come down. One of the BMW CSLs going relatively slowly down towards turn 5. Little Alfa Romeo tucked in behind it. Bit of caution there. And that's the one in third place. That's Olivier Breitmeier. Certainly, once he was passed, he didn't make it difficult. Already 5 seconds between him and the car that overtook the similar CSL of Maxime Guénard. But Breitmeier, well, he's got a 30-second margin, Andrew, so he's safe in third place because Yves Samama in the fourth place. Capri, number 52's backed off a little bit, and he's obviously settling for his particular position.
Yes, indeed. So Armand Mille and Maxime Guénard, not quite as ever, but as normal, at the front of this Heritage Touring Car Cup Category 1 race, coming to its conclusion with just 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
He just lapped Marc Busch, so only the top 5 on the lead lap now, which is Armand Mille, who's leading, Maxime Guénard in second, Olivier Breitmeier third, so it's Ford, BMW, BMW. The second of the Fords, Yves Samama in fourth, and Jean-Marc Merlin in fifth. Everybody else, with Marc Busch just having been put a lap down, some distance behind his race leader. Not a wheel has been put wrong by Armand Mille. It's been a really exemplary race. Bit of pressure in the early laps of the race, but since then he's just had things very much under control.
The glorious sounds of the car.
What I love in historic racing is when you haven't heard a car from a particular period driven in anger, and you suddenly go, oh, that engine note, really, really remember it. And certainly in recent Goodwood members meetings, when you had cars from after the circuit closed racing, 1966 racing, like the 3-litre Capris that Gordon Spice and the gang used to race. Again, just lovely to hear that engine, the Rover 3.5 litres. Again, it's all such a rich part of the tapestry of motor racing, the sound.
It's funny, isn't it? Hermitite is still a product used in the automobile industry regularly. It's a sealant, and they've got, obviously they probably wrote their last check out for motor racing sponsorship 40 or 50 years ago, and here they are getting some nice legacy footage from it. And
well, we found ourselves looking up what Nigrin was as a sponsor.
Yes.
Isn't it? A century old with the symbol of a chimney sweep.
Yeah.
But still making modern products as well.
Yeah.
Right, Hermitite looks at the Capri with the yellow flag still waved. It looks like they're just leaving that Escort there. But I've seen it, and
it is way off.
It's off to the point the drivers would be turning past it anyhow. But look, this moment, high over the ridge they go. Our race leader, he's got a couple of the Escorts just in front of him. Andrew Cahill in his yellow one with the black bonnet, and the little red and white one, the Mark 1 tucked in behind. But Armand, if he backs it off, he's sitting on a lead of just under 12 seconds. I think he's still got to start one further lap
as he should be finishing this lap with a little bit of time left on the clock, so I have to go around one more time. And yesterday, in one of the races, our race winner went past a second time past the checkered flag and suddenly was demoted from first to third, so attention must be paid. But here is our race leader coming through, and yeah, 18 seconds on the clock, be 15-14 by the time he crosses the start-finish line. So this will be the final lap for Armand Mill. We'll just see how everyone gets away. The back of the gravel bed at turn 1, there's still a car beached in the gravel. I think that might be the Oliveira car. But someone did go off a few laps ago. We didn't get the live footage. We got the gravel being kicked up, the dust from the gravel in the air. Andrew Cahill about to be passed. This is the drop down to Virage de la Bretelle, turn 4, right in front of the spectator banking, which is off to the left of the shot. So wonderful place to watch cars. And also, always in historic racing, when you see them working their tyres, they move away from the corner.
BMW trying to get out of the way, but didn't actually in the end. And the Hermantite Capri still hold up behind the Andrew Cahill yellow Escort and the Mark II, very much probably better known as a rally car, really. The likes of Harry Vatanen and Roger Clark, all those people, huge successes in Mark II Escorts.
Mind you, of course, with the Mark II Escorts, Eric Sikowski and the Zakspeed gang got some pretty good results on theirs, racing in the German and European series, and then obviously they moved on to making just the most outstanding, extraordinary Ford Capris in a way that you had to sort of squint. Yeah, that is a Capri, but we'll see one of those later, so we're looking forward to that very much.
Yeah, with Emil Breitmeyer at the wheel.
Right, so Armand Mill, not far to go to the finish line. Here he comes into the sunshine here at Dijon-Prenois. First race of the Sunday of the Le Mans Classic Series meeting. This one's known as the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, Grand Prix of the Golden Age, and it certainly is. This is the Heritage Torrey Cup 1. Victory on the board for Armand Mill. And he'll win by about 10 seconds or so. The black BMW comes through, 10.3 seconds is the gap first to second. But Armand Mill from pole position to victory, and second place to Maxime Guénard and Dominique Guénard from 29th to second, having had problems in practice.
Yeah, nice way to start the day with this Heritage Touring Cup event and the excitement of the Guénards coming through from the back.
Olivier Breitmeyer takes third place, but he really did fall away eventually. He lost 21 seconds to Maxime Guénard. Remember, Maxime hunted him down. Best of the rest should be Yves Samama, looking for his Cologne Capri to come into shot shortly. Car number 52, it's the green and white one, started the outside the front row. The yellow Alfa Romeo coming through all on its own, but arm out of the window from Maxime Guénard. He would have enjoyed that, past the stricken Escort down at turn 5, but all bragging rights belong to Armand Mill. Here comes the driver into fourth place, Yves Samama. And next in line ought to be Jean-Marc Merlin. You see the Hyatt family coming through. Car, the BMW on the left coming through, lights ablaze. And just waiting for the fifth place car. Here it comes, left-hand side of the screen, closer to the pit wall. That's Jean-Marc Merlin, who's had a very impressive debut in the series. He's got ahead of Mark Busch, and only just is going to beat him if he backs off. Mark Busch very close, but Merlin just stayed on in front by a second or so to take that fifth place.
So 3 Swiss and 1 Belgian driver in the top 4. Ross Hyatt and son Nick do take the 12-valve class. And that will put them in the lead of that subsection of that championship because their main rival did not finish.
And the top Escort in the race was 8th place overall, Raphael de Bourman, car number 37, the ex-Team Melton Broadspeed car. And so another chapter added to the history of that one. So we had a bunch of cars. Maurizio Bianco didn't actually finish the race. Number 3, remember that was one of the first front runners to pitch. With Michael Kammerman, who got it up into about 4th position in the early stages. So mechanical problems even for the quicker cars. But for Armand Mill, job well done. He's going to have a busy day here at Dijon-Prenois. Maybe someone has to open the door to let him out.
You can't get out. Look, out you come.
We do like to see our winners. Well done to the photographer who reached in and helped out. And again, friends, rivals, Maxime and Armand. But Armand gets the bragging rights today. Set of overalls to go with the GT3 series that is now so strong and growing week by week. GT3 is a historic category. Still takes a bit to get my head around that. A lot of the drivers you don't even think of as old raced it in period and go, how could that be a historic series?
That's going to be a Le Mans Classic.
It certainly will.
GT3 race. And
10 et du coup j'ai remis gaz, j'ai eu.
Talking to his technician there.
Excellent race for Armand Mille. Shame he lost his main playmate.
Her dad comes in to give him a hug.
Bah, bien joué, Maxime, dernier, deuxième.
So first race of the day, neat and tidy. Couple of little.
That's Emil Breitmeyer down there, also joining in the conversation. But we're going to be able to hear from the winners very soon. And yeah, let's get down there and hear the thoughts of the man who won this race.
Winners of this race, first race of the day, Armand Mille. Armand, bah voilà, c'était correct, belle bagarre au début avec Emil Breitmeyer et puis c'est parti.
Exactement, du coup on avait un grand rythme, c'était chouette et tout. Franchement bien joué à lui parce que c'était pas facile, surtout que moi je voulais réduire un peu le rythme parce que les Osiers tiennent pas trop sur le temps, du coup j'ai réduit un peu le rythme. Du coup essayer de jouer un peu sur les fermetures, sur les trucs, mais c'était très amusant, franchement on s'est bien amusé.
Ouais, bien, superbe victoire. La journée n'est pas finie, naturellement, il y en a d'autres qui vont suivre.
Exactement, j'ai encore la démo de Formule 1 avec la McLaren 23, puis j'ai aussi la course CER1 avec la Lola.
Une Formule 1 sur Dijon, c'est comment, Armand?
Très chouette, franchement, ça rappelle un peu l'époque et tout. Ça remémore un peu l'époque et franchement, c'est super comme caisse, c'est extraordinaire. Franchement, c'est dangereux, faut faire attention, mais c'est un plaisir monstre à rouler.
Armand Mille, first winner of the day. Et puis on va interviewer, we'll go on with this guy, his father starting last on the grid and now second at the finish of the race. C'est un excellent résultat. Maxime, on pouvait difficilement espérer beaucoup mieux.
Non, c'était compliqué d'espérer mieux. On est quand même en train de se dire que s'il y avait eu quelques tours de plus, on aurait peut-être pu jouer avec Armand. Mais non, franchement, c'était trop cool. Je veux dire, Dominique a fait un super départ, alors que pourtant avec l'escorte, ça n'a pas été facile. Le safety car nous a sauvés. Et puis après, ben voilà, moi je me suis mis dans ma course. Et puis c'était plus une grande séance de qualif qu'une course au final, toi. Mais c'était super cool.
Bon, comme pour Armand, la journée est loin d'être terminée ici.
Ouais, alors loin d'être terminée, mais moi j'ai plus qu'une course en fin de journée, donc j'ai le temps d'aller me reposer, contrairement à lui.
Ce sera le classique endurance racing 2. It will be the classic endurance racing 2. We go with the cameraman to see Olivier Breitmeyer. He's third of the race. Olivier, bah voilà, il fallait assurer le coup après le bon premier relais d'Emile, c'est fait.
Bah ouais, je voulais pas gâcher, il a bien roulé, il était deuxième, donc je l'ai vraiment attaqué au début. J'ai vu que Maxime m'a doublé, après j'ai vu qu'il y avait 25 secondes d'avance, donc j'ai relâché un peu. Mais bon, il a pris pas mal d'avance au début, ça m'a bien aidé.
C'était chouette, le comportement de la 3 litres CSL durant la course, c'était stable?
Ah ouais, c'est génial, ça marchait bien. Mais je comprends pas parce que Maxime, il va beaucoup plus vite que moi avec la même voiture, c'est bizarre.
C'est bizarre, il va falloir analyser la chose. He's third of the race and it's once again a familiar affair in this Heritage Touring Cup.
Thank you very much there to Vincent. So happy faces, and we've got Sunday underway here. And certainly we had a brilliant day of racing yesterday. Next vehicles out on track will not be racing cars. It will be a parade for an assortment of Mustangs. But I think before we head out to see the cars bearing the blue oval, let's look at the highlights of a race won by a car bearing the blue oval. My meal-taking victory from Maxime Guénard and Olivier Breitmeyer. Ford Capri ahead of 2 BMW CSLs. But we've got plenty more in store today, going all the way through to the Gentleman Challenge, the second of their races. They're the group that get 2 races this weekend. It's on a rotating basis, and the last race will be a 45-minute race starting at 5 in the afternoon, going through to just before 6 o'clock. But the next things on track will not be race cars, but in the minds of their drivers, they'll certainly feel there's a bloodline that is related to a prancing horse, of course, the American Mustang. It was a car that just in the 60s, the American dream was expanded to cars that had performance as well as just looks and lots of chrome. And Lee Iacocca within the Ford Motor Company was the man that really drove things forward. He was into marketing in a way where other people were into engineering. And these pony cars, they burst on the scene. They sold in enormous numbers, Andrew, and laid down a bloodline that exists through to this day.
As you said, pony cars have been 7 generations of Mustangs since then, but it started a genre, didn't it? Lots of the Camaro was the other. GM came with a big competitor with the Camaro, but then there was all sorts of other similar V8 powered cars, and the AMC Javelin, a Dodge Challenger, and a Plymouth Barracuda.
Pontiac Firebird,
all
on it
things.
went. It was all about muscle, but in time the whole genre would change. But for American drivers, home-built American cars, they sold like hotcakes, and it was a chance also when money was trickling down to younger people, and it was the dream of so many to own a Ford Mustang or a rival Chevrolet Camaro, if you will. A great car, pounds for performance. Got a lot of performance, but not that much money, and V8 engines are most of them. And they just keep. I mean, there is an electric Mustang now, but they still make a V8 powered one. And as I said, I think there's been 7 iterations over the years. And lots of clubs. There's a lot of it. I think I wonder if there are some older ones in this parade. We've got the more recent 6th and 7th generation ones here. The last revision was 7th generation was just last year. Depending how many come out, they're very much put the more modern ones at the front. In fact, just on the right-hand side of your screen, behind the red car, is a black Mark I Mustang, you'll see.
Look at that. That's a big
notchback. That's how they were launched. Then the coupe shape followed.
T4,
And then, of course, you had the performance versions that came on, and you got to the Mach 1, and then that wasn't enough. You had, because of the Trans Am series, you had the Boss Mustangs as well.
So I've got a bit of a Mustang story. I think you've got one too, haven't you?
Are you far away? Yours is going to be better than mine.
Okay, so a few years ago, there was an event called the MPG Marathon, which was an economy run. It was run for 2 days, mainly over the Midlands, and there were various categories. And myself and Andy Dawson, who I ratted with way back many years before, were the official factory drivers. And this was quite a big event. Quite a few manufacturers. Honda took it very seriously. And there were, one class, of course, was the best overall MPG you could get. And we won that with over 100 MPG in a little 3-cylinder Ford Fiesta. But I think it was the next year they decided they wanted to win another category, which was the best improvement over the manufacturer's stated MPG. And so we had this Mustang, and we were a bit surprised because Vauxhall came out with a very similar car, a sort of Holdney-based thing, with a guy called Andrew Durden driving it. And so, all of a sudden, someone came up with the same idea of having a big lazy V8 to try and win this improvement award. But unfortunately, we did win it, and got a nice little cup for it. It sits on my trophy cabinet. But that's my Mustang story. But we did do a little bit of testing with it, and there was a way of driving it where you really, because it just burbled along, and when it burbled along, it hardly used any fuel at all. And we got, I think, I've forgotten the exact figure, we got just somewhere over 40 miles per gallon out of this.
There is a thing, if you have a big V8 engine car, you can enjoy the noise, but you back it off a little bit, and you can waft along, and the fuel consumption isn't too hideous. But I know that from sore experience. But what I loved here, in fact, we had a wonderful shot just a moment ago. We talked about that first Mustang. We saw the black one with the notchback.
Yes.
And the coupe followed, but just then, a short while ago, had the coupe shape, and of course that was already famous, and then that was driven in bullet by Steve McQueen around the streets of San Francisco in that forest green livery. And a couple of years ago at Goodwood, maybe 5 years ago actually, there was a family, I think in New York or New Jersey, who just happened to own that car, the original. And, you know, suddenly Ford Motor Company got very excited and sort of wanted it back and probably offered a suitable number. But here we are, drivers who love their Americana, and here's a Mark II generation Mustang. There it is. That's the Mach 1 I was mentioning, which is a sort of slightly high performance model. And one of my father's work colleagues decided that wasn't enough from the Ford range. He wanted the Boss Mustang. I was always very envious, you know, sort of orangey yellow with a matte black bonnet. It was the coolest thing you could imagine for a 9-year-old to gawp at, but it made a fabulous sound. In fact, that was probably my first real experience of a wonderful V8 engine in that. Alas, my father chose from the Ford catalogue. They were all working for Ford. We had an estate car, not a Mustang, I seem to notice, as a child. I've got over it now.
Yeah, it's because it had a huge 429 cubic inch engine in the Boss Mustang. And
yeah, and the Trans Am series at the time was absolutely epic racing. George Follmer, very much a star of that at the time, and so many other names in the mix there too. But that was the sort of racing that really sold cars in the States, because it was the manufacturers going at each other cheek by jowl with cars that looked good, sounded even better, and the racing was absolutely fierce. Trans Am still exists today, but it's a shadow of its former self, sort of rather further down the motor racing ladder in the States than it used to be, when it very much was in the pantheon.
Yeah, it certainly was. So a Boss Mustang, which was built just for 2 years, actually, Bruce, I'm reading here.
71, 72?
Yeah, over $5,000, which I'm not sure how that translates. Yeah. So, no, 69 and 70.
69 and 70.
Yeah. But, you know, as you said, they raced those. And they came in colours, interesting. They're called a grabber orange, grabber green, grabber blue, calypso coral, and pastel blue. Those were the colours. Grabber green, what about that?
I think grabber orange was the colour. I said it was yellowy orange. That's the colour, pretty much like the car that's just gone out of shop. These more modern Mustangs also, you know, for a long time you had to import them from the States, but they started selling them again in Europe, really with this iteration that we're looking at now. And they sell them with the larger engine, smaller engine, but if you see the 5.0 on the side, you know someone's gone, I'm not having a Mustang that doesn't make a great sound.
Yeah, when we did the MPG Marathon, it was because people were importing those cars from Europe, but Ford Britain weren't selling them, and then Ford Britain decided to put them actually that you could buy one in the showroom.
I think they sold quite well, actually.
And I think they did, and you see a lot of them about, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, huge performance for you know, very sensible money. They're getting a bit of a shot of this, and so.
And what we should point out is that the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, the infield is absolutely chock full of car clubs. My sadness is I haven't had the chance to go round them this year. Last year I was wandering around like a happy young child, looking at cars you've never seen before, cars you haven't seen for decades, and also the people just having such a good time. It doesn't mean if you own one sort of car, you're not going to go and like the others as you walk around the paddock, and lots of sort of shaded areas under the trees you can park the cars, and some brilliant vantage points as well where they park them, looking around that compression out of turn 1, the rise up to turn 2, and you're there with all your colleagues. So, you know, this meeting is something very special. It's got a wonderfully relaxed atmosphere, and for the drivers to go out and at least get a feel of the rise and fall of this circuit is something, you know, they would have looked forward to for a very long time.
One of the curious things in the big American sports car IMSA Championship, one of the main sponsors is a company called Mustang Sampling, and they sponsor always GM products. And actually, it's an oil industry business, but it's always a bit strange, the Mustang Sampling Corvette or whatever it is.
It's called an anomaly.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so for the drivers to go around this circuit, this is lovely for them, honking to their friends. I'm sure they've got friends taking photos and videos of them going around. But it's the conversations you have with fellow club members. I'll give you my silly little Mustang story because I can. Long ago, a British racing driver Paul Stott said, "Hey, do you want to come up at Silverstone? I'll take you around. I've got this very early Ford Mustang." Stotting can really switch it on when he gets in a car. And, you know, the grunt of the engine was fantastic, acceleration was fine, but I suddenly realised the comparison of cars across the years, because we were going down the Hanger Straight at Silverstone, made a brilliant entry to the straight, and then a V12 Vantage GT3 Aston Martin came past as if we were standing still. We got to the corners and Stotty did a lot of showmanship, diving in late, kicking the tail out. It's very dynamic, but you just realise the passage of time and the progress that they, in their own era, would have been sort of similarly close to the top of the performance ladder. But a well-driven V12 Vantage, it just came howling past us. That said, it was sensational fun because the cars from the 60s still really pretty rudimentary, and certainly the controls rather easier to look at than they are in our little Fiat rental car, where I couldn't find any form of way of changing gear until I saw there were just 4 buttons on a panel.
It absolutely is extraordinary and not brilliant either. If you want to buy one of these second hand here in France, I'm just seeing one here for, it's like only got 26, it was registered, and the guy hasn't driven it much. It's 8 years old, but he's only done 26,000 kilometres in it, and it's 50,000 euros.
Okay.
And here's one. Oh, that's an electric one.
You scroll past that one.
Scroll past that one. Here's one from a 6-year-old car, 25,000 kilometres.
But if I was buying a Mustang,
33,000.
I'd be looking at one like this from the 60s.
Well, yes, it's the
classic coupe shape.
Yeah.
Unusual in red, basically, but it still looks super sweet. And look, the taillights and that, the 3 vertical slashes.
Yeah. But
are still being used in the modern day.
Of course, we are going to see them racing very soon with John Spears and Nigel Greenswell have got a very competitive blue one. And there's 2 or 3 of those, basically that shape with racing histories that are going to be here.
Yeah, in the next short while.
Yeah, the next race.
The Bulacek family, they've got an orange one of the Mark ones. Obviously, they'll all be Mark ones. It's the very early touring cars in the classic touring challenge. But for a lot of people, again, lured in by the image, lured in by the price, and the fact, obviously, they have been on sale in Europe, whereas for quite a long time you had to bring them over to the States. But if you say Mustang to me, I still think of this shape, the Mark 1 and the Mark 2 are the ones to me. Then they did get that sort of avoir du pas that happens so often. Weight was added. By the time you got to the Mark 3 Mustang, it was a totally different shape and just sort of evolved, but not in a way where it got sleeker, it got chubbier. So Mark 1s and Mark 2s, to me, those are the Mustangs that are interesting. But I must say, these latest ones are fantastic, and the ideas of people in the States buying European cars because they handle, now at least American cars handle very nicely too. And I tell you what, the guy who's at the top of the poll, the person who makes Ford Motor Company tick, Jim Farley, is the best thing that's happened to that company for decades, because he's a man who understands about motorsport, loves his motorsport, and it's certainly that is drifting into the car product range, and also just Ford competing as it did, particularly in the 60s and 70s, the top of world motorsport is a good thing for the brand.
I can't brag from doing this from memory. I am Googling Bruce, but of course I know the song Mustang Sally, sung by Wilson Pickett, and I did wonder, what did Mustang Sally mean? Well, Google tells us the song is about a woman who doesn't want to do anything but ride around in her new car, which is a Mustang.
Fair enough.
There you are.
Can't argue with
that.
So Mustang Sally from the Commitments. Gosh, that was quite a while ago.
Yeah. It was 1965. So anyway, with lots of interesting Mustangs here. I mean, predominantly more recent ones. There you are. Get a lot of performance.
Yeah, and obviously they've still kept that Mustang logo with the wild American running horse in various forms on the grid of the car, sometimes larger, sometimes smaller. And obviously there's now a Ford Mustang Racing Series going great guns in North America at the moment. I think it was around this weekend, and they came to compete at Le Mans.
Yes.
That's one of the things you get the guest slot at Le Mans. So I was talking about the 3 vertical stripes, lights either side of the tail. The modern cars have them, the very early ones had them too. So I like that sort of continuation of a line, and very much I think Series 5 Mustang decided to ape the initial shape. That might be Series 6 Mustang, and did it very successfully, I'd say. So plenty of varieties, and obviously a lot of competition cars would have stripes up over the bonnet, or the hood, to be called in the States, over the roof of the car, and Mustang has continued that theme for its road car owners as well. They've very much requested it. And the Mach 1 Mustangs used to, in the late 60s, early 70s, go for the competition-style matte black bonnet, and then all the stripes were a little bit more extreme on the Boss Mustangs as they went down the flanks and under the doors.
But now you've got GT3 Mustangs racing.
And they make a fantastic sound. Last week...
In the GT3 car.
GT3.
Yeah.
And last weekend at the GT World Challenge round at Monza, a field of 50 to 60 cars, and 2 Mustangs. First time they took a pole. The thing is, you don't arrive in GT3 and start at the top. It takes several seasons. And they won a prize last year, an imaginary prize for the best sound. The Mustangs should sound good in racing form, but they were, I think, 1st and 5th on the grid, and they were wiped out at the first corner.
Yeah, no.
Really unfortunate. A lot of cars
developed by Multimatic. I think Andy Prio had quite a bit to do with the early development. His son Seb's racing, I believe, a Mustang, isn't he? And but you're talking about that championship. It's just running 24 and 25. I presume it's running again.
Yes, it's competing this weekend.
There's a guy called Robert Noka who has won it both years, actually.
So the driver's getting effectively 25 minutes of track time, so they're gradually getting used to the circuit. Obviously, they'd love to be let loose at full, competitive speed for them, but it's a parade, it's a race. But so we've got soft tops, we've got hard tops, we've got notchbacks, we've got coupes. We've got the full range.
And you've got, I think we're going to get the checkered flag now, maybe. So coming to the end of this, and then we'll go from this to seeing Mustangs racing and maybe winning even.
Yeah, well, that will be something we'll look forward to. So the drivers will work their way around back to wherever they're parked under the trees between turns 1 and 4. Probably have a coffee. Certainly have something to talk about.
Yeah.
The camaraderie, of course, of all car clubs is something, even the Turner Car Club, I gather, is a hotbed of conversation.
Well, you could say that, but actually it's a Fairthorpe Car Club incorporating the Turners, Rochdales and various other strange plastic fantastics. And the Turner Car Club will be going to Le Mans Classic, or the Fairthorpe Club will, but there'll be all Turners.
And to explain what Turners were and things, these were cars from the late 1950s or mid-1950s, weren't they?
Yeah, up to towards the end of the 60s. And a little sports cars, a bit like an Austin Healey Sprite, but with its own separate chassis and a nice, prettier fiberglass body. And did a lot of racing, Turners, actually, very successfully. Used to race against the Lotus Elites. We'll see Robin Ellis in the Lotus Elite later. But the Turners used to give them a pretty hard time. So anyway, that's a little mark. This is one of the biggest motor companies in the world, and I'm sure where Ford ranks now.
But it used to be number 2. General Motors was always number 1, or was in the sort of 70s, and then Toyota just vaulted past everything. And in the blink of an eye, you look at the European car market, and certainly in the UK, you suddenly look at brands that you didn't really know about. The Chinese brands coming in and selling in enormous numbers, the JQ, the Omodas. But, for a long time, it was basically, particularly living in the States and also living in Australia, it was Ford against General Motors. So in Australia, it was Ford against Holden. But just remember that, of course, Ford at the time would have had the Ford brand, which would include the Mustang. They'd have the Mercury brand, which is slightly more upmarket. Yeah. Their top market would be Lincoln. Whereas you went to General Motors, their top brand was Cadillac. And then you had Buicks for sort of comfort and driving around. You had Chevrolet, which is the everyday car, Oldsmobiles, etc., etc. And you realise how multifaceted they were. So many individual, brandings.
There's a chap that's come from Belgium with his look. Well, you see the Belgian plate. Belgium still has a quirky red on white number plates. They were the last European country to have driving tests, I believe. Belgium.
Well, I tell you what, my parents lived in Brussels in the late 1950s, and they had such a backlog. They said basically a certain number of people on the waiting list just have a licence anyhow.
Yes. There was a car with a funny pink number plate there. I don't know if you saw it, but there was some trade plate. I have never seen a pink number plate in my life, so there's another first.
Tick it off in the book.
Might be old, but there's still plenty of firsts.
Right, so Shelby, of course, the Shelby Mustangs had a role to play. Just seeing that branding on the performance from the traditional American racing colours, white with the blue stripes. And the Shelby GT350 was a famous model that you could rent them from, I think, Hertz.
Yeah.
And a lot of them used to get back after the oh yeah, I only went to see my grandmother. There was a racing number on the door. And then there was a GT500 after that. But a GT390 wasn't there for a little bit. But right, the Ford Mustang Challenge competing this weekend. Just to let you know, Mid-Ohio circuit that actually has certain similarities to this in some ways.
I wonder if Jim Farley, he races that series, doesn't he? I mean, he races other. I'm sure we'll see him in I would think racing at the Le Mans Classic Legend, as it's called. So coming up then, we've got the older classic touring cars and Classic Touring Car Challenge having its first race of the season, Bruce.
Yeah, no, exactly.
They didn't race in the first. No. They go on to race at Ricard, and yeah, I think they just got 2 races this season.
Yeah, and just checking things out, Jim Farley, boss of Ford, finished in 10th place at Mid-Ohio, so he does what it says on the tin. He goes racing, which is great.
I'll correct myself, there's 3 rounds. So you've got Ricard, which is in August 28th and 30th. Nice race meeting to go to. Nice south of France venue. And then we've got Imola on the 9th and 11th of October. That's the final European round of this Le Mans Classic series. So 3 races for these classic touring cars. So, as we said, I haven't raced this year, but there are Mustangs right in the middle of it, and we'll see how they get on.
Yep, exactly. So the huge array of Ford's Mustangs of all ages working their way back to where they need to park, and the Classic Touring Car Challenge will follow the Heritage Touring Car Cup, which set us rolling this morning. BMWs against Fords at the front of that field. Mustangs now sloping their way back to the paddock. And again, the wonderful sweeps around this circuit. What a treat. And the sunshine had a tiny little spit of rain for a couple of laps yesterday evening in the Porsche 2-litre Cup, but it actually added to the fun rather than detracting. And looks as though set fair today. Not such a breeze. There was a breeze yesterday. Clouds blew in, but it was a wonderful day of racing. And today we've got even more. We had 4 races yesterday. We've got 6 races today, and actually going on through the day, there's an F1 demo around 12 o'clock, and then we've got a club session, more people being able to get out around the track, and then we've got a grid walk ahead of the first of the afternoon races, which will be for the Classic Endurance Racing Challenge. That's sports prototypes by and large. Then the later Heritage Touring Cup race, that's Heritage Touring Cup 2, will be the 4th race of the day. The 5th race, Classic Endurance Racing 2, and we'll end up with the 2nd of the Gentleman Challenge races for 50s and 60s cars starting at 5:05 in the afternoon. So plenty going on, and people all around the circuit. Brilliant stalls here, and if it's a circuit you've never been to, I shamefully had never been here until last year, but despite sort of 40 years working in the sport, and I just think it's an absolute gem in a brilliant part of France, and it's an extremely sort of relaxed and enjoyable meeting. And when the sun shines as it is today, gentle sun, not too hot, brilliant places to come and watch the racing from various vantage points where you can see quite a lot. I think there's a lot to be said for it.
Yeah, this race coming up we talked about a Mustang, was dominated by a Mustang, but it was Bram Bontrup's car, of course. He won 3 of the races last year, but he didn't start in one of them, so he didn't win the championship. And it was actually won by Alfa Romeo. But we'll see all those cars coming up in just a moment as we get ready for the next race. This track was built about 52 years ago. And the first ever winner here was a guy that's still around, a great character, Formula 1 driver, even had his own Formula 1 car for a while, Arturo Mazzario. He won the first race was for 2-litre prototype sports cars. We'll see those coming up in a while. And the big battle, of course, was the Villeneuve-Arnoux one in 1979. But we had an interesting run of Mustangs. Let's look at the highlights. There we are, so a little reflection there of guys having a great time in their Ford Mustangs. Mustang, such a big racing name.
Absolutely so.
Now, that is a great shot. It shows you how steep it is up that hill.
Yeah, this is turn 5. It's the halfway point in the lap. This extra loop was added to get the circuit long enough, really, to host the Grand Prix. But what it doesn't... I mean, it shows that it looks steep, but imagine if you're there, it will feel twice as steep if you're walking from the bottom right-hand corner of the frame, which is a parabolic, all the way to the top, and it carries on climbing until the drivers, and it's so steep that when they get to the crest, as they're rising up towards it, they're seeing sky. Then they come over and the track starts moving to the left, moving to the left. Hopefully their car's responding as well. But there's plenty of space for people to have a little consideration as how they're going to set themselves up for a passing move, not necessarily into the final quarter, but line it up to get it right at the end of the long straight, which is at the top of the shot there. The pit buildings, you can see our commentary tower actually is in the left hand, in the middle of that shot, if you will.
I believe you can find the 79 race on the internet, but do you imagine that Villeneuve and Arnoux went round this corner side by side and up that hill, virtually with just a millimetre between them.
But it was when their wheels, Arnoux was in the yellow Renault and the red Ferrari, I'm saying this just to put the colours in your head, of Villeneuve. They were interlocking wheels, they were banging wheel on wheel, and you think, oh, could have ended in disaster. People talk about it being the final lap. Yes, it was, but it was the 2 or 3 laps before as well. It was just truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, serenely on his way, fittingly on home ground in France, Jean-Pierre Jabouille continued in front of them and took victory, the first win for Renault in Formula 1. After being embarrassed for several years, they introduced turbocharging, and it wasn't working. It was a car that tended to, steam a lot and retire a lot. But gradually, they got the reliability to go with the extra punch that turbocharging was providing. And the rules at the time were 3-litre engine capacity for normally aspirated engines, and they sort of plucked a figure. Well, we'll only let the turbocharged engine be half that capacity. So it's a 1500cc engine, which seemed tiny after we'd become, since the start of 1966, accustomed to 3 litres, so more than a decade. And then, was it going to work? In time, it did, but it
took a while.
It took a huge amount of time to happen.
And the turbocharger was some very special fuels, BMW particularly. I reckon they were going over it. They turned them up in qualifying, and they had qualifying engines that knew pretty well going to blow up. But 1,100 horsepower, didn't they?
Oh yeah, 1,100, maybe a little bit more. But the drivers referred to them as grenades.
They did, exactly. Yes, hand grenades. And of course now the Formula 1 engines aren't much bigger, are they? And they're still turbocharged, got electric power. There's 1,600cc a current Formula 1 engine. I'm right.
Yep. Yeah, but it seems strange, the way that the performance has been sought, and people have been going, oh, can't we go back to the noise, the wonderful sounds of the V10s? You don't really move backwards in Formula 1. So they'll try and work out what is best. It's been a very difficult start to this season with the difference between a driver, the amount of speed you have if you're harvesting, and if you're on the power. So that sort of needed adjustment, but it seems to settle down. But this weekend, Monaco, where it's going to be very, very different. But Antonelli, an astonishing pole position. Sorry if I spoilt your weekend by telling you in advance, but the young Mercedes star is just really laying it down.
He is the real deal, isn't he?
Yeah.
He seems a nice lad, from what I can tell. I haven't met him, but I've spoken to people who have talked to him, and he comes across very well in interview. So we're waiting for this next event to come up. But it's an interesting thing that the fastest lap in that race was 1:25.2. In period, the Group A touring cars here, which was a slightly less spec, wasn't it? The lap record for Group A round here is Klaus Niedwitz with a 1:27.4.
So, 10 minutes until race start. So the cars will be coming out very soon for the Classic Touring Car Challenge. 27 cars on the entry list, so it's growing as it goes. And what's in the field? Well, I'll just run you down through a few. Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprints, that is the most popular car in this race, the GTA model from 1965. A couple of Jaguar Mark IIs, 3.8 litres, so obviously the engine you'd have had in the E-Type, doing things differently. What else in the mix? Ford Falcon Sprint and a Ford Mustang 289, the notchback.
Yeah.
They're in the mix. Lotus Cortinas, several of those, Mark 1s, and Mini Coopers as well, often popular in France. That is effectively your mix of cars, but we'll see how it goes. But everywhere you look, there'll probably be a Giulia Sprint GTA in, you know what, in red.
Yes, has to be.
We'll pick them out. And in the first race of the day, we had Jean-Marc Merlin returning to race in France. He's swapping his BMW CSL for a Ford Falcon Sprint 1964. When those cars came over and they started competing in the British Touring Car Championship, people thought, God, they won't handle. They're American cars. They didn't handle. But suddenly they found they actually did if they were sorted out by race engineers. They certainly made quite a marker. And then they were followed, of course. They did rallying as well, didn't they, in period, the Ford Falcon?
Oh, yes, absolutely. They had a special light panel. Bussi Lungfeld was the top driver, if I remember correctly. They did a Monte Carlo rally one year where they went very well indeed. Obviously, in this upcoming race, we've also got a chap that came to visit us very early yesterday in the booth, and then we couldn't get him onto commentary, and they had to rush off, Frank Stippler. And he's going to be in the Francois Rivaz Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA 1965 car, another superb car from the European Touring Car Championship days. And Frank will make that car go very well. Frank is better known as Audi. He's the guy that developed the Audi R8 sports car, GT3 car. And so I haven't got the note in front of me, right? He won Le Mans Nürburgring 24 hours 3 times, I think it is.
Something like that. But he's actually this year he's been working with the Ford Mustang project, GT3. But you know, when he does historic racing and he turns up to events like the Goodwood events, he is just phenomenal in lots of stuff. Here, I know he's racing an Alfa in this race, but he did turn up at the Michelin one-star restaurant that we couldn't afford, Andrew, in a lovely Alfa Spider. So he's having an Alfisti weekend.
Yeah, and the reason he was with Audi for years and years as a factory driver, that GT3 program has stopped, hasn't it?
Yes.
But of course, in the sort of GT3 Classic, if you want to call it that, legend, there's lots of Audi R8s racing. I had 2 or 3 iterations of those cars over the years.
The news sort of is possibly about to break, but there was a launch for Audi for the Nuvolari model at Monaco this weekend, and I think the follow-up will be going into GT3 racing.
Yes, I saw the Nuvolari model. Looks quite a bit different from the R8.
I rather liked it, but I've only seen the angle from the front.
I've never driven an R8, but I was driven around Road Atlanta by our esteemed colleague John Hindhoff in an R8, and I was mightily impressed both by the R8 and actually by Mr. Hindhoff's pedaling of the car.
Good.
Yes.
Good. But, I mean, that had so much success. And just talking things, Audi, of course, they took a surprise win at that event at Monza last weekend. First win since 2022, and effectively from the manufacturer that had pulled out of GT3 racing. Right, actually, just looking at... it was a good year for Frank Stippler. Talking about his Nürburgring 24-hour success.
Yeah.
2012, in which he also won the Spa 24. So that was a very busy summer. He then won it twice more. 2019... and 2024.
Well, Bruce, the cars are coming out on the track, led by the John Spears Nigel Greensill Mustang that we mentioned before. The Lotus Cortinas, one of the hot runners in that is a chap called Mark Drain. He'll be up near the front somewhere, I think. And there's a 76 car is indeed Abraham Bram Bontrup from Holland. And I think this,
fourth.
I think this was the first car he started racing, because he's quite new, as he always says. I haven't been racing very long. Knows the Hearts well, so they've brought him into racing. But there's another bloke in a Falcon Sprint, and he's got the most marvellous name for a racing driver. He's called Andre Widget.
Widget.
Well, obviously it's Widget, but for me it's Widget.
Nice American numbering on the door of that car. He called it because the Americans often used to like to have a shadow around the numbers. It was car 84 that caught my eye, which is the Rainer van Aber Kevin Abbring Mustang 289.
Another Alfa. We've got a couple of an English father and son duo. They're Roderick Jack and son Rory. Rory works with James Turner, who we saw have an excellent second place in the Porsche race yesterday.
Right, the first sighting of a Mini Cooper there as well. That was a car that just invigorated the sort of performance market. It was small but could do wonderful things, and Paddy Hobkirk most famously winning the Monte Carlo Rally, but then great British touring car races. John Rhodes and others in period. You know, little cars doing dynamic things.
Warwick Banks won the European Touring Car Championships. Saw him the other day.
Oh, did you?
Member of the BT. He then subsequently raced a Turner, I have to add, very successfully. And then, where did he go from the Turner? He went to Ken Tyrrell's Formula 3 team as a teammate to Jackie Stewart. He was the number 2 driver, Warwick, and I think it probably did his head in a bit because Jackie was so quick, and he probably went into the car. I mean, he went from a Turner to a Formula 3 coupe. Same engine, actually. Strange.
Yeah, just having a little look. European Touring Car Championship under 1600cc class victory in title in 1968 for John Rhodes, who I mentioned, works car.
Yep.
And the under 1000cc class, the smaller engine class, John Handley.
John Handley, yeah. Midland-based drivers. John Rhodes actually did a couple of non-championship Formula 1 races when they had such things.
So, wonderful field of cars.
Oh, look, lots of Alphas there. The whole picture was filled with Alphas. Where is our colleague David Addison? He just loves them.
It melts, wouldn't he? So, what we got at the front? We got a Ford Mustang, John Spears on pole position. Andrew Banks alongside in the best of the Alfa Romeos in second on the grid. He's running in the under 2 litre class, of course, whereas the Mustangs have more oomph. They're over 2 litre class. Third place on the grid is Ivan Ivanov in his Ford Lotus Cortina, or Cortina Lotus, depending who you talk to. Second of the Mustangs is fourth on the grid. It's the red one with red and black, one of Bram Bontrapp. Mark Drain, second Lotus Cortina, his car 79 starting fifth. And Kevin Abring in another of the Mustangs. So we've got 3 Mustangs in the top 6 positions, which is pretty much where you'd expect to have them. They've got more grunt. And Kevin Abring starting car number 84, which he's sharing with Renier van Arber. It's red with the very large numbers on the door. Just going through the middle of your shot now. But it's the blue Mustang on pole position for John Spears. Another Mustang much further back in bright orange. That's the Phil and Sterling Mulacek car. And they love to bring across Americana to race in Europe. Good to see some people there with the shirts bearing allegiances to previous sponsors in motor racing, most notably Gulf. That seems obviously must be here to cheer on the Gulf livery Porsche 917 in one of the later races today.
Spin your mind back a year for this race, and Bram had a fantastic battle with Carl Tilley.
He did,
wheel-to-wheel battle, and in the end he won it by 2 seconds. The end, the car was in a Lotus Cortina. It was an absolutely terrific race.
So the field absolutely bunched. The middle order just awash with Alfa Romeos, Alfa Giulia Sprint GTAs, mainly in red. Back of the grid, we've got a couple that we've got the very, very early Corvette that retired yesterday for Michel Grosfillier. Just an extraordinary combination alongside little Mini Cooper, and then a pair of Jaguar Mark IIs right at the back. But here we go, about to go racing. Classic touring car challenge, a full hour of racing for them this weekend. On the left-hand side of the screen, the blue Mustang of John Spears. On the right-hand side, it's a gunmetal Alfa Romeo with a dark red nose on it. There's Andrew Banks, then tucked in behind, Ivanov in his Lotus Cortina, third on the grid, and Bram Bontrapp. It's largely a red Mustang with a black bonnet and a black roof. The lights go from red to green, and the power of the Mustangs will surely out. Looks as though the top 3 positions already. Andrew Banks has decided, I'll go in my Alfa Romeo to the left-hand side of the screen and keep out of the way. So 2 of the Mustangs go past him, to be expected. Bram Bontrapp did not, but that means Kevin Abring, yanks his tail out of the red Mustang. He's gone from 6th at the start up into 2nd place, and he's challenging John Spears, looking very, very ambitious.
Yeah, very racy indeed. So this could be a great battle. Greenswell, of course, will take over the cars, but the Banks car is in there too, just keeping a watching brief over the 2 Mustangs. 4th is the Mark Drain Lotus Cortina, and then it's Abring, as you say, and then Rivaz, who will hand over to Frank Stippler.
Except Abring has gone from 6th to 5th to 4th to 3rd to 2nd to 1st. Before he got even as far as turn 5, the parabolic, he'd moved past race pole starter John Spears. Now, it looks at this rate, he's going to be able to pull clear fairly big time, but it's a 2-driver race, so his teammate will have to do his part too. Renier van Arber, one of the Alfa Romeos, going very well, which is the Banks family car, holding on in 3rd place. The one who hasn't made the moves right yet, in fact, where is he? Grand Prix. He started fourth. There he is. Sorry, he's in about fifth position between a couple of the Lotus Cortinas. I lost him out of my shot for the moment. Then the gaggle of Alfa Romeo Junior Sprint GTAs. Now, we'll have to pick out some of them in red. They have the works marking. Under the grille, they've got the number of stripes in white or cream that will tell you, the works cars will look the same, but when they're coming straight on, you want to see who's got 2 stripes, who's got 3. 3 cream stripes is the one on the Rivaz and Stippler car, so we'll pick that one out as the race goes on. But look at the grunt and the acceleration, the sheer power. Kevin Abbring, end of the first lap, 2.2 seconds clear. Spears in second in his blue Mustang. Third is even off in his Lotus Cortina. Then Andrew Banks, then in 5th place. There was the driver I lost from my sight for a moment. Bram Bontrup in 5th overall. Last year he was the front runner. This year, the stage has changed.
Big surprise, isn't it, this? And, yeah.
Unfortunately, a couple of cars didn't get to start. Jean-Marc Merlin didn't get a start in his Ford Falcon Sprint, and nor did one of them, that Alfa Romeo's car number 127, which should have been started by Sandra Hubart, so they don't get to play. The rest still have just under an hour to go in this race, but the pace with which Kevin Abbring and the way he pulls clear. Here's someone who's taken a tumble and parked his car.
Oh, yeah. Is he sprinting across the gravel, but where's the car?
Where indeed. Safety car, so the car that we couldn't quite see in the gravel is obviously in a position of danger. So for Kevin Abbring, it's on its side, a little green Mini its side, so that's probably Romain Guerdarel, who was in 13th position. If it was him, unlucky 13 for him.
Well, I think Kevin Abbring is better known as a rally driver, as a Dutch rally driver.
All I know is whenever I've seen him compete, I've been deeply impressed with his sheer speed. So.
Yeah.
Right, so safety car, so the field will bunch right up, but really the talk of the race was the way that Kevin Abbring started in 6th position and just rocketed it up. Second by the time they got to the first corner, and then the safety car, at this early point of the race, it's quite easy to come out and pick out the leader, so at least that has been done. So everyone will have to drop into line. So it's Fords in the first 4 positions. It's Mustang, Lotus Cortina, and Bram Bontrup did, just on that last lap, get ahead of Andrew Banks' Alfa Romeo, which has got David Hart tucked in behind him. Hadn't talked about David Hart before the start of the race, but he will very much be in the mix. But of course, as the Alphas fill the midfield, we will be waiting for the car that's on its side to be put back on. There it is, already on its wheels. At the first corner, I thought that's where the gravel trap was at its deepest. And that was indeed car number 34, the Romain Guardarel car that tipped over as minis could.
Assuming it's the same Kevin Abbring, he was a factory driver for Volkswagen in rallying, won lots of events, was the main test driver for Hyundai when they started rallying. So it must be the same guy.
Yeah, no, it would be. It would be indeed. So feast your eyes if you love cars from the sort of early to late 50s to the mid 60s in saloon car form. If you love your Alfa Romeos at that site,
yeah, look at that.
7 of them in a row.
Yeah.
Big Ford Falcon in behind the Mustang. So cars both that 4.7 litre engine, but in different body shapes. Mark II Jaguar there, 2 of them started, and then almost like the Cooper colours from Formula 1 on a Mini Cooper. I like that very much. The British Racing Green with the 2 creep colours up the nose.
British Touring Car Championship used to be dominated by those 3.8 Jags. And then all of a sudden, a couple of people started importing. So Gawain Bailey was once. Gawain Bailey, what a name to conjure with. Importing the muscle cars from America. And suddenly we had Mustangs racing, and then we had the Falcons, were hugely successful, of course. And then that was the end of the Jaguars winning with a 3.8 Mark II. Still beautiful looking. Apparently it was, back in the period, the getaway car. The best might have even been used on the Great Trade Problem.
Yes, certain people from getaway driving fame did sort of materialise in racing at various points.
Well, Roy James.
Not always with their own name.
Roy James is the famous one. I knew Roy, and he was very small a very good karting career, and got in a Formula 3 car, was just spectacularly quick. But then, unfortunately, he was locked up.
And there was another person who used to race minis under somebody else's name who was very quick, but he kept it very quiet, but always had new tyres.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. I'm not going to put any names on that one. Back to green flag racing, and Kevin Abring leads away. John Spears is now going to go, hold on, you passed me at the first time of asking. I'm going to try and hang on with you. But already, as they go out of the second turn, the way, I mean, John Spears is swinging his Mustang around, but the way that Abring is hanging the tail out, he's absolutely going hell for leather. So he's going to open the lead.
He's a rally driver, so...
Yeah, almost two sideways, I suggest, through Virage de Bretel. Not two sideways for the spectators, it would look brilliant, but he's already put the best part of a second on John Spears, who was our pole qualifier, maybe just under a second.
Yeah, but qualified by Nigel.
Yeah.
So Nigel Greenshaw will be getting in this car.
Andrew Banks, the lead Alfa Romeo driver, with David Hart just behind him. Mark Drain in the next to the Lotus Cortinas is down in 7th. Francois Rivaz in 8th. He's going to be handing his Alfa over to Frank Stippler later in the race, so that should certainly be good the whole way through.
Yeah, the Banks brothers have been major Alfa racing preparers for a long time, haven't they? I think they're in Bristol way. I think so. The company started by their father. They've got a very different car to race later this afternoon. They've got basically a Can-Am McLaren, which they haven't brought out for a while. It'd be great to see that.
Yeah, that would draw a lot of attention out on the circuit. One of many cars racing with a sort of Joe Bonnier livery on board. Good little Alfa battle, just enjoying that. That was Olivier Gallon. Yeah, Olivier in yet another sort of car.
Yeah.
He's just outside the top 10. He's all over the tail of, I don't know if it's Rory or Roderick Jack who's at the wheel of...
no, because it just says R. Jack.
It says R. Jack. I think Roderick was the starting driver. But look, for Alfa fans, lock up deep into the corner. Just wonderful. They look right. And this circuit, Dijon-Prenois, just has space to play, but it's the flow of the circuit and the use of the landscape, gentle topography, but some fairly sharp drop-offs and climbs, as you can see. Here's them smoking a little bit, but this is Alfa World in the middle of the grid, isn't it?
Yeah, the Banks' business started by Father Richards is called Alfaholics.
Of course it is.
And they've been working on Alfas for the best part of 40 years. They've had a lot of success over the years. There's quite a few lot of it. And one of the interesting things they did, they restored a beautiful Zagato R Alfa for Gordon Murray, the famous Grand Prix car designer. Yeah.
I just noticed, I was mentioning Olivier Gallon. I looked on the entry list, Xavier Gallon, but it's Olivier who's on board. And the way it's been driven, I would suggest it's very much Olivier on lots of brio. Car on 180, look out for it.
Yeah. This championship 2 years ago was won by the Banks brothers. But looks like it's got a bit more competitive with all these Mustangs now.
Yeah.
I don't think there were any Mustangs in this 2 years yet. It was pretty well a battle between the Alfas and the Lotus Cortinas.
Just saw Olivier Gallon gaining position. His is the Alfa with the Alfa Serpent on its body, just coming on the left-hand side of the screen, just behind the graphic. Actually, in the background of the shot, he's gaining a place, but it's still Mustangs all the way. 6 seconds the gap between first and second place at the moment. Kevin Abring from John Spears, and John's got a second and a half margin. There is Olivier Gallon in the middle of that middle of that Alfa trio. Diving into turn 1, the first corner, drops away into compression, then flicks up, goes into the second corner. Here it is, that wonderful compression, the rise that follows. And that is why the drivers, to a man or woman, they just love this circuit. It's really, really enthralling. The only place you're really in a straight line for more than a matter of seconds is the start-finish straight, and even that is made difficult from the fact from the start of the straight, you can't see the end, because there's that big climb, another place about to be gained by Olivier Gallon, possibly. Challenging, but Michel Ehrlich in front of him getting a little bit loose, but just about scoops it up and saves that position.
Yeah, further down the field, we've got Dean DeSanctis, who we often see racing the Lotus, Lola T70, but Dean come all the way from Florida to race in this.
Well, there's accolade enough, isn't it? Yeah. In the pits, unfortunately, we've got Guillaume Breyer in one of the Mini Coopers. It's not their day at the moment, is it? One ends up on its side. And Guillaume is coming long before the pit window opens. In fact, it's just under 14 minutes until that gets hooked open for people to come in. Lotus Cortinas.
That's Mark Drain, who races a Lotus of the Land successfully as well. And has been very quick in this car in the past, right up at the front. It's got tiny little red key lines down the side of the car. Well, most Cortinas obviously have that metalescent green colour, but it's
sort of olive green, isn't it?
Olive green, yes, absolutely.
Right.
That's it. So,
cars already being overtaken, already being lapped, and it shows again the pace. I was talking about the stripes under the grille of an Alfa Romeo. This is the one with 3 stripes, which should be, by my reckoning, Francois Rivas. One with 2 stripes is the Vergele family car, but you could just imagine in circuits where you need to identify your cars as you come through back in the 60s, it was so visual, and if all you saw was the front-on shot, that was a very, very clever way of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, back not so long ago, I remember the Audi factory team in DTM had different coloured mirrors. And, of course, the famous Matra team with Henri Pescarolo had that fluorescent green, which has been used ever since. And then Jean-Pierre Josot he had orange on his markings.
And then there was blue, wasn't there?
Beltoise had yes. But the famous Pescarolo green has continued, hasn't it, forever?
Forever and a day. One of those would be one of the Matras would be blasting around the circuit in the Formula One demo.
Yeah.
Not long after this race has come to an end.
Yeah, it's car that Chris Amon raced in period. Great to see that, actually. But this is a classic touring car challenge. Second race of the day, of our second day here, as the Alfa had a little think about going down the inside of Mark Drain, but decides not to do it. And that's Francois Rivas in the car with a handover to the great Frank Stippler. Andrew Banks keeping a watching brief in 5th. David Hart is sick just ahead of Mark Drain. Then lots of good racers up there in the top 10.
Actually, the top... If you take away Kevin Abbring from John Spears in second place back to David Hart in 6th, it's only 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's 7 seconds at the moment. So that's... I expect John Spears to stay there. I expect Bram Bontrapp in his Mustang to stay in 2nd and 3rd positions. Yeah. But, even Ivanov is doing a very, very tidy job in his Lotus Cortina in 4th place overall. Second of the Cortinas is the one we're looking at now, which is Mark Drain, who's having that real scrap away, but Francois Rivas has made the move. And next in line would be Nicholas Ditting, who's going to have a little look at Mark Drain's Lotus Cortina.
Yeah, well, Ed Morris, of course, will take over the Ivanov car. He'll be a bit quicker. So we've got some of these cars. Obviously, the 179 Spears car will go quicker with Nigel Greensod in it. The 134 will go quicker. And is David Hart sharing that car with son Olivier? I'm not sure. Sometimes they change their mind as well last minute.
I'll tell you what, he wasn't on my entry list.
No, well, I got the V3 version, but I think they got up to V5 in the end. Anyway, he wasn't on the entry list, so we'll have to see if Olivier Hart takes that over. And my friend, Mr. Widget, is 16th at the moment, so... but he'd be having fun. That's the main thing. So all these cars, basically, from the mid-60s.
Yeah, the Jaguar Mark II is just that little bit older.
Yeah, that's older, yeah, that's... yeah. And they're running together, aren't they? Well,
no, one had a problem.
Oh, did it? Yes.
One had a problem, but actually they started stone last and are effectively last that you'd expect.
Another tradition, really. One's a 1960 car, one's a 1962. But anyway, it's Mustang 289s. We've seen a lot of Mustangs on the screen, haven't we, the last hour here?
Mustang hour.
Mustang hour, as you say.
Mark Drain is having a very, very busy time moving out on the track, but that's what people come racing for.
Well,
but he's being harrowed left, harrowed right by the Alfa Romeo Giulias, and again, down at the 5th corner, parabolic, look at it there, you can go in really deep, but it does leave the door open for someone challenging up the inside. But I'd say the driving standards have been good, but many a time you think, oh, they've gone in too deep, they're going to be overtaken, but it actually is the quicker line going deep into the corner there.
Well, I think Goodwood had one of their one-off races for Lotus Cortinas only, didn't they?
Yeah, it did.
A few years ago. There's a lot of them race in the UK. Mark Drain also races in the UK. There are some very quick Lotus Cortinas around, but we don't see these Alphas very much, do we? Look at
not so much.
Well, 2 of them now.
But they're great. They wag their tails. They almost do the Lotus Cortina, lift the front wheel under cornering. Not quite, but...
Middle one's got the gold wheels, of course, which are very Ferrari-ish.
Yeah, that's the Jack family car.
Yep. Nothing they don't know about these cars.
Slight heat haze, the long shot down the start for the straight. Mark Drain still with that trio of Alphas behind him. Olivier Gallon in 180 is the one who I think is the fastest of that batch, but he's the back end of the 3. All trying to gain a position as they go between turn 1 and turn 2, and coming with he's the one with the serpent on his bonnet, but of his car just keeps his nose in front when he gets to the next corner where the track goes to the right. So plays gain for him, moves him into the top 10, and I think it was Roderick Jack who just lost the position behind.
The best mini is down in 21st. We have seen them running much higher than that in this field in the past. There it is, right on cue, just about to be lapped. There's that.
Did well not to be given a little bit of a kiss there. That was Roderick Jack braking late. He's actually had a good last couple of laps, but the Mini had almost nowhere to go. That's the one that's come back out of the pits. That's the Brazier car, so that really is just pleased to be back on the track, but certainly nothing to do with this particular battle. So this is the battle. Lotus Cortina, Mark Drain, 8th place. Et al, I think we could say. Everyone else in an Alfa Romeo tucked in behind him. Next 3 positions. And the Phase 1 Chevrolet Corvette, you keep seeing in the shot, is a lap down for Michel Grosvillier. Far heavier, giving away a lot of performance.
You'll see those little stripes in that shot there. The clean white Lotus Cortina, no sponsorship on it. So Mark runs a chemicals company, I think. But not a decal on it.
It would look wrong, I would suggest.
It would.
Cars of this period.
And of course, the Alphas don't either.
So down to the first corner, Mark Drain's been busy ever since the start of the race. The next driver to challenge him is Roderick Jack. Tucked under his tail is car number 180, Olivier Gallon. So these are the cars running in 8th, 9th and 10th positions. Our race leader, Kevin Abring, is 18 seconds clear in a 3-way Mustang battle, but it's only a 1-way Mustang battle because he's that far clear. Then John Spears and Bram Bontrup separated by under a second, 3/4 of a second between 2nd and 3rd. They're busy with each other, but actually right on their tail is Ivanov. Haven't got to see him too much. Best place of the Lotus Cortinas, or there are 3 of them, so he is best rather than better place. Oh, little late potential change of angle there. One of the Alfa Romeos giving chase, it was Olivier Gallon. Roderick Jack has already gained a position ahead of Mark Drain, so things are chopping and changing.
So the rally ace, Abring, as I said, former factory Volkswagen driver and test driver Hyundai, his best lap, 1:36.1, and Spears' best lap is 3 seconds slower.
Wow, extraordinary.
And Bontrup, well, very similar. The lap times of Bontrup and Spears and the other 2 Mustangs are very similar, 38.9 and 39.0. And Abring's just that much quicker.
Well, place being gained there, Olivier Gallon going past the Lotus Cortina of Mark Drain. Roderick Jack's going to get into position behind, see if he can challenge as well. Really, really good scrap between that group of cars, but the basic story of that one is 2 of the Sprint Julias have managed to get past, and 2 of the many, and Mark Drain is delaying those behind. Next one to make a challenge, the red one with the yellow corner, is Nicholas Ditting, so he's going to be going to see what he can do.
The Cortinas seem so angular, don't they, against the swooping curves of the Alphas.
Yeah.
I think the basic architecture of the 2 engines are quite similar, the twin cams.
Probably pretty much were, but
a big lock-up.
Bear in mind, they're aiming for entirely different markets. It was the saloon car market, the Cortina was going for, the family car, and always those Alfa Romeos, those lovely Julias, they were fun cars. They were sort of 2+2s, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, it wasn't the space. I mean, obviously, the Ford GT, the Ford Cortina was the GT first, which was the sporty version, and then Ford got together with Colin Chapman to produce the Lotus Cortina. And initially, had pretty trick rear suspension, if you remember. They had an aluminium bell housing. Aluminium for the diff was aluminium in the Lotus Cortina.
Oh, right.
It had the word Lotus on the diff, and I hung a panhard rod off that, which managed to pull the diff apart. The casing apart. A lot of it got changed. They didn't. I don't think it had leaf spring suspension either, which Cortinas normally have.
Oh, right.
Anyway, the whole rear setup was different.
Here's our battle for second place. Yeah. Kevin Abbring in the leading Mustang, leading by 23 seconds. Yeah. And these next two, blue Mustang John Spears, Bram Bontrop, and hanging on the back, I should say, not just two, is three. Wait, 2, 3, into shot, even off. There he is, and he's being harried still by Andrew Banks. So you've got Mustang, Ford Lotus Cortina, Andrew Banks, best of the Alfa Romeos, and he is clear in that class by 16 seconds from David Hart. Anyone who could be 16 seconds ahead of David Hart in the same sort of car is doing well, but obviously the Banks family so much experience with Alfa Romeos, and he's making it pay.
I think they're pretty, Andrew and Max, pretty evenly matched, aren't they, on their speed. But the pit window will open in just 2 minutes' time, so we'll see what Nigel Greensall can do about Kevin Abbring.
Yeah, what one would presume that John will come in relatively early, but he might be appraising it and going, there's no way I can catch Kevin Abbring.
Kevin Abbring, on the entry list, is driving with what presumably is the owner of the car, Rainer van Arb. So, what his speed's like? So it's not all over, is it?
Oh, it's not all over. No. Absolutely not. We know that John Spears is a very quick driver indeed, but we know whenever he puts Nigel Greensall in, he goes even faster still. Yeah. So he knows he's got that to bring into the reckoning, but if he's enjoying himself and reckons, and he's getting messages from his pit wall that he's not 10 seconds down, he's not 15 seconds down, he's 26 seconds down on Kevin Abbring, he may think, well, my only chance is to get Nigel into the car ASAP, but if the gap is so big, even Nigel wouldn't claw it back, I'll carry on. Who knows? Who knows what he wants to think? Even off in the more traditionally olive-flanked Lotus Cortina is in 4th place overall. Andrew Banks all over his tail. Really, we want Andrew's car to be back among the pack of Alfa Romeos because we can pick it out because it's gunmetal in terms of its livery among all the red ones, but driven beautifully, so of course it deserves to be where it is.
Remember those Mark 1s had little Lotus badges more or less over the rear wheels, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know the full sort of details of the financial deal that Colin Chapman struck with Ford or vice versa, but obviously it would have been sweet for his Formula 1 team to have that cash coming in.
Just showing the black overalls, that's Max Banks, I think.
Amazing looking at the different cornering lines through the final corner. Andrew Banks sweeping in much wider than the Lotus Cortina in front of him. Don't know if it's any quicker, but it clearly is what works for him, his tyres and the Alfa Romeo. He's only about not even a second down on Ivanoff's car. Yeah, 8/10 of a second down on it. So 4th and 5th still very close, but along the straights, the Lotus Cortina has a little bit more punch by the looks of things, but around the corners, the twisty bits, so the Alfa Romeos that little bit better.
I remember you telling me this before when we saw this racing, but originally the car was known as the Consul Cortina.
That was what was on the grill.
By Lotus, yes.
Yeah. And the Ford Consul name was used quite a lot, wasn't it?
Yes.
Then it moved on to the base model of the first Granada. And then they tried to sex it up a bit by having the Consul GT, but obviously most people wanted the more upmarket Granada in that early 70s dive into a new model for Ford.
There is one of 3,306 Mark 1 Lotus Cortinas built. Wow. And I had one of the 4,093 Mark 2s as my motor news staff car, which you were on Autosport. We got better cars than you. We got paid more than us.
That was
maybe hold it by a bit.
Enough for another bag of crisps a week. Boy, we were rolling in it.
Well, I love my Lotus Cortina.
I bet you did.
I had the engine tuned by BRM, no less. And you had Formula Ford tyres on it. It was a flying machine.
Hold on, Andrew Banks has just swept. I think even must be coming into the pits. Yeah, the White Lotus coming into the pits. So Banks has moved up into 4th place. Still super close to 2 of the 3 Mustangs that are at the front end. Sterling Mullercheck's rather further back in his Mustang, orange Mustang, down in 8th. But 2nd, 3rd and 4th in shot together. So Banks very competitive. Bram Bontra right in the mix, right on the tail of John Spears. But they would need binoculars to find Kevin Abring. He's 30-second, half a minute clear already after 15 laps. 2 seconds a lap gain. Xavier Gallon will be in the race. He's standing in the pit lane with his silk Jaguar overalls. So father of Olivier watching on and waiting.
He's got silk cut overalls, haven't he? Because they own maybe 1 or 2 silk cut Jaguars. Little Mini quickly saw. Well, nice to know. Try and find out the history of this car. Oh, very sideways, hangs the tail out, and that brings transition into racing from rallying. Maybe we can find that out a bit when we get hopefully a pitch interview with Kevin Abring. But there he goes, cross the line again. He's not coming in yet. Is he going to hand the car over to his Dutch compatriot, Reina van Abe?
Yeah, so having had that Mustang parade, 5 notchback, 289 models from 1969, 1965 in this race, and the one being rung, having its neck rung, is Kevin Abring's car number 84, swinging it around. Just we saw the 2nd corner of the opening lap, he was putting the tail out. Yep. Been doing it ever since, so he'll sort of live on the way he's driving this car in the memory of the people sitting on the spectator banking around the 4th corner in particular. He gets down to this, the 5th corner of the parabolic. What's he do? Just kicks the tail out a little bit, and then relying on the way that the circuit sort of cups the cars, take it up the hill. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, still John Spears, still Bram Bontra, still being harried by the Alfa Romeo of Andrew Banks. But just remember, we had the Lotus Cortina coming into the pits of Ivan Petov. Bontra left it a little bit late and thought there was half a gap.
Yeah, it was offline, wasn't it? They had to just stamp on that brake pedal a little bit hard.
Right, still cars coming in now to the pits, but the only one of the front runners who's pitted so far was the one from 4th place, Ivan Petov. Even off, he'll have Ed Morris taking his Lotus Cortina, car number 124, over. And it's a fairly short lap here. So it was the fastest lap in the race, 1 minute 36 seconds. So you have time spent in the pits, and it almost equates to 2 laps.
Yes.
I think someone was completely out of the reckoning, not a bit of it.
I don't think we've got any handicaps in this, extra handicaps, that I can see.
Okay, adjusting the seating position, because Olivier is rather taller than... There's Olivier tall by the car, and Father Xavier a little bit short, well, quite a bit shorter, so he's having to have the seat moved forward to his satisfaction. But again, with the mandatory pit stop time, there is time to make these adjustments without crossing. Andrew Banks is now diving into the pit, so brother Max will be waiting.
And I think Spears,
so goes John Spears. John was a bit later cutting across to it, but Bram Bontrap, who had that little mistake on the last lap, continues on his way.
Yep.
Up now to 2nd.
He dropped a couple of seconds back, didn't he? That's... There's the Ford Motor Company with a Coca-Cola sponsorship on the car. I'm sure the history of that, but Bram imported the car from America.
It's a very, very Trans Am race livery there. Ford for quite a long time ran with the red with the black top, so they look very, very neat, I must say.
They do.
But he's really enjoying it now. As you say, this is the car he really cut his historic racing teeth in. He's raced lots of other stuff since then, but he looks happy in this car. He looks even happy now he's got nobody immediately in front of him. I think John Spears maybe was slightly delaying him, but doing nothing untoward in staying there. But there was no solution to be found. Now we're looking at the Banks family car. Andrew out. He's on the stopwatch.
The alcoholics across his chest. Something's a bit of, what was a bit of a nightmare?
Something, I couldn't hear. Something's a bit of a nightmare there or thereabouts. He mentioned tyres earlier, but I didn't quite get the fullness of the linking words, which are quite important. Kevin Abring into the pitch from the leader. One of the remaining Minis and one of the many, many Julia Sprint GTAs come out of the pit lane. I think that's probably the Jack family car. It's got the gold wheels. Should have been handed over to Rory Jack.
Kevin Abbring, well, he's in, he's had his run, he set the fastest lap of the race by a whisker under 3 seconds.
I know our cameraman is running down the pit lane to get there to see if there's a driver change. And we've got another screen, and it doesn't look as if Abbring looks who's going to stay in, doesn't it, Bruce?
Well, it certainly does, unless he was so quickly out of the car.
I don't think so.
Camera wasn't there, but they're just simply
looking under it. Oh, now that, yeah, we've got selected that shot now, look.
No,
yeah, there is a driver change. Yes, there is.
Ducked out of sight. We couldn't see Kevin Abbring out of the car, and the driver change taking place. And
the big question: how quick is this guy?
Yeah, well,
car owner,
big unknown.
Yeah, very typical American style numbers painted on the car. I don't know if Franssen can get down there and get a few words with our race leader.
One of the problems you have in a race like this is when a driver pulls in, it's a long pit lane, and these cars don't have the pit garages, so the pit crews aren't always where you know they are. You're not putting up in front of your garage, and many a time you see the person with that important stopwatch in their hand arriving somewhat after the car has got to a halt.
So Bontrop stays out at the moment. We've got a few infringements. How we track limits third? Who's that?
It's car 79. That's not one of the front rows. But it is actually. It's Mark Drain. So he was going so well in his Lotus Cortina. He was second in the Lotus Cortina battle.
Has he got
5-second time penalty. Warning for car oh, that's for him as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's going to hurt him a little bit.
All right, Bam.
Oh, we haven't got.
Brad Bontrop needs to come in. Only 2 minutes left on the clock. One of the other Alfa Romeos coming in at the moment, but Bontrop now enters the pit lane. He's taken it to the last sensible moment that he could come in. He could possibly squeak one further lap, but he tends to drive solo, so there's absolutely no point in delaying his time. Right, people on board cars, Nigel Greenstorm, always keep an eye out for him. He's taken over what was the second place Ford Mustang of long-term driving partner John Spears, and we'll see how there's Nigel right now. And I think it's time to go down with Vincent in the pits and find out the very latest from a driver who put in an amazing opening stint, Kevin Abbring.
In the pits with the leader of the race, Kevin Abbring. Kevin Abbring is a pro driver, of course, here in the historic racing. Kevin, just first question, driving a Ford Mustang of the Dijon-Prenois track, how is it?
The combination is really, really enjoyable. I mean, obviously, it's a track with long, demanding corners, so you really have to take care about your rear tires. But on the other hand, with a car like this, you need a bit of slip angle. So, no, one big smile from start to finish.
We know that you are an excellent rally driver. It's a kind of rallying here.
A little bit, without the moving cones, I would say. But this makes it special, and to feel the passion here and to have all these original nice cars racing against each other on the limit, it's just fantastic.
You think that Rainier can take this first place and go to the finish at this place?
We have to see. I think Rainier showed a good pace in terms of single lap time, but obviously he needs to manage the traffic, and it's always you know, it's not about limit, but it's about feeling when you can show yourself in order to show that you be there and that someone else moves on the other side. On the other hand, you always have some space left or right, so you got to try without, making someone else scary. So if he has the pace in traffic, I think we have a good chance, but normally it's all decided in the last 5 minutes.
You are kind of coach of him?
Yeah, wherever I can use my experience, I will. So after each session, we analyze the data and the video, and but for him now, he knows how to drive. It's a bit of a mental game now.
P1 till now in the race, Kevin Abbring and Rainier van Abel. He's at the wheel now.
Thank you very much down there, Vincent. So yeah, cool, calm, collected, and just explaining his role there, Kevin Abbring. Drove it beautifully. Actually, I'll tell you what, Rainier van Abel is trying to mimic, but actually has to watch. He was running a little bit wide out of turn 4 there, so maybe the car is set up a little bit loose, or maybe he's looked to see how Kevin drives it. He's trying to do the same, but sitting on a lead, we'll let you know, it should be around 30 seconds, 32 or 3 seconds perhaps, when everybody has gone through and settled down. Bram Bontrop was one of the last people from the front of the field to come in. He's just exited the pit, so he's definitely notified that he's driving solo. But Rainier van Abel had a cushion of half a minute or so, and we'll see how his lap times settle down.
Yeah, if we give it a couple of laps. And then...
I tell you what, Ed Morris has hopped in. He's immediately got chopped down in that Lotus Cortina that's been running fourth with Ivanov, and he's now lapping within 1.8 seconds. Remember the fastest time set by Kevin Abbring, who was the best part of 2.8 seconds clear of anyone else. So suddenly the number 124 Lotus Cortina definitely coming back into the mix, and it's a question of where and what pace we're going to see from Nigel Greensall when he's taken over the blue Mustang from John Spears.
And let's not forget Frank Stippler either in sixth place, and Frank will be rowing that car along very quickly indeed. So was all sorts of interest in this race with the second drivers, but my initial thoughts are that Van Arbe is pretty quick in this machine. Just looking at the splits I've seen so far. So we're going to go back down to the pits. Mentioned Frank Stippler, but here's his owner, François Rivaz.
Another driver that was in front in the first part of the race is François Rivaz from Belgium. François, it was a nice stint for you.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Great. Really fun. We were a good group, and there was a bit of a moment when the safety car came out. It was almost stopped, so we all had to lock our brakes, but everyone survived, and yeah.
This car is very pleasant on such a track.
It's fantastic. Dijon, for me, is one of the best tracks, especially with the GTA. It's so flowing, it's so natural, it's an old school track. It's a great vibe, yeah.
You're driving with Frank Stippler. He's a pro driver, of course. You still learn things from him during a weekend like this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I learn all the time. I mean, he's a friend, but he's definitely got a lot to teach. Yeah.
This car 22 is a car to watch till the end of the race with Frank Stippler at the wheel now.
Thank you very much, and Frank has just moved ahead of the Jack family car to be the second best place of the Alfa Romeos, because of course Max Banks took over from brother Andrew, who was right at the sharp end of the field. Let's run you down the order. Rainer van Ab has taken over the number 84 Mustang, the bright red one from Kevin Abbring. It had a 32-second lead before the pit stops, and afterwards it seems he's got, I'm just waiting for the next car to come through.
Yeah.
Ed Morris, who's now got the Lotus Cortina started by Ivanov is up into fourth place. Oh dear, 179 should be out on track, and it is not. So Nigel Greensall took over from second place John Spears and is back in the pits with a problem, going nowhere. He would be going fast, but he's going nowhere fast. That's the problem. So that is why we've only got one Mustang at the very sharp end of the field. Bram Bontrup is in fourth place at the moment. Right, Ed Morris just got clarification. 28 seconds down on Rainer van Arbe and is starting to chip away. So our race leader pitching it in there. Let's have a look at a replay of a big lurid moment from Rainer van Arbe. On the opening lap, he came round here a little bit loose, ran over the exit of the corner. This time he's way off. He was on the red and white marking last time, and this time enthusiasm. So that's the corner he's got to mark himself as a little more caution on the way in. Turn 4, Virage de la Bretelle, hardest corner of the circuit.
Well, that Mustang is definitely retiring. I know, just looking out the window, Nigel climbing out of it, taking his crash helmet off. And, well, what a shame, because I think he was definitely in for a podium. But, so the big question mark is how quick is Van Arbe? And the answer is he's doing fine, actually.
Yeah, but he's being hauled in big time by Ed Morris. Ed Morris in the first timing section of the lap, and the second he's taken 3.5 seconds in the first two-thirds of a lap. So it looks like there's a Lotus Cortina going to the front. We thought this was going to be a Ford Mustang race. It could still be. What Bram Bontrup's pace going to be like? He's looking, actually, he's not as fast as Ed Morris. So, right, I tell you what, maybe it's not going to Mustangs, and it's certainly not going to go to John Spears' Mustang, the blue one that was running second before the pit stop, because Nigel Greensall's brought that back in the pits, and the start driver, John Spears, will tell us what is wrong.
One of the Mustang won't be at the finish of this race. John Spears, what happened with the 179?
Just towards the end of my stint, we were getting fuel pressure problems, and now the fuel pump has stopped working completely. And we've had this problem before when we've used the sustainable fuel. I think it's because the sustainable fuel is so pure, the fuel pumps are not used to dealing with it, so it's a shame. So unfortunately, we're retiring.
John, just before we saw a parade with all the Mustangs, how is it in Dijon with this Mustang? Is it pleasant to drive?
Oh, it goes around this track so well. You know, it's a car you can drive on the throttle, and it's wonderful to see so many of them out here today. So hopefully the Classic Touring Challenge will go from strength to strength. It's a good grid, and a good varied grid too.
Thank you very much, John. And unfortunately, there won't be any lap in this race for Nigel Winsell.
Okay, well, that's very unfortunate indeed. But again, look at the gap is coming down. 3 seconds gained on the last lap by Ed Morris in the chasing Lotus Cortina. It's forward from Ford. It's still the Mustang of Reinier van Aber. The car started by very impressive Kevin Abbring. In the world of Alfa Romeo, look down the grid. If you're an Alfister, you will just be loving this. Best place the Alfas is in third place, Max Banks, who's almost traitorous. He hasn't got one that's in red. There's no red on it, but the one that's making the moves, car number 36, just lock up there. Nick Ditting, he's just gained a particular place, chopping and changing. Andrew.
Something we hadn't sussed out is that young Alfie Briggs has got into the...
I've just written it down. Yeah, he wasn't on the 8 list, but he's joined Mark Drain, and we'll see how that one goes.
He was driving the Lamb with Mark Drain. I believe he's now coaching him. So Mark Drain being coached by a teenager. Alfie Briggs are so quick in LMP2 cars. We've seen him winning in Zytek in this series last year. And very much a protege of Bob Berridge and the BBM outfit.
Last year at Imola, there was an all-Alfa Romeo race, and at certain points in this race, it looks like it's precisely that again. You've got Gaggles, 3, 4, or 5 of them at a time, and then you suddenly go, hold on, there's a Mustang up the road ahead of us, so it's not all. But they're just so suited to this race. The best place of those is Max Banks in third overall, second best in that Alpha grouping is Frank Stippler with Rory Jack now behind him. Michael Ehrlich's had some spectacular moments as well, but all just having so much fun. Nick Ditting, Olivier Hart, that's a little battle we've just seen on screen. So David Hart started number 11, and Olivier is gaining ground in that. He's down in 9th at the start of the lap, but I think may have passed Ditting. He's certainly having good crack at that.
Alfie Briggs is in 10th, but he is about the second or third fastest guy out there at the moment.
Yeah, settled in nicely, as they say.
Yes, I think you're right. I think Ed Morris is taking about 2.5 seconds a lap of Van Arbe.
What I would say is Van Arbe is actually settling down. His lap times are starting to improve. So maybe he's worked out going slightly more slowly into the corner. We're looking at now, turn 4, Virage Le Bretel is better. And for whichever Mulacek is in the car, it's probably Sterling at this point of the race. Suddenly he's got the world of Alfa Romeo coming past. He takes the tight inside line. And actually the faster line, as I've said earlier, is around the outside, but he can have diminishing returns. Oh, 1, 2, 3, what's going on?
Oh, Alfa's going by him. Yeah.
Oh, Sterling actually ended up on the grass coming over the rise there, trying to keep out of the way. Oh, it's Phil Mulacek. Sorry, Sterling must have started.
Yeah, Phil's the father in the Texan oil business. Yeah, this last lap, Ed Morris really gobbling Van Arbe up and took 1.4 seconds out of him in the first sector even.
Yeah, the first sector is actually the part of the lap he seems really, really strong in that Lotus Cortina, car number 124. So at the moment, Reinier van Aber cannot see the car that's chasing him because with a 20-second margin, you can't. But I have to keep an eye on his pit. But we've got 15 minutes left. I think he might still be able to hang on. But again, it's a 1-hour race, and tyres by the end really might not be performing as sweetly as they could be or should be. So that could be slightly harder for Reinier van Aber. Ed Morris has way more race experience as he gives chase. Max Banks, of course, in third, knows his Alfa Romeo forwards, backwards and sideways. Michael Ehrlich in shot there, running around 5th of the Alfa Romeos, I beg his pardon. Yes, exactly 5th, but he's got Roderick Jack all over the tail of it. Sorry, Rory Jack all over his tail.
Rory Jack, yeah.
Alfa's as far as the eye can see, but certainly having a great deal of fun. Just seems super, super suited to this circuit. There's Nick Ditting, Michael Ehrlich, who's been very, very flamboyant. Down out of the 4th corner behind him. The Mustang of the Mulacek family tried to stay out of the way, but a lap ago he had 4 of these sprints going past him in the space of about 3 seconds. This time he's only got 2 of them trying to challenge, because 2 have gone clear and almost over the horizon in front of him. And just keeping an eye on the progress of Alfie Briggs. He started the lap in 10th place, but certainly looking very handy, having taken over from Mark Drain, that Lotus Cortina. He's catching. He's got 5 Alfa Romeos ahead of him on the time charts before he gets to another Ford, which is Bram Bontrup, still down in 4th place and unable to match the pace of Max Banks, who's doing the second leg of the race. Took over the number 189 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. That's the one in gunmetal with the dark red nose from brother Andrew. He's running comfortably in 3rd place, but nowhere close enough to challenge Ed Morris, who's another dozen seconds up the track.
Yeah, Ed's got a long career from coming out of karting into junior rallycross, but 2006, remember, he was running in the sports car, sports prototype at Le Mans. And I think he had a podium in LMP2 later in the season, but he's raced at Le Mans, and a very good driver coach as well as Ed Morris, and just showing, you know, that professionalism and skill. But now we've got a chance to go down to the pits, because Fransen's really got into overdrive. He's getting these interviews in. Let's hear from his latest interviewee.
In the pits with this Jaguar Mark II. It's an older car, but it seems that maybe a retirement with some problems. Alexandre Leban was the driver. Alexandre, en français, cette interview, qu'est-ce qui se passe avec cette Jaguar?
Elle marche très bien depuis le début du week-end, sauf aujourd'hui, malheureusement, problème d'allumage. Voilà, alors est-ce que c'est l'allumeur, est-ce que c'est les bobines, est-ce que c'est tout un ensemble qui fait que... Voilà, malheureusement, les aléas.
Alexandre, on se retrouve dans une course où on a devant des Mustang, les Alfa Romeo Giulia, etc., les Ford Cortina Lotus. Celle-ci, elle est plus ancienne, hein, cette Jaguar Mark II. Quel plaisir vous prenez?
Alors, je prends toujours du plaisir au volant de cette voiture, qui est une voiture quand même, malgré les apparences, assez formidable et assez agile. C'est vrai que c'est un petit peu compliqué au milieu d'autant de GTA. Voilà, on se fait tourner autour, mais ce qui est normal. Donc, ce serait bien que d'autres participants se joignent à nous pour essayer qu'on se rigole un petit peu plus à la fin sur la fin du plateau. Voilà.
Et ce circuit de Dijon-Prenois, ça vous plaît, ça?
Dijon, c'est superbe. Voilà. Formidable, rien à dire, c'est un des meilleurs circuits. Castellet, Dijon, voilà, formidable. Toujours des bons souvenirs.
Dijon-Prenois seems to be a very, very, very good track for all the drivers.
Well, it doesn't seem to matter what category car they race. Anyone in historic racing thinks this circuit works, and it really does. You look at the action out on the circuit, and there's always someone to play with, and just the rise and fall really helps make it fun.
11 minutes to go, Bruce. Probably about 6 laps. Ed Morris probably taking a couple of seconds a lap off Van Abe. So I think the Dutchman probably can hang on. Just watching Frank Stippler is up in 5th place now, but there's quite a gap between all the leading runners. There is the car which has led throughout, the Dutch-owned Mustang.
I suppose what we have to see now is how good he is in traffic. He knows he's got the performance to overtake pretty much everything around, but what he's done, he's dialed it back in the last few laps, and his pace has picked up accordingly. So the rate of gain that Ed Morris is having, he's down to 16 seconds in arrears. It's reducing.
Yeah. Well, it's exactly what Kevin Albring said in the interview, wasn't it? You know, he's now got to manage the traffic, and there is quite a lot of it too. And obviously the Minis and the Jaguars and that Corvette, slower cars further down the field. We've got 3 retirements. Obviously, most significantly, the Nigel Greensill car. We heard fuel pump problems with that. He's throwing it around like Albring as well, isn't he? He's not afraid of this. He's driving it well. He goes between the Alfa and the old Corvette, and then crests the rise and comes down the pit straight. Well, lots of Alfas there as well.
Yeah, just looking to see where the gaps are small. Certainly between Nick Ditting and Michael Ehrlich, there's in their Alfa Giulia Sprint GTA, 7th and 8th overall, just 2 seconds between them. Alfie Briggs is hauling them in, taking 2.5 seconds a lap off them. Should be able to catch them.
It's, what is it, 4.7?
4.7, so he's giving away, he's about 1/3 of the engine size.
Probably a power race, but obviously a lot more weight. But Cortina, very well-balanced car, and
no, Reiner Van Aert, but having fun. Traffic, these gaggles of cars he's had to pass the last few laps will then be on the nose of Ed Morris's car, and it's a question of how the Ford Lotus Cortina driver can make it work for him. But continues to chase, continues to chip away, and with every lap he is catching. But we're into the final 8.5 minutes of this race, so I think perhaps the number 84 Mustang of Reinier van Arbert, and the driver who started it and pulled from 6th on the grid, very short order into the lead of the race, then open out more than half a minute of an advantage. That's Kevin Abbring. They should together, he and Reinier van Arbert, take victory in this race.
Yeah. Just looking at the penalties, Bruce, I think there's one with speeding in the pit lane, but I think not one of our front runners, is it? No, it's one of the Mini Coopers.
Yeah, Michael Ehrlich will have he's running 8th overall. He's the car that Alfie Briggs is aiming after, and he's got a 10-second penalty, so Briggs in reality has already gone up to 8th place overall.
Somebody's done a 4th track limit. Who's just looking at that?
Number 40, which is Michael Ehrlich, which is...
yes, that will drop him down. I'm sure he'll get a penalty for that. So that will...
Well, he's getting a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, so that will promote Briggs.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite enough to promote Rory Jack, who's running just outside of the top 10 and 10th overall. Reinier van Arbert continues to lead the race, chased by Ed Morris. So it's Ford Mustang from Ford Lotus Cortina. The best of the Alfa Romeos way out clear in that class. The Banks brothers, Andrew started it, and Max is going to finish it. But they've got all that experience, the family company, Alfaholics as well. So they know their car's going to be beautifully prepared. But it's also just feeling confident. And I honestly think these Julia Sprint GTAs look so much fun around this. Oh dear, more problems in the pits because Michel Gros-Fillier has brought his Phase 1. So C1 Phase 2, I think, is actually the full nomenclature of this. Very enthusiastic driver, and he says, I like to drive cars of the period and imagine what it was like for drivers in that period. He's very clear about why he likes cars like that echo the 60s and late 50s, and the Allard J2 he races as well. That's, that's a very physical car, but very much of its time.
Yeah.
Under 10 seconds, Ed Morris down to 9.8 seconds, but the clock down to only 6 minutes remaining. This is going to go right to the flag, I think. It seemed almost insurmountable when Kevin Abbring pitted the number 84 Ford Mustang, that one bright red with the very American-styly door numbers. I thought more than half a minute advantage, that surely is enough, but...
Well, and also it's great, isn't it? It's new blood in this championship. We haven't seen this car before, I don't believe, so it's a new winner. And... as Mark, the chief executive of the organisation running this race, saying there's lots of new cars coming and grid's building up.
Yeah, Alfie Briggs is up to 8th now. Michael Ehrlich is behind him, past him on the track. Next target is Nick Ditting, so he's gaining places. So at the latter stages of the race, we've got 2 Lotus Cortinas making the moves, and that's Nick Ditting. There's Alfie Briggs, Nick Ditting in the little Alfa Romeo, and the slightly larger, taller, longer Lotus Cortina that corners a little bit better in the hands of Alfie Briggs. Onto the start-finish straight they go. Looks like another place is going to be gained, but then there's a big margin to the next driver up the track, which would be Olivier Hart. So 7th, as we predicted, would be about as high as Alfie Briggs can go. However, some people have been getting time penalties. 10-second penalty to car 79 was the last we heard, which is Alfie Briggs.
Oh, dear. That's how Ed Morris...
So what he's gained, Michael Ehrlich, who passed, got a 10-second penalty, so Nick Ditting will go back up to 7th overall.
Ed Morris has clipped it back to 7.9 seconds now. It's a tall order, 4 minutes left. It's going to be 2 laps, I think.
Yeah, I think he's going to get to within about 2 to 3 seconds.
I think he is. I think he's going to have him in his sights, but not quite do it. Unless, of course, Van Arbert, under pressure, makes a mistake, which is always possible.
So he hasn't really had too much time looking at
that's that Ford Falcons
for a while.
We haven't talked about that, have we?
No.
All that. The Alfa all a bit wide and locked up going in. So Van Arbert, Morris, Banks, Bontrop, Stippler and Olivier Hart.
When we were just saying that Ford Falcon, it was the one we mentioned before the start of the race, André Bouget.
Yeah.
And we lost the other one, which was supposed to start the race, Jean-Marc Merlin. Right, car 124, pressing on, 2nd place, Ed Morris, the gap down to 7.9 seconds, the clock down to 3 3/4 minutes remaining in this race. And again, wonderful exit shot. This is turn 9, where the other Lotus Cortina that's making progress has been noted for exceeding track limits. That's the one that Alfie Briggs is driving.
Doesn't necessarily mean he'll get a penalty. Depends how many times he's done it. 30 seconds.
We get a warning flag.
Somebody's got done for overtaking the safety car.
That's Bram Bontrop in fourth place overall. So
that's yes, indeed. So that
Frank Stippler will get up into the top 3 in this. No, he won't, because Bram Bontrop was 4th. We get up into 4th place.
4th place, yeah.
Max Banks is the best place the Alfa Romeo is. He's in 3rd. He's some distance back. Right, first and second down to 6.6 seconds. I think the driver we're looking at now, our race leader, Rainier van Aber, has got enough in hand with just under 3 minutes on the clock. Doesn't want to exceed any track limits. He's very close to them there. You have to have at least one wheel inside the white lines marking the circuit. You know, sometimes the only way you can drive is the only way you can drive.
Yes.
And if you try and moderate it at a late stage to be a bit cautious, you start to make mistakes.
Another track, second warning flag for 55.
The Jack family has just dived into the pits. That looks as though it's over and out. You wouldn't choose to make a pit stop 2.5 minutes before the end of the race, and that had been running in tail end of the top 10, so everyone else has just moved up a position. Had some really good scrapping early on for both of the Jacks in that car. Right, 2 Lotus Cortinas together. But the one that counts is 124. That's Ed Morris's car, because that's the one in second place overall. Doesn't want any delay whatsoever. But Alfie, that is the Briggs-mobile in front of him. Both very quick. In fact, Alfie Briggs, I think his best lap is slightly better than... No, it's not. The better lap is Ed Morris. Right there it is. The confirmation. It is the Jack family. Alpha out of the race at this late stage. So a little bit of awareness there, perhaps.
Not really sure why that Briggs drain car is so far down, really, compared with the Morris Ivanov car, because they were running quite close. I wonder if he had a longer pit stop.
No, I think they were, because the Ed Morris Ivanov car was running in 4th or 5th position. Then there was quite a gap back to the gaggle of Alfa Romeos.
But now he's almost a lap behind.
Mark Drain lost positions as his session went on.
Yeah,
and I think it was just the sheer number of drivers. Right, Rainer Van Abier, 5.4 seconds clear. We've got one further lap after this one. He's got 1.5 laps to go, still swinging it around, loving it. I'm sure he'll be full of smiles when we get to speak to him afterwards. Still sounds great, that 4.7 litre engine, 289 cubic inches, swinging it around. And this is a circuit where you're changing direction almost constantly with 5.4 second margin at the start of this lap. Here come the Lotus Cortinas. It's the one that's second in that grouping is the one that counts. That is the one in second place overall. But Alfie Briggs, who's down in 7th place, a lap down, is in front of him. And that may help or it may hinder. I think it's going to be hinder rather than help Ed Morris, but they're both quicker than this race leader. But as he goes up the slope, Rainier van Aber will start his final lap. He crossed the start-finish line with about 15, maybe a dozen seconds to go. But he knows now this is the final lap, and the Lotus Cortinas, he'll see them. He won't know which is which, though.
But there he goes across the line, and the gap, we'll just see it in a minute.
4 seconds, I'd reckon. 5.2. Okay, a little bit of scrapping. He matched their pace on that lap. In the final sector, having finally got through, Ed Morris lost a bit of time. He lost about a second to where he should have been. Now, wonderful shot. Of course, they slide in a far less dramatic, more elegant style than the Mustang. Not so much weight to
penalties are still flying thick and fast, because Ditting just got a hit for 30 seconds.
Okay, there's going to be a sudden readjustment on the final time at racing speed. Again on the exit to Virage de la Bretelle. Our race leader was flirting with danger, track warning, but he managed to stay within track limits, and certainly Ed Morris continues to be chased. Here is first, here is second, and here is a car that's a lap down, but lapping as fast as the pair of them with Alfie Briggs at the wheel. He's in 7th place overall. I think there's going to be a lot of shuffling when the penalties are applied post-race, but Rainier van Aber just has to pace it home now. He'll know they're getting closer, but he knows maybe in 2 laps' time he'd have had trouble, but he is built on the work of Kevin Abring, who gave him a gift of 32-second advantage. That's been whittled away by the chasing Lotus Cortina.
Cortina really caught up a lot of this lap. It's taken, best part 2 seconds out of him, hasn't he? Well, he's just got to hang on now. Don't overdrive. Keep it cool. Swoop around the rest part of Dijon and then head towards that checkered flag for a famous first-time victory for this car, I believe.
Yeah, neat and tidy, and in the end he wasn't totally pressured. He'd have seen them getting larger. The margin, I reckon, I don't know, it'll be 3.1 seconds. So that in the end would have been another lap. He'd have been starting to get challenged. It would have been 2 more laps. So Ed Morris comes home in second place. His Lotus Cortina down by 3.1 seconds. Then there's a bit of a gap. Then we're waiting for the Banks family crew. Andrew Banks started in his Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA, and Max Banks will be coming through at some point. But such was the margin of our race-leading and race-winning Mustang. Ed Morris in the Lotus Cortina, close 3.1 seconds, another 40 seconds or thereabouts back to Max Banks coming through.
I do wonder what Nigel Greenfield could have done in that Mustang had it not had the fuel flow problems.
Right, Bram Bontrup crosses the line, but he's got a lot of penalties. He's fourth there in that black and red Mustang, just coming out the bottom of the shot. And in behind would be Frank Stippler, just coming out the bottom of the shot as well, or sometime soon. Ford Falkland continues. Would like to see one of those nearer the front in the year ahead, but you can be sure some people will be looking at those and going, yeah, why don't we race one of those in the future? They look fun.
Just looking to see if they're going to adjust on our timings for in the...
Doesn't always happen immediately.
Oh.
Right, there is Xavier Galland having crossed the line. But Reiner van Arbe, there he is, car number 84, victory for the Mustangs, or the Mustang in this case, was challenged early on by John Spears, but very early on we saw Kevin Abring making his break, making his move, pulling very well clear of everybody else. Well, that was an interesting race with a fabulous array of cars, and if you were a fan of Alfa Romeos, just watching them even 1, 2, 3 at a time going around this swooping circuit was something to behold. Best of them at the end was the Banks family duo of Andrew and Max. They finished 3rd overall, and best of the rest of them was in 5th place overall, Frank Stippler. I think our order might be a little bit jiggled by certain driver penalties, because at the moment we knew one was coming the way of Alfie Briggs. He moved up to be the first of the lap runners in 7th overall, having passed a gaggle of Giulia Sprint GTAs, but I wouldn't write anything in ink if you want to write anything down, but it does seem all is fine for our race leader, for our race winner, Reinier van Arbe, and Kevin Abring hopefully will be there to greet him, because he's obviously coached him very nicely indeed.
So just the 2 races down this morning. We've got a very busy afternoon, haven't we, Bruce? We're going off for a little break in a moment, have a bit of lunch, and obviously give the marshals a bit of a break, and everyone. Here is our winner. He gives us the victory sign, and he will climb out in just a moment in this car, new to the series, new to us, and we'll try and find out the history of that for the next outing. Just 3 rounds in this series during the year. But we've got lots of nice sports prototypes and Lola T70s race. We've got a Porsche 917 we're going to see this afternoon, which went pretty well in qualifying.
Oh, it was Nigel Mansell driving the car, according to the helmet.
Oh, hell, must be a fan.
No one said. So that's Reinier van Arbe, and he'll be very satisfied with that. So great to have some new faces. When we come back after lunch at first race of the afternoon, Classic Endurance Racing 1. You mentioned Lola T70s. But let's dive down, because there should be a very, very happy driver there, Reinier van Arbe, and we're going to hear his winner's thoughts down in Parc Fermé.
And just after the Mustang parade is a Mustang victory here in Dijon-Prenois with this guy, Reinier van Arbe. Reinier, it was a nice race.
It was a really good race. We were trying, of course, since yesterday, pole position to make this happen. And a little bit of luck, I guess. I heard behind us they were battling. So, but I was happy with my lap times. And of course, with my co-driver, Kevin, he's amazing. He's so fast. We developed the car together. For me, as a gentleman driver, just to try to push myself. And the last 2 years, I've been really grateful for that. So I'm happy to be on the podium at Peter Otto.
In the last part of the race, we saw this Ford Cortina Lotus of Ed Morris coming and coming and coming so close. It was a problem for you or not?
My crew was making me nervous just by telling me, let's push, 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 push. But we had a good time.
How important is it to have a co-driver like Kevin Abring? We know that he's a pro driver. He's a kind of coach for you?
Kevin is not only a fast driver, Kevin is a friend and also a really good mentor. I think the best mentor. This is like he brings me all the technique, all the mindset, the right car, the right setup together with Milestone Motorsport. So yeah, we are really proud of this result, and we've been working for this for the last 2 years. So happy to be on the podium.
It's a Dutch victory here in Dijon-Prenois.
Thank you very much. You can see how much it means them to work together as a pair and develop, and you know, drove it very well. I was slightly concerned right at the outset because certainly Reinier van Abbe was being a little bit loose, and maybe he's watched a lot of Kevin Abbring, but he really toned it back down and was snapping very nicely come the end, and did what he needed to take victory.
Yeah, just tried to push, but the car was sliding way more than before. So because everything is hot and everything. Sliding a little bit.
And again, the multilingual, but the lingua franca of so much of racing is English, so chatting away like that in English, but discussing the way the car's handling. And today, you know, if it was a different weather conditions, if it was a lot hotter, those cars, certainly the cars from the 60s, would have handled in still an even more different way. But today they got everything right, and you can see the pleasure and the satisfaction from that, Andrew.
Absolutely right, Andrew. Interesting win. I didn't have that one predicted, but we didn't know how quick that car was, and we didn't know the rally driver turn racer was going to be that quick either, did we? But it also, that's a great drive by Ed Morris as well.
Well, it was a race that was going to be always a Mustang versus Cortina versus Alfa Romeo battle. We got precisely that. And let's take a look back at the highlights of all that happened.
Yeah, well, nice scenes there to bring the morning to a conclusion. And Van Abbe's been racing in there's a sort of DTM Classic Series, apparently. He's been racing a BMW in that.
Okay, well, there's no racing until after lunch now, Andrew.
Oh.
So it's goodbye from us until we'll be back at 1 o'clock local time for a packed afternoon of racing here for the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or at Dijon-Prenois. And there is a drone shot showing the beauty of the circuit. Goodbye. Catch you later when the streaming comes back at 1 o'clock.
See you later.
Untitled Chapter begins. Peter Otto redefines the classic. A new name, a new season, for a new story. Season starts now.
Welcome back to Dijon-Prenois. This is the Le Mans Classic Series, and it's the amazing event that is the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or at this superb Dijon-Prenois circuit. So this aerial shot just showing the ebb and flow, but what you cannot see is the gradient change. My name's Bruce Jones, loving this entire event, and alongside Andrew Marriott, equally enthusiastic, and it's quite a circuit, isn't it?
Yes, Bruce, it certainly is, and we've enjoyed a pleasant lunch amongst the racers. That's one of the great things, that we were able to sit down with some of the racers, get some more inside stories. Plenty of those coming up, and a great race coming up too, because it's the Classic Endurance Racing 1. One of my favourite races, got some great sports prototypes in this race is a fabulous Porsche 917, a genuine Gulf Team factory car, which is being driven by a Monegasque chap who owns a second one, which he's converted into a road car. Actually, the car he's racing is owned by a Japanese group, but we'll see that. We'll see lots of Lola T70s. We'll see a former Grand Prix driver in this, in Jan Magnussen, who should be the man to beat. But there's Armand Mio, we've seen him earlier today. He's been very successful in this category, particularly here. We see the famous Dutch father and son, David and Olivier Hart. They won here last year and actually beat Neil in the Magnussen car, which is shared by a guy with Chris Ward, who's got a terrific history and has won at Monaco, has won at Le Mans Classic and so on. But here we are to see the cars coming out, and just classic prototypes, and there is a 917. So it's
car number one, drawing an enormous crowd in the paddock as you're nipping down to pick up some chocolate bars to keep us sustained through the afternoon, through the commentary. So many people taking photos. And think about it, that was a car from what first won Le Mans in 1970. That puts a fair few years on the clock, but it still draws the eye. You look at it, it's a proper racing car. We've also got in this field lots of little Chevron and Lola 2-litre sports cars, which really provide the mix, but the bulk of this field, here we have two of them in shot, a dark green one, which is the Hart family car, and immediately behind another, I think that was Nick Ditting's car, Lola T70s, from the youngest one to those to the oldest as well. But lots of little cars, the bright yellow Chevron, one of many of these little sports cars made by a company in the northwest of the UK. Very, very effective indeed.
Most of them have Cosworth engines in, not all the same as the BDAs, the FVCs, and so on, different engines, but pretty similar. Some have. Not sure in this category. Occasionally there's a BMW engine sneaks in as well.
Yeah, certainly lots in the Chevron B8. You would be having the little B8 engine. One and only Di Tommaso here this weekend, the Pantera, driven by Ralph Kelleners, who I think is down to start that one. I have to look the long way down the list because it's not at the sharpest end of a sharp field. And we had 48 cars entered for this. I think it's been whittled down to a mere 47. So it's a packed grid. And for Porsche fans, plenty of those in. And the one and only Spider here this weekend for the Lola T70s, ex-Team Surtees car, always carried that white arrow, whether it was on the blue background or the red. And John Surtees, for the uninitiated, world champion many times on motorbikes, then tried cars, and the first race he ever saw, he was in and he was leading. That was the merit of the man. He went on to become the only driver to win world title on four wheels as well as two. And of course he took Ferrari by the scruff of its neck and made it competitive again in the mid-60s.
And then fell out with them in a big spectacular way, and then did a lot of similar very good work for Honda as well. So here we are, there's the classic lines of the Lola T70. There's two iterations in this race. There's the Mark III, was three iterations actually. The Mark III, which has a bigger engine but smaller wheels. They changed the regulations. They pegged it back to 5 litres, but it is had more tyre on it, and they tend to be the marks, that's called the T73B, they tend to be the quicker ones. But of course we just saw that John Surtees car you're talking about, that was the open top car that preceded these. It's the same chassis basically.
Yeah, same chassis, slightly cooler today in this weather.
They call it the Spider, and there's not so many of those around actually, but classic Surtees livery. And I write for a little magazine called the BRDC Bulletin, and I just wrote a story about the Surtees. I do a liveries.
So where did the arrow come from, that arrow shape?
It was a friend of John Surtees came up with it. It was a lady actually, and there was no quite. Well, we've got an interview coming up, but I'll go into that a little bit later.
Okay, well, let's go down, because that interview is someone very important. He's the Director General of Pete Auto, Marc Aoun.
At the start of the GRIDWALK here in Dijon-Prenois, we have some cars, we have some people. There will be many, many others in a few minutes. With us, Marco Aoun. We start in French, we'll go on in English. Marco Aoun, on se retrouve à Dijon-Prenois, Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or. Ok, il reste une après-midi, Marc, mais quand même, la météo, le circuit, les voitures, les courses, tout va bien.
Tout va bien, tout le monde a le sourire. On a des grilles très remplies à Dijon et c'est traditionnel. C'est un meeting que tout le monde adore. On a des gens qui viennent des quatre coins de l'Europe, beaucoup de Suisses qui viennent, des Allemands, mais également d'Europe du Sud et beaucoup de Français. On a presque 270 voitures en piste avec, vous voyez, en CER, presque 50 voitures. C'est un grand spectacle et puis c'est un circuit que tout le monde adore, sinueux avec des élévations et ça, voilà, on en prend plein les yeux.
Marc, récemment, on a vu arriver des nouvelles catégories avec des voitures un peu moins anciennes ou un peu plus récentes, on les appelle comme on veut. Ici, quand on voit le programme, bah, c'est bien la preuve que les anciennes ne sont pas oubliées chez Peter Auto.
Ah non, pas du tout. Non, on adore les anciennes. Déjà, c'est un circuit qui permet de les voir glisser, c'est un vrai spectacle. Et puis, on adore les voitures des 60s, des 50s. On a des plateaux très remplis, même en CTC, et également en gentleman. Donc oui, Peter Auto, en fait, c'est toute la course historique. C'est l'endurance, c'est le tourisme, et ça représente en fait toutes les époques qui sont toutes très différentes en fonction des règlements, en fonction des types de voitures. Et quand on voit les voitures des années 50, c'est un spectacle magnifique. Et puis on va jusqu'aux voitures des années 2010. Mais ici à Dijon, on se focalise vraiment sur les années 50 au début des années 80.
The next one will be Le Mans Classic and a special edition, the first one of Le Mans Classic Legend. It will be something new for Peter Auto.
Yes, it's completely new, and we decided to create Le Mans Classic Legend because, you know, when we created Le Mans Classic in 2002, we were racing cars up to the 80s, so 20 years before. Now we are in 2026, and the endurance continues to write a beautiful story. So we have now LMP1, LMP2, GT1, GT2 from the 90s, the 2000s, even 2010, and these cars are very inspiring for younger generations. You know what we call the young timer phenomenon, and we think that we can create something really nice with these new grids, and we think that this will be a great show. These cars are beautiful, they are fast, they make noise, and I think this will be a big success.
New categories, new grids, and also a new kind of public, probably.
Yes, a younger generation, but still very, very passionate by motorsport, by cars. And we'll see also lots of clubs coming. You know, Le Mans Classic is traditionally on the track, but also in the paddock and in the club area. The club area will have, I think, 4,000 cars. And what I always say is that Le Mans Classic Legend, you will have the younger generation bringing their parents, and Le Mans Classic Heritage, the parents bring their kids. And the entire, this is an event for the entire family. And we plan to have also lots of animation, and including concert, you know, performance on stage, beautiful village, demonstration, video games, you know, vintage video games, and a very new identity.
Start of July, it will be on the Le Mans circuit of the 24 hours, of course. Le Mans Classic Legend, please don't miss it.
Yeah, Mark, very interesting guy. He's come out of the motor industry. He was the boss of Porsche in France, overall chief d'équipe, and also boss of Porsche in Canada as well, I believe, for a while. So, and then worked for Audi as well. So, you know, he's got a big motor industry career, and then he's moved over to racing, and he's offering some great leadership in taking this series and the group forward.
Yeah, he's clearly got a proper love of historic racing as well. He, you know, when he was in doing an interview with yesterday, Andrew, he was, you know, really bubbling and smiling away. But how could you not bubble and smile when you look at the grids assembled here? I've always loved the Lola T70, such an exquisite shape. This is the one that's starting on pole position. Chris Ward will kick off, and then Jan Magnussen will follow up. But let's go down to the grid because Vincent Franssen is going to speak to the driver who is on pole position. Let's hear his thoughts right now.
That's the cool moment of the afternoon, the start of the afternoon here in Dijon-Prenois with Chris Ward and this Lola T70 number 70. Chris Ward will start from pole position. Not a bad thing.
No, not at all. And another great effort from the team at Legacy Outlaws Racing. We had to change engines between free practice and qualifying, so that was no mean feat. And then to reward the boys with and girls with a pole was fantastic.
The start of the season was quite good for you and Jan Magnussen, of course. It can be the same here?
We'd like to think so. We'll be trying our best. Today we have the burden of glory, so we've got an additional 20 seconds in the pit stop. So we've got to overcome that. But the car's going well, and it's a great circuit, a great event, and we're looking forward to it.
How is it with Jan Magnussen? He has such a tremendous career, of course. He seems to be so passionate about those historic cars.
Indeed, he's passionate about all cars, but he loves the historic cars, but it's pure, it's natural, there are no aids. And it's down to the coordination of your feet, your hands, with the gear changes, etc., and managing the car as well. It's not like a modern car that you can push 100% all of the time. Sometimes you need to ease back a little bit in order to get the car through to the end of the race.
How is it on this circuit of Dijon-Prenois with this kind of car? Easy, not easy?
No, it's great. I mean, the circuit's fantastic. It's real old school. It's got lots of everything. So it's a real challenge to drive and extremely good fun too.
They are the favourites of the race with car number 70. It's a Lola 70, Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Entered under the Legacy Outlaws brand, and they've got some glorious cars coming out to race. We've got a lovely little Lola open-top car, which will be in the second of the CER races. This afternoon, we start with the earlier. This is 68 to 74, this 1974 period. The second of the classic endurance racing is for the cars from the mid-70s onwards. But this is the cars where they're really starting to change shape. And I love the fact it's not just Lola T70s. There are so many of them. It's quite extraordinary. But tucked in behind me, a Porsche 90803. We've got an ex-McLaren Can-Am car from fifth on the grid for the Banks brothers, doing something a little bit different. They were out with their Alfa Romeo before lunch, but a real change of pace. Looking on board the cars, we heard about old school circuit, but these are analogue cars.
Yes, absolutely.
And I thought Chris Ward described it beautifully there, getting the balance right between hands, feet, steering, throttle input, and then, of course, at a circuit like this with lots of gradient change and camber change, that's another triumph as well.
Chris, a bit of unsung hero, really, because one of the few historic drivers that has won a race, the Monaco Historic, albeit the sports car race with a Cooper. He has won a plateau at Le Mans. He's won lots of big races at Goodwood. He has not won one of these championships yet. And there's that marvellous 9083 Porsche. Let's go down and find out more about it.
Look at this beauty. It's a Porsche 90803 with Marc de Siebenthal at the wheel of the car. The other drivers are just playing, speaking, chatting and so on outside the cars. He's concentrated in the car. Marc, on va le faire en français. Ça se présente comment avec cette Porsche ici? Particularité de cette Porsche sur ce circuit, elle est bien adaptée, hein?
Oui, la voiture va très bien dans le technique, les courbes. On n'a pas assez de vitesse de pointe mais, par rapport à la concurrence, mais faut essayer de faire l'avance à partir arrière du circuit. On verra bien, la course est longue, il va se passer plein de choses. Donc, on part très confiant. Il y a eu un petit souci de technique hier. Apparemment, c'est réparé, donc on verra bien si ça tient.
On verra si ça tient. Et puis les pilotes sont assez unanimes par rapport à ce circuit de Dijon-Prenois. Tout le monde a l'air d'adorer ce circuit avec ses voitures historiques, c'est idéal.
Oui, absolument. C'est un super tracé. C'est un des rares circuits qui n'a pas été modifié depuis sa construction. Et il n'y a pas de chicane. Donc c'est vraiment un circuit, ça roule. Juste, moi, j'apprécie beaucoup. Il y a du dénivelé, des belles courbes. C'est juste magnifique.
Maybe a little lack of speed for this wonderful Porsche with Marc de Siebenthal at the wheel, but he's one of the favorites of the race.
Yeah, it has the Van Lennep and Marco names on the side. But this was a team test car. It's a genuine factory car, but it was used mainly to test. It's in the Martini colours. So just going back to Chris Ward, you know, and his career, and it all started at Aintree. You know, he's from the Liverpool area, and Richard Peacock Racing School there, and Richard really helped him, and he had a lot of success in various Formula Ford cars for a while, and he had a period when he raced Lister with Julian. Raced the Harry against the Listers back in the British GT Championship. But all that success, and Chris's dad raced in the past. I remember him racing a Brabham BT35 a long time ago. But he goes really well with Jan Magnussen. And this the Outlaws philosophy is interesting because the South African owner who's pulled it all together is using two different teams. So they'll be running this Lola with Rob Bicknell and Chris Beck from Gibson Motorsport. And then later when they have the Lola T292, which will possibly also be a winner, that's run by Complete Motorsport Solutions. But they bring it all together as a team. And they've got a tagline, built on heritage, driven to win.
Well, it's not a bad one. You were talking a short while ago about the Porsche 917. There it is in classic Golf livery, and Vincent is going to have a quick word with Claudio Rodaro.
This is a legend, this Porsche 917 with the Gulf colors, of course. Claudio Rodaro is a very happy man to be at the wheel of this car. Claudio, juste avant cette course, une 917K, naturellement, c'est la légende du sport automobile, la légende de l'endurance.
Ah oui, c'est une voiture légendaire sur un circuit légendaire. On part en 4e ligne, mais la course va être magnifique.
C'est un circuit que tous les pilotes ont l'air de bien apprécier ici au Dijon-Prenois avec ces voitures anciennes. C'est une série de courbes qui s'enchaînent et qui sont assez fluides et naturelles, c'est ça?
Oui, c'est un circuit très technique et peut-être que la 917 n'est pas la meilleure voiture pour ce circuit, mais c'est quand même fantastique et oui, moi j'adore ce circuit.
Claudio, on sait qu'une 917, bon, il n'y en a pas 160 qui roulent tous les mois partout. Donc on roule à quoi? À 80%, 90%, 95%, 100% des possibilités de l'auto?
Non, je garde toujours de la marge parce qu'il est interdit de sortir avec cette voiture. Donc je reste quand même très prudent et je garde toujours beaucoup de marge avec les autres. On est à 90%.
90% of the capacities of the car for Claudio Rodaro. He has to be quite careful, of course, with this legend of endurance, this Porsche 917.
Absolutely. So we've also got a 2-litre category in this race. Frank Stippler, we saw in the Alpha in the race before lunchtime. He will be the man to beat in that with his Chevron B19.
He's starting from 6th. That's very impressive. You look at far more powerful cars behind. Another Chevron is car number 19 immediately behind. That's also the under 2-litre class. Rolf Sigrist at the wheel. That's the one that he's sharing with a certain Nigel Greensall, who hasn't had a lot of luck at this meeting so far.
And he's sharing 2 of those cars. So he's got to get out of one B19 and get into another. I hope they can coordinate the pit stops nicely. There is the 19 car. Rolf Sigrist, very late into racing, didn't start until his 50s, trained by Nigel, coached by Nigel, and is very quick these days, is Rolf Sigrist.
Certainly whenever you see them quite frequently on the top step of the podium, it's smiles all round. But just going back to the Porsches, if we will, at the sharp end of the field, the 90803, we can see the right-hand side of the screen, car number 4, sunlight flash coming off its flanks. That was a car they tended to use predominantly on twistier circuits.
Targa
Florio in particular, running around the roads of Sicily, tight, twisty, frequently with a bit of livestock in the way. And then the 917 obviously was far better, particularly once they decided that the long tail, the Langheck, actually wasn't providing the stability they wanted. They went to the Kurtzheck, took victory at Le Mans in 1970, and the rest, as they say, is history. But, you know, the fact they could run parallel programs was very good indeed. But let's get some further news and views from down on the grid with Vincent Franssen. It's warm down there. It looks great. Let's find out.
Total comfort here with this umbrella, Serge Kriknoff and the Lola T212. Serge, on va le faire en français. Il y a pas mal de Lola T70 au départ. On voit qu'elles sont en ordre utile sur la grille. Alors la vôtre, c'est pas une T70. Expliquez-nous.
Alors c'est une Lola quand même, mais c'est pas le même numéro effectivement. C'est les petits 2 litres, Sport Proto 2 litres, qui était à l'époque, il y avait un grand championnat dans les années 70 jusqu'à 76 avec les Alpines d'ailleurs, les Alpines Renault. C'est un championnat qui était très relevé. Il y avait beaucoup de pilotes de F1 qui venaient faire ce championnat, qui était européen, mais en fait, il y avait beaucoup de pilotes du monde entier qui le faisaient. Très relevé. Donc Helmut Marko, qui a gagné d'ailleurs le championnat avec cette voiture en 71. Helmut Marko, comme tout le monde le sait, c'était le patron des pilotes Red Bull, la filière Red Bull. Et voilà, donc la voiture, voilà, c'est un petit proto, c'est un petit 2 litres, ça fait 250, 260 chevaux, donc à peu près la moitié de moins qu'une T70. C'est plus léger, ça fait 580 kg à peu près. Donc c'est plus léger aussi qu'une T70. Par contre, là, il y en a beaucoup. Hein. Ça va être, c'est une piste avec une ligne droite, je crois, qui fait combien? Tu sais mieux que moi, peut-être.
Elle est longue, la ligne droite de la fouine. C'est une grande fouine, en fait.
Je la trouve trop longue cette ligne droite, surtout pour nos petits moteurs. Donc là, on va se faire atomiser par les T70, ça c'est certain. Et puis après, on se fera gêner, je pense, dans les sinueux derrière. Donc il faudra gérer, c'est une cause de gestion, je pense. Voilà.
Parce que sur certains circuits qui sont plus techniques, ces protos de moins de 2 litres, en fait, font jeu égal avec les T70 notamment.
Exactement, sauf quand c'est Jan Magnussen qui est au volant, où là, c'est intouchable. Mais effectivement, normalement, sur les circuits très sinueux, on a notre mot à dire, mais sur les grandes lignes droites comme Dijon, Mugello, ce genre de choses, c'est un peu plus compliqué, quoi.
Ça veut dire que l'objectif, c'est de remporter la catégorie proto moins de 2 litres ici?
Exactement. Ça, c'est déjà remporter. C'est de se faire plaisir. La première chose, c'est de se faire plaisir, de ramener la voiture entière, d'être lundi matin au travail. Voilà. Donc c'est plutôt ça l'objectif. Après, si c'est sur le podium, c'est bien. Si c'est pas sur le podium, c'est pas grave.
The most important thing for Serge Kriknov is to have fun with this car. This car will be one to watch during the race.
It certainly will, and he is the under 2 litre champion in this category currently. That's an ex-Helmut Marko car. Remember Helmut Marko, we all know about his Red Bull days, but before that...
Well, he took the title in 1971,
yes,
the European 2 litre championship. But yeah, he was a racer, then he lost an eye. Remember, he was blind.
BRM, yeah, I was
in the eye.
I was at that meeting. I was reporting that meeting in BRM. But yes, so very enthusiastic. Got lots of great cars. That's a quick one. Got an FVC engine in, I noticed, just from the above shot. So we're moving down the grid. Also, I noticed a bit of a last minute here. Here we've got somebody I saw on the entry list. We've got Mike Cantillon in there, who's be one of the fastest guys in the under 2 litre class. We just had lunch with him.
And John Emberson is starting immediately behind Michael Cantillon. And Cantillon, who should probably go well and demolish the field.
Yeah, we mustn't say that, because Mike used to have a demolition business, but he sold it. So John Emberson is also sharing with Nigel Greensill. So presumably Greensill is starting that one, but we can get back down to the pits again, really working hard down there. And another interview coming up in just a moment.
Many prototypes on this style grid, of course, but also some GT cars and a Ford GT40, just a wonderful car, really. Sohail Ayari, au départ de cette épreuve, je disais beaucoup de prototypes et puis quelques très bonnes GT comme la GT40. Ça doit être plaisant de rouler avec ça ici.
Ah oui, c'est une voiture merveilleuse. C'est pas pour rien qu'elle ait gagné beaucoup à son époque. Et c'est toujours un plaisir inouï de la piloter. Et ici d'autant plus, c'est un circuit où ça roule vite. Et on est très performant. Bien sûr, les prototypes sont encore plus performants que nous, mais pour une GT, on vend chèrement notre place.
Alors la question qu'on peut se poser toujours avec des voitures aussi légendaires que celle-ci, le pilote comme vous, qui est un pro, vous utilisez ça à quoi? 80, 90%, 95%, 100%, on fait quoi?
Non, on essaye de pousser bien sûr avec la retenue de la période pour la voiture et ce que représente la voiture. Mais c'est des voitures qu'on essaye de pousser et qui sont faites pour être poussées. Mais c'est une voiture très fine à conduire et il faut beaucoup, comment je vais dire ça, beaucoup d'expertise et beaucoup d'implication pour la pousser dans ses derniers retranchements.
Et puis ces voitures historiques, dernière question Sohail, sur ce circuit en fait qui n'a pas évolué depuis sa création en termes de tracé, l'infrastructure complètement, mais en termes de tracé, c'est un régal ça.
Oui, bien sûr. On adore les circuits qui ne sont pas insipides et celui-là, il fait partie des circuits inoubliables, quoi. Voilà. Pour moi, c'est un de mes circuits préférés en France.
Yes, Dijon-Prenois is definitely one of the most favorite tracks of many drivers today here in Dijon.
Yeah, Sohail Ayari has got a very interesting career. It looks as if he was heading towards Formula One. He was successful in Formula 3000, won the Macau Formula 3 race, of course. And now he looks after most of the cars of the career of Mr. John of B when Mr. John of B is racing.
And he clearly enjoys it as well.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Beams through, he's smiling away as he left lunch. Fantastic drivers' club here, the biggest cheese board you'd ever see. That was quite hard to leave that behind. I had a good go at attacking it, obviously. But look, this is what it's like inside the cockpits. There's not a lot of space. Being sports cars, there has to be 2 seats, of course, not that one is ever particularly used, but a bit more gadgetry on board now than there would have been in period, of course, with a few little add-ons on the left. No sat-nav, obviously, but everything else is on board. Indeed. It's basically to record what the driver's doing, isn't it? So they can analyse their laps when they get out.
And also digital clocks, so they can time pit stops and things like that they didn't have in the day. Well, this car is in South African Team Gunston colours. It obviously went down there and raced in the Springbok Series, the number 33 car, so...
Except, we've had this conversation before.
Oh, we have had this conversation.
Grand Bahama Racing.
You're right, Mike Diudi. You're
Mike
right.
Diudi and
same colour scheme.
Frank Gardner.
You're absolutely right.
He did run with a couple of periscopes behind, but Roderick Jack is standing there.
Yeah.
And so it's orange with the brown central stripe, whereas obviously the Gunston colours were orange and brown, but slightly different. But
very slightly different. I got caught out last 2 races ago, smack wrist with that, but absolutely right. Mike Diudi was a very rich but good racer in his day, and like the Lola T70. So anyway, just on the grids, Chris Ward and Armin Meal, he's very quick in one of these cars. And last year he finished just behind, 3 seconds behind the Hearts. I think that we saw that the Henry Gompelé Marc de Semtal car. I think that has been given a bit of a bonus in its pit stop. I think it won't be in the pits as long as anybody else.
Okay, well, that's something we'll look for. It's a 1 hour race, so the pit stops will come just either side of the half-hour mark, but it's certainly warming up out there. Some of the drivers in the open cockpit cars will be a little gladder. Interesting thing to me was talking to Jan Magnussen at the last round of this series at Spa-Francorchamps. For the next race, the CER2, the next one of this series, you say you wouldn't believe how much stuff comes into the open top cockpit of his car. And he showed a cracked thumbnail, and that was just bits of rubber firing up into the cockpit. And he's a small fellow, so he can hunker down, but it's all a driver in an open-top car like this glorious number 80 Chevron. You have got bullets coming your way.
There's a yellow car, but right at the front will be another yellow car. It'll be the Lola T70 of Emil Breitmeyer. We've seen him racing earlier. He's very quick. The Breitmeyer family just acquired a second Lola T70 as well. They have bought the ex-Ollie Bryant car. It's a storied history with that particular, I think, Ulf Norrinder car originally. They've recently bought that, and Emil drove both cars yesterday in testing, comparing them. One's running on fuel injection and one's running on carburetors. And although obviously fuel injection is a more modern way of putting the fuel into the Chevrolet engine, he's found it is easier to drive the carburetor car. So that's his regular car. The Bryant car's had a huge amount of success in all his hands at Goodwood and Daytona. They've raced it there successfully. But it's moved to another good group, Team Bright, so called, from Belgium. And so Dad will be in the car which is number 14, which is still in the old Valvoline colours that car raced in. And Emil is in the yellow one, which is not the ex-Ollie Bryant car is an original, although it did get rechassid sometime in the 70s, whereas the Emil Breitmeyer is a continuity car, but I believe one that was built by Lola. Lola did build some continuity cars. There's another Lola. This is a car, if you don't know what Brahma is, it's the best-known Brazilian beer brand. Brahma Chopp.
Chopp, exactly.
Chopp is beer.
Yeah.
And there it is with Brahma on it. It's raced by a series of different Brazilian owners.
It started being raced by Rob's Lamplugh at the very start of its career, then went down under a whole host. In fact, when those gull-wing doors get folded down, you can actually see a list of about 6 other drivers who competed, but a lot of racing in South America.
Maybe should explain who Rob Lamplugh is. Incredible character, flies, but I mean, he raced I remember seeing him race in sort of non-championship Formula 1 races back over 50 years ago. Huge character. Went silver-headed, very young, silver eyebrows, and he's a stunning-looking guy, and he flies Spitfires and all sorts of stuff, and was a very good racer in his time, a lot of Formula 2 races, but that's a car that Rob's had originally and sold it off to Brazil.
So going down through the GT classes, what you could just see there with that Ford GT40, for a driver over even medium height, your head doesn't really fit within the car, so they had to have the gurney bubble, which the roofline was lifted so the driver's helmet could fit in. In fact, also noticing Claudio Rodaro didn't have a lot of headspace in the 917 either. Of course, they want them to be as sleek as possible. Much more space if you're in one of the 911 derivations. Lots of Carrera RSRs, bright blue, that's Ben Hatton's Chevron B8, great looking car.
Lovely car. Did we say that Rodaro also, he doesn't own the 97 917 he's racing, but he does own a 917, and he's made it into a road car. It's got Monaco plates on it. He lives in Monaco, and he drives around Monaco in a 917. That was a car that he admits was a bit sort of built out of various leftover bits. All original, though.
Just need to, yeah, great story there. I've just got to correct myself. That was actually Robert Shaw in his Chevrolet B8, which is also blue.
Yeah.
Then you go back further down, the Teal family car. Lots of these Carrera RSRs, some with 2.8 litres, some with 3-litre engines. They look like there's little ducktails on the earlier ones, and just lovely to see them in the mix. So it goes to prove, and here's the Dieter Master Pantera. And this is a car that's been racing in the series for quite a few years now. Detlef von der Leek and Ralph Kelleners. It's a Group 4 class car.
Yeah, so
there's Detlef on board.
They won the GT1 category in this series last year, and obviously Ralph, sometimes known as Joey, has had a lot of success in sport. He was a factory Toyota driver, factory Porsche driver, had a lot of success, and still goes very quickly, still loves his racing. Now the fans getting ready for what's going to be a spectacular race. Some great noises, a T70 with their V8 Chevy engines, and of course the flat 12 Porsche engine of the Golf 917, and of course the 908's got the flat 8 engine. Lots of different configurations, the Thrill BDAs and FVC Cosworth engines in the Chevrons and Lolas. It's all coming up in just a few moments. They're getting ready to go on the sighting lap, the warm-up lap. There's the pits behind. Very modern pit block here at Dijon. Not the original ones. They've rebuilt the pits, and pretty close to Formula 1 standards, I'd say.
Yeah, very, very close indeed, one would suggest. But it's just lovely to have this circuit, and just how many drivers have been interviewed and said this is literally my favourite circuit. You tend to think people say Spa-Francorchamps or some of the classics. They loved it last time out, but there's something about the nature of this. And when someone like Soalari, who's raced everywhere at every level of racing, could go, you know, this is the favourite. But even if this wasn't the ultimate favourite for out-and-out racing, combine it with historic cars, and it just takes it to the absolute pantheon, I think, and the atmosphere is brilliant. But it's because it's got gradient change, and when any driver talks about a circuit being old school, they're not talking about it in a derogatory way at all. It's because there's a bit more of a challenge, there's a bit less leeway. There are certain points you can run off the track here, but track limits are certainly things I think will be rearing their head in this race, as with every other race. You just push a little hard, get all four wheels out beyond the white line that marks the outside of the circuit, and you will be spotted, and after accumulation of those, you will start to get time penalties. Sounds a bit depressing, but it's something we have to consider.
2 years ago in this race, actually, it was that Martini Porsche 908 which won from the Banks brothers in their McLaren. And I don't know that the Banks brothers raced that car since then. It's nice to have it out again. It certainly wasn't here last year.
Look at that wonderful heat haze. An hour of racing ahead for the Classic Endurance Racing 1. This is cars from effectively from the mid-60s up to 1974, and ranging from the big, bruising Lola T70s, the Porsche 908-03, the thumping McLaren M6B. That's starting 5th on the grid. It's the orangey liveried one with the white broadband up its middle and red stripe up the middle, and that was entered by Joe Bonnier in the Can-Am series. Then a host of others, including the inimitable, ever chatty David Hobbs as well, also had a crack in that.
Yeah, Joe Bonnier took that car over to the end, towards the end of the Can-Am series, and I think he sold it, because apart from racing in Formula 1, he was one of Lola's chief salespeople, or distributors, I should say. And that car was run by various different people in the Can-Am series. And I wrote the David Hobbs autobiography, and I know there was quite a section about the fun they had with that car. I think it was quite early days. They trailered it to the race meetings. It wasn't even in a transporter.
Well, I think there was a great difference between the McLaren Works team over there in period and all the other privateers. The other drivers who drove that car, Joe Bonnier raced at the end of 1968, 1969, David Hobbs, I mentioned, also John Cannon and John Court, and then Vic Elford, the man who could try and put his hand to anything, drove that in 1970. Still looks great now, one of my favourite designs, but it's a real battle because I love the Lola T72, and I'm not averse to a Ford GT40 from time to time. But some people be shouting, they say, why aren't you talking about the Porsche 917? You know what? I like that too. My head is so easily turned. Right, the formation lap, an hour of racing ahead of us to get the afternoon underway at the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or here at Dijon-Prenois. If it's the first time you've ever looked at a race on this circuit, take in the cars, take in the gradient change, and take in the fact you've got this really long main straight and you can definitely get some overtaking.
And take in the fact that 917 that he's racing is probably worth over £4 million.
I would think comfortably over 4 million.
Depends how many people want. That car, of course, was later converted into a Can-Am car, and Penske dominated the Can-Am series with that and ended the run of McLaren success with the likes of Denny Hulme and so on, Dan Gurney and all sorts of people.
So the amazing sweep. The exit of turn 1 goes into the compression. You come up the rise. This is turn 2. Just seeing Michael Canton on the orange chevron with the green stripe going through. And again, that is just some of the original liveries. Great to see that one's been given a little bit of an Irish twist to it with the green where the red would have been. But look at these liveries. And Martini has never put its stripes on a car that made a car look slower. So look out for that. The Hyatt family blue and gold T70, looks a great livery on that, but just look at the combination of closed top, open top, large engine, small engine. This was sports car racing, it was. And then, of course, you've got the more standard-looking Porsches towards the back of the field, but trust me, they're far from standard. They're Carrera RSRs. They are very quick indeed.
Just going back to Mike Cantillon briefly, here's the reigning Masters Formula 1 champion. He's won it 3 times, but he is the reigning champion with a Williams FW07.
So again, a lot of the historic racers just have this versatility. They have to be able to jump from one car to another, and certainly someone the likes of Armand Miel, who's starting second on the grid, you know, he's doing several races here in completely different cars. Chris Ward, who's starting, he's doing a couple of races. Jan Magnussen, who's taking over, he'll be doing a couple of racing again with Legacy Outlaws. Emil Breitmeier, well, he doesn't stop at a couple, he does many, many more than that. And for example, the McLaren that's starting from 5th on the grid, car number 89, Andrew Banks and his brother Max Banks. Just before lunch, they're racing little Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. Yeah. Talk about chalk and cheese, but both fun cars to have around the circuit. Much more grunt, of course, from McLaren. Be interesting to speak to some of the drivers in this race, see what's your top speed at the end of the main straight, because we were talking to Mr. Tomlin at lunchtime, who's racing a Sierra Cosworth. He said it's not so great around the corners because it's heavier than its BMW M3 rivals, but 174 miles an hour on the main straight. Oh. So think what these others would do. Right, what a field of cars. This has always been one of the most popular categories. Classic endurance racing one. Cars largely from the mid-60s to 1974. And the mix of the cars you'd have found at the very front end of the field to those that were running in the midfield in period, and given a little bit of a shuffle, which is always a fun factor.
Yeah.
But pole position, Chris Ward, we heard from him, car number 70. Then Armand Miel will start alongside. They're both Lola Mark III B GTs from 1969. Wait for the thunder in behind a third Lola with Emil Breitmeier. Mark de Siebenthal, his engine note very different than that Porsche 90803. And there'll be a big thumping V8 note from Andrew Banks' McLaren. He'll be starting 5th. A quick flick from red to green, certainly quicker than some of the others. And the charge to the first corner looks as though possibly Armand Miel has got his nose in front on the right-hand side of the screen. But no, Chris Ward dives in beautifully deeply. Oh, and up into 3rd place comes Andrew Banks. That was good. 5th to 3rd from the McLaren. And in behind, nice and neat, those open-top chevrons and Lolas looking fine in the sunshine. But the driver making the moves up to 3rd place from 6th on the grid. He might be in the under 2 litre class, but the inimitable Frank Stippler, Chevron B19 in orange, up into 3rd, right on the tail of Armand Miel. There's nothing like striking while the iron is hot.
That was a brilliant move by Frank Stippler, the ex-factory Audi development driver. And now helping develop the Ford GT3 car. But there you see the lovely 917 and the iconic Golf colours. But great start from Chris Ward. He really has pulled out 2 or 3 seconds just on that opening lap.
And what we're also seeing around the remainder of the opening lap is that the little Chevron in 3rd place, it got up to 2nd fleetingly, but then you get a straight and bump, the power of the T70 Armand Miel put him back into 2nd place. But that's going to chop and change, and this section of the circuit, turn 6 coming to turn 7, dropping down the slope to the final couple of twists, turn 8 and turn 9. Wonderful flow of cars, but it's around this part of the circuit that the under 2 litre cars with the superior handling really make their moves, make their mark. Everyone else at the back just jockeying for position, but Chris Ward has got the job done on the opening lap of the race. Crosses the start-finish line, clear of the second of the Lolas, Armand Miel, 2.8 seconds to good. And Claudio Rodaro has again used the straight line speed of his Porsche 917 to push Frank Stippler back to 4th place. But Frank in that bright orange Chevron is fighting. He's got the McLaren of Andrew Banks tucked in behind him. But look, on the twisty bits, that orange car number 55, absolutely goes where the driver wants it.
It certainly does. Well, we've got This is the third race in this series this year, and Armin Meal won the first one, and the Mags Ward car won the second one. So we've got the two leading contenders in the championship there in first and second place.
Down to the Parabolica and up the steep slope follows Mark de Siebenthal, falling back in that Martini liveried 908.3. He's tumbled down from fourth on the grid to sixth overall, but Frank Stippler fighting back wherever possible to try and get past that blue and orange Gulf liveried Porsche 917, but as soon as you get a whiff of a straight, the Porsche's got more power, more speed.
You've got to say that Rodaro, who hasn't
got, well,
hasn't got a great racing history, he's raced quite a few historic cars and Ferraris and things, but you know, he's not a guy with a storied history like a Chris Ward or a Frank Stippler. Yeah, he's really making that thing go. Mr. John B's got 917 as well, which sometimes he races, but here he's in a GT40 that he likes a lot. There we are, there's the black and silver Legacy Outlaws Racing Lola T70. The 42 going through our field, twitching a little bit there.
Straight line speed of that Porsche 917 is phenomenal. Up into second place goes Claudio Rodaro, which is extraordinary, but every time he gets a whiff of a straight, but particularly that long start finish. Like de Siebenthal, well, he's going to go looking for the dust. That wasn't intentional. He was trying to make a move on Andrew Banks, but McLaren remains ahead. But that, well, you've got to keep trying things, but we've seen this morning to go off the racing line, and it can be really quite dusty here. And at turn 4, Gerardo Liberatelli didn't want to do that. Andrew Banks, going a little bit wide, getting the tail out, and the side-by-side mistake coming out of turn 5 as he went up the slope beyond in the McLaren, and that's cost Andrew Banks the position, and certainly Mark de Siebenthal didn't need any second invitation. There he goes. The silver Porsche moves back up now into 5th place. Frank Stippler is still the best of the under 2 litre class. He's in 4th. Next in class is Rolf Sigrist. We heard from him on the grid. He's Chevron B19 that he shares with Nigel Greenshall. He's down in 2nd in class, 9th overall.
That's interesting because John Emberson started his Chevron B19 and Nigel Greenshall had his name against both those cars, and I thought maybe Greenshall would start one and swap over halfway through, which he has done with the Spears. They've got two Cobras or something. No. It'll come to me. Anyway, he's 2 listers, and he's driven both of them in the same race, and they swapped over.
It takes a lot of footwork.
But that's from the same team and the same owner. These are 2 different ones. But anyway, Sigrist and Emberson have both started, so Nigel presumably will only get into one, and maybe they toss for who got Nigel to co-drive for them. Who knows? Well, it'll all pan out. And meanwhile, I'm absolutely stunned. I am stunned by the speed of this 917. This Japanese-owned car.
Fastest lap of the race by 0.4 of a second, and that's, you know, to be faster than Chris Ward in a Lola T70. So clearly its straight-line performance must be absolutely mighty.
Well, yeah, because it romped down there Le Mans straight low, 200 miles an hour, didn't it? Claudio Rodaro then in 2nd place. He was telling me earlier that they're going to race the car all season, and then it'll probably go back to Japan and be back put in their museum. But I haven't seen any of the Japanese owners with it, which is a shame. Maybe they're watching it on this feed, and if they are, thanks very much for allowing Claudio to race the car and just show us how mighty a 917 was. Just look at it coming into our picture now. Just sleek and low.
Well, just because it's so rare to see them these days still racing, the fact we're sitting here in the commentary position at Dijon-Prenois, it almost seems weird to see it, but it is fantastic. It's one of those things I didn't think I'd ever see, a 917 here, because in period this wouldn't have been the sort of circuit they'd have raced on.
And there's another one, of course, that Joe Siffert's son Philippe races. So there's 3 that still race, and that's not here this weekend. I said there were so much money. This is the best I've seen one going for a long time. It's absolutely. Well, the famous names associated with it, Brian Redman, of course, one. Richard Atwood, still around. Richard, great to see him still attending lots of BRDC events. Well, it gave Porsche their first overall victory at Le Mans in a 917.
And it wasn't that long ago we lost Hans Hermann, who just was sort of a man out of time in so many ways. And the names that raced, and of course, subsequently So, oh dear, right, the T70 Spider not going quite at the pace of the third place battle. So Armand Meal going past Frank, with Frank Stippler following, and Frank's trying to get a toe. He doesn't have the grunt. He's got to make sure there's a hole in the air so he can try and not let the first two cars of Chris Ward and Claudio Rodaro there, number one on his bonnet. He goes past.
Bruce, we're 7 minutes in, we're lapping some of those Porsches, aren't we?
Yep, absolutely. So suddenly they get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars coming past very quickly. Mark de Siebenthal in 5th place just goes past that bright green 911 and continues on his way down the slope through turn 1. And it is through turn 1 all the way to the bottom. And just having passed that green RSR, Carrera RSR on the start-finish straight, the gap between them is huge by the time they exit the first corner. First chance to see a bit of GT40 action with two cars going past, one on either side. That's the battle for third place. That's Armand Meal on the left-hand side of your screen. Now on the right-hand side is T70. And Frank Stippler using the super nimble handling of that Chevron B19. Up to third he goes, but he knows the rolling thunder is rolling along behind him. But now, with clean line of sight, he's got to see if there's anything he can do to get up towards the tail of Claudio Rodaro. And in fact, he's done so well, Frank Stippler, through turn 5, 6 and 7 now, that he's just opening a bit of a gap. Maybe he'll be able to stay ahead of Armand Meal, because as soon as they get through turn 8, as he goes through turn 9, putting the power down, that Lola T70 with its Chevrolet V8 will come rocketing back at the orange Chevron. But again, Frank Stippler carries as much speed as he can through turn 9, the final corner, along the Straight of the Weasel, as Andrew assures me, the front translation from French.
I hope it's right.
Dictates we're going to look pretty stupid, or I'll put it all on your shoulders, Andrew.
Yeah, it would be my fault.
If it's not a weasel at all. De la Fouine, I think, was the tape. Right, Mark de Siebenthal is not out of this reckoning, as he's very close to the tail of Armand Meal. So Frank Stippler in third, leading the under 2 litre class. He's fallen 7 seconds away from race leader Chris Ward. Chris all on his own. He's 5 seconds clear of Claudio Rodaro. In behind, as you look at the field of cars, yes, a few are having a lap put on them, some of the Carrera RSRs, but as the T70s rumble, and there's the Hyatt family car with Bruno Pereira, Portuguese racer at the wheel. Down into the compression he goes. He's following Michael Cantillon, who is third in the under 2 litre class in that Chevron with the orange, white and green stripe up its middle. But it's interesting, isn't it? People who can hop from historic Formula 1 cars that they race so well, as Michael Cantillon does, to try something like this. But you know what? In terms of being nimble, something like a little under 2 litre sports car, they are superb at that. Rolf Sigrist in the white and blue Chevron is just 2 places ahead of him. He's second in the under 2 litre class. But of course, and a moment there, we talked to Michael Cantillon,
who
has said his prayers on a Sunday, but will have affected his race. He's going to have to rely on the marshal to tell him when it's clear to get across. Oh dear, Chevron, blower on one side. Anyhow.
Yep, I saw he's sorted out. So, Mark de Siebenthal, his business is preparing Porsches. He's a Porsche specialist.
OK, Cantillon has got going. Good to see he's no longer in the middle of the track, but he was running in about 11th place.
Yeah,
he's going to have dropped about 8 or 9 positions there. But anyhow, the good thing was there was no contact with any tyre walls, and that's great news.
Yeah, but fastest lap from that 917, Claudio Rodaro from Monaco. I think he's got 250 GTO as well.
As you would.
Yeah.
And quite. Why wouldn't you? If you can, you should. Right, and even better, bring it racing. Still a symbol saying yellow flag.
So Chris Ward in the lead. Chris, well known as a racer, was the chief at Silverstone Racing School, was a chief instructor there. He's got a couple of other customers that he races with, Chris, and one is the former boss of Force India, who's racing a Fraser Nash, and Chris races that with him.
Vijay Mallya is the name on your lips.
On my lips and somewhere in the back of my brain, yes, Vijay Mallya. Saw him racing at Donington last year. Maybe he raced it again this year, did he? In that pre-war sports car race.
He frankly says it's a pre-history sports car race, the one that he drives in, and Vijay's not the smallest figure, and some of those cars were Barchettas. There was literally nothing of them. So he loves the historic racing.
He's got the handicap of the gold that he's carrying as he races.
He's given that away.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
Right, Michael Cantillon, his race unfortunately goes from slightly bad to worse. Bad with the spin, and worse because he's got a second warning for track limit excess, and that's at turn 8, the penultimate corner on the lap. Obviously, under 2 litre class, you've got to try and be as smooth as possible to not lose any speed at any point around the circuit. The Lola T70s, with all that extra grunt, they can just keep adding that wherever they want and accelerate very nicely up the straights. But you've got to be very, very keen at turn 8, which is the right-hander that leads you into the drop down to the compression that is turn 9, the final lap of the corner of the lap.
I think Mr. John and B will be happy he's leading the GT class, but he's also leading his son, who's in a T70, which I'm sure we've seen before, but the front is still about Chris Ward is 6 seconds ahead now of Radaru. The Stippler's right there with Radaru. There is the ex-Ollie Bryant car. Ollie, of course, we usually see in this series winning the 2.0 litre race and driving lots of other cars. So that's the ex-Bryant family car. It has moved over to Breitmeyer Senior.
Yeah, followed by Tony Seiler. We were talking about Tony earlier, a Swiss racer of many years, many decades, but he prepares cars too with Seiler cars. Well, there's a couple of T70s in this race.
That has sort of got the Sid Taylor racing colours on it, the white with the green. One broad green, 2 stripes.
If you actually look on the side, it says John Starkey Cars. John ran an awful lot of Lolas.
He's built a few of them as well, I think. Yeah. But Sid Taylor Racing, a very interesting Irishman who ran a nightclub in Birmingham. He had about 5 or 6 of them, but he topped Denny Holm when he was a world champion, raced a T70 as well. Trevor Taylor, another person. Lots of big names raced T70s very successfully. The thing about the T70 was it was very successful. It was the car to beat in Britain, but it never had any success at Le Mans. It did win Daytona 24, Charlie Parsons and Mark Donoghue for the Penske team. And
Chuck to his mother, though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Chuck Parsons.
In the Sunoco colours. But they also tried Aston Martin engine. John Surtees was involved in that project, Aston Martin engines in the T70. But that didn't work so well. They went back to the Chevy motor. But no real success at the mall. But so much success in the UK and so much success now in these races.
Well, I think it's because they're seemingly very, not benign, but going towards benign rather than vicious in terms of their handling. And people love them, they look great, they sound superb. And yeah, the sheer numbers, if you'd said to Lola and Eric Broadley, the boss back in period, that these are going to sell well, but not just sell well, they'll almost sell better when they become historic racing cars 50, 60 years hence. And that's
or you're going to tell us the story, you can recreate them and build brand new ones.
Well, you don't have to, because Lola does it for you.
Yes,
T70S, a modern iteration of this, built in a far more contemporary style. You can sort of choose your rank of engine. You can have it as a track day car or a road car, because till Bechtolsheimer, the third owner of Lola, putting a lot of money into the company, and they've got a team in the Formula E Championship. He's looking maybe up the road to get a works deal with a big manufacturer to go racing at Le Mans, because they feel there's unfinished business. But he's produced these brilliant cars, 16 of them in all, and already they're being snapped up. And his guideline was, it's got to be great on the track, but it's got to be kind enough that you can drive it into London. Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Or maybe you go down to Monaco and drive it alongside Claudio Rodaro in his road-going Porsche 917. Maybe that's what you need to do.
Yeah, they had an excellent launch for those cars at the RAC Club in Pall Mall quite recently, Bruce, who were there hosting the event. And one of the interesting things is they're using new materials as well, particularly sustainable materials, particularly in the bodywork. But the bodywork looks just the same, but it's made out of some very interesting materials.
What a sight. It's almost like the first lap of the race. Look at the view down the start-finish straight. This is not the front end of the field, but it is chock full. Michael Gans just coming through, car 83, Lola T70. He's 9th overall, but the splay of cars right across the start-finish straight. And of course, now we've got the GT Porsches mixing it because they're being lapped by the front-running crew. So a really different mix. If you'd had that shot at the start of the race, of course, you largely had T70s at the front, but when you get the cars from further down the field, including this Group 4 Adita Massa Pantera, the white car with the black bonnet and the black engine cover, you know, you see the true essence of sports car racing in the late 60s and early 70s, but the sound of the T70s, those Chevrolet V8 motors, it still works for me. Right, gap between first and second. Chris Ward leading from Frank Stippler, who in recent laps has pulled ahead of Claudio Rodaro. He hunted, didn't always get to see the moves, but he's moved the under 2-litre Chevrolet. I'm saying that again, under 2-litre Chevrolet, giving away a lot of power up into second place. Claudio Rodaro is 7 seconds further behind, 10 seconds eventually thereabouts down on race leader Chris Ward. Armand Meal is third. He's only a second down, fourth. He's only a second down on Claudio Rodaro, so we could have a change coming up. Don't see so much the Ford GT40s in this spec, because these are the very early ones with the smaller engine. The 4.7 before they went up to the 7.XYZ litre engines. And so they're a little lower in development and grunt. But the best of those Ford GT40s is, in fact, Mr. John B. We heard from his co-driver, Soil Irie, down on the grid, but car 69 is 21st overall, but importantly, 4 places clear of the next GT40, the next car in the GT1 class, which is Dabian Kohler. Third in the GT1 class is Frederick Diagidio in the best place of the 911 Carrera RSR Porsches.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
This is
trying to get down the inside. This is insane what he's doing.
There's a man in a hurry. Frank Stippler, super smooth. And Chris Ward, I was about to praise. I thought he'd done the hard job, got away from pole position, kept Armand Meal behind him. And certainly I was thinking, well, the plucky underdog is Frank Stippler, who gained immediately a whole host of places from 6th on the grid. He fleetingly got into second on the opening lap, fell to 3rd. And then as soon as you get to the straight, though, having caught the tail through turns 7, 8 and 9 of our race leader, Frank Stippler doesn't have the grunt on the straights in that orange, bright orange Chevron, but he doesn't miss a chance to pass another car. He's got to keep in there. This part of the circuit is where he comes back, and look, by the time he gets to turn 4, there may be a move down the inside, not quite close enough for Arjun Patel, just covered off by Chris Ward. And Chris is going to be going, hold on, this isn't in the script.
No. But Stippler handed his car over to Rivaz. We saw him interviewed earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
But I don't think so he's a good peddler, but he's not the speed of Jan Magnussen. But this is stunning to see this to Stippler. We haven't seen this before, with these Lola T70s split by one of the 2-litre cars like this.
One of the glories of historic racing is you can see cars that can go about making a similar lap time in very, very different ways. Yeah. And here is one of the circuits where it's most crystal clear, with that long main straight, that Lola 70 Spider still sort of keeping out of the way, but they do come across it a fair bit. But now this is the point where the Chevron has all the performance in terms of handling, but as soon as they point them in a straight line to go up the climb past all the weasels that used to live here on the main straight, that is, because that's a derivation of what the straight's name is, our race leader pulls clear again. So every lap, Frank Stippler drops back, and then he comes charging in.
And you see the difference in driver talent here, similar cars, because the Brahma car is just about to be a lap. Look, there's Frank Stippler. Audi development driver, so many years, successes in the Nürburgring 24 hours. You said Bruce won the 24 hours of Spa as well. He's a top guy. I've worked with his wife, Eve Scher, who was on the DTM, and she was in the pits for me when I was commentating on that for a season or two. And Eve does some racing as well. She's possibly here somewhere.
In fact, you'd have watched her racing at the members' meeting at Goodwood this year. Yeah. She had some little VW Polo.
Yes.
Of all things.
So there the Brahma car is lapped by the leaders of this race. They're doing 1:21s. All very close. Rodaro, of course, has dropped back, but he's still on for a podium and ahead of Armin Meal, who's been so successful in this class in the past.
Well,
must be coming up to the window. It's
4.5 minutes until it opens. The first two nearly 10 seconds clear, 9 seconds clear at the moment of Claudio Rodaro. You mentioned the Porsche 917. It's there in 3rd overall. Just got a bit of a breathing space over the second of the Lola T70s of Armand Meal, but traffic is an issue. Our race leader there, Chris Ward, just
using the traffic well.
He has used it very well, but you look up the track ahead of you, go, oh no, there are 2 or 3 cars, and I'm much quicker than them. I'm leading, but I'm going to catch them in the middle of the first corner. Importantly for him, he got past them before the first corner, so his line wasn't totally compromised. He can't afford to lift at all, simply because Frank Stippler will pounce. They're a second apart on the start-finish line. Here, 2 cars having a classic Lola battle. Blue and gold is Bruno Pereira, and car number 160 is the red and white one tucked in behind. That's Jean-François Besson.
They're just behind Michael Gans in his T70. Michael, I think, from Luxembourg. This is another billionaire family. But you normally see him racing the ERA very successfully. Or other pre-war historic cars, but I've seen him do great things in ERAs.
Well, you know what? In the last 2 years, quite a lot of drivers, you look at drivers who are racing Lola T70s, they have come from other forms of historic racing. I wouldn't suggest it's the cars to get in necessarily to start your historic racing career, because it's got so much power, but a lot of people are just drawn to them because they're very, very pure in terms of what they provide. They look sensational, and they sound even better. But right, here we are. We've got one Lola T70 leading the race, one in 4th place. Next one is in Emil Breitmeier in 7th. There's another in 8th, which is David Hart. Michael Gans in his in 9th. Another in 10th, Bruno Pereira. And tucked in behind him, Jean-François Besson in another T70. Yet between them, they've got the under 2 litre class leading Chevrolet B19. Frank Stipler at the wheel. That's the orange one in 2nd place overall. You've got Porsche 917, as we've said, the short tail, the Kurtzheck, Claudio Rodaro in 3rd overall. And also the 908-03 Porsche, Marc de Siebertal in 5th, and Andrew Banks going very nicely still in his McLaren Can-Am car, the M6B from 1968.
So this car designed by Eric Braudy, very much contemporary of Colin Chapman. Different sort of character to Colin. Quieter sort of guy, good racer in his day. Started his racing team, or building racing cars in Bromley in Kent, then moved out to Slough and then to Huntingdon finally.
Yeah, well, there was a fairly good reason why he had to move from Slough, because his premises in Bromley were sort of through an archway behind some terraced houses, and when Ford contracted Lola to produce what would become the Ford GT40, they didn't feel the Ford executives would necessarily think it was impressive enough as a premises. So Bromley was scratched, and moving west of London instead of southeast, they went to Slough for something that was much more of an industrial estate, and that at least for a while appeased the Ford hierarchy. But in the end, and Carroll Shelby, he fully understood why it happened, and Eric Broadley had just had enough of the Ford management. And it's been the siren song, hasn't it? Manufacturers getting involved in racing, and you suddenly have a group of accountants, marketing people, general management people not understanding the structure of racing. Structure in racing is very, very simple. Engineer, team owner, that's sort of the bloodline.
Oh, they went both sides of the...
Oh, my word. Tony Seiler has had a very long racing career, but that's probably not happened to him very often. He's in the T70 with the white green stripe. I think that's rattled his cage a little bit there.
I think it certainly has.
Well, change of the lead then. Frank Stipler caught that moment, and Chris Ward,
brilliant move, wasn't it? I'd like to see that. Like to see that again if possible.
Yeah. Well, we've got wave blue flags for the faster cars are certainly coming through. There they are, the orange Chevron leading this race, and now Chris Ward back into 2nd place in his T70. Oh, a little bit of a compromise line. They're going past Robert Shaw's Chevron B8, so tiny bit of loss of momentum.
Oh, his tail
is out. Frank Stipler knows he can't lose a scintilla of momentum, and then he has to wait on the main straight for his engine to really, clear its lungs and get going. There he goes. Michael Cantillon, after his delays, is going through bottom of shot, but 1st and 2nd, well, be under half a second. 0.4 of a second gap between Chris Ward in 2nd place and the new leader, Frank Stipler. But side by side and either side of a back marker they went. And that was where the lead became a very, very hot bit of property.
So Chris Ward will hand over to Jan Magnussen. Jan with his huge career at Le Mans for Chevrolet. I've been obviously Grand Prix driver before that with McLaren, and then racing for Stewart team. And as he admits, I was probably a bit too young and a bit too immature for Formula One back then. Here's the Seiler car. They had both cars go round.
The pit window's open. He's going, God, I don't want to be out there anymore. You can see the other names on
climbing out.
Clambering out. There's another start.
Oh, I think he's retiring.
Oh, okay, so he seemed to lose speed coming up there, but I thought he just missed a gear. Maybe something worse. And again, with all these decades of experience, he's probably pretty good at identifying a problem that's looming, and it'd be a shame.
He races a Shadow Formula One car. I noticed his race suit had Shadow on it, in the historics, of course. So Stipler just hanging on here. I wonder when the main pit stops will come. We've still got this little bit of jeopardy. We think that the Porsche 903 has got a bit of a tax break, as it were, in the pits because of its heritage, but we'll find that out. You might have a 20-second advantage over the rest of them. Quite how that works, I'm not sure, but anyway, we'll see.
We will see indeed. What we can tell you is we're 3 minutes away from the halfway point in this 1 hour race. This, if you're enjoying it, and even if you're not, it's the classic endurance race in one race. I defy you not to enjoy this. Brilliant cars, great sounds, wonderful weather on a circuit Dijon-Prenois that just works. It's 9/10, 9 turns, may sound quite thin gruel, not at all. Some of the longer circuits don't have the classic flow of this one. And here's the final corner, turn 9, up the climb they go. It really is a climb. If you walked it, you'd feel it in the back of your calf muscles. And the Hyatt family car coming in, the T70, Bruno Pereira bringing that in. Charlie Hyatt would take that one over, but pit window's still open for a while yet, 7 and a bit minutes, so time and plenty to continue on your way. And if you're the faster driver in a driver pairing, you will probably want to stretch your session as long as you possibly can before you make your pit stop. So Frank Stippler came across the line, 1.1 seconds to good over Chris Ward. Chris probably still smarting from going one side of a backmarking car, and Stippler went the other, and Stippler found an advantage. Right, now things are closing up. There is smoke. I thought I spotted it last time I saw the car, which is a handful of laps ago from Claudio Rodaro. Maybe it's nothing, but he might just be thinking he's coming in for his pit stop, but mild concern there. So up into third place goes Armand Miel, who'd caught right up with him. Well, let's have a look. A shot in a straight line. Here's the battle for the lead, and the way in the straight line that the Chris Ward car can just use the straight, use the grunt on the straight. That's why it's been chopping and changing, but the battle has been one that was just phenomenal, and particularly when they came across a back marker at this very point on the circuit, on the entrance to Parabolique, which is turn 5 at the lowest point on the circuit. They went either side of a back marking car. He probably still has his door mirrors shaking away in vibration, but Chris Ward making it back to the front of this field. But again, on the twistier parts of this lap, that's where the Chevron, the under 2 litre car of Frank Stippler, the one in the bright orange livery, that B19, has its form. But as soon as they get to turn 8 and start accelerating through that final corner onto the start-finish straight, that is where Lola T70, number 70, goes, thank you and goodbye. So is he, well, very tight from him there. Is he going into the pit side? Can't quite see us yet. I think maybe carrying on. No, going in. It's a really tight call at that bottom corner. So Jan Magnus will be waiting. As Chris Ward brings number 70, his Lola T70, or the Legacy Outlaws Lola C70, into the pit lane. Good battle with this man, Frank Stippler. Frank is sharing with car number 55 with... with Rivas, and he will probably stay out as long as he can, but the pit window closes in 5.5 minutes, so he could do 2 more laps and be sensible and safe. He could risk going for 3, but that might just stumble if suddenly there's a yellow flag thrown, or even worse, a safety car period, and he has to back right off.
Yeah, Francois is not... Rivas is German. It's not a very German name, is it, Francois? But there we are. Here's the team going to work. Polishing the Lola T70, number 70, and that's Rob Bickner and Chris Beck down there working on the car. Was that Chris's wife just running around, I think?
Yeah. Just running around the front of the car. Hydration required. Just checking all. There are so many roles you can play in a pit stop.
Yep.
Right. Frank Stippler, Carlos Rivas will be waiting to take over that glorious little Chevron B19 in the bright orange, and that will be diving in now. Pit window closes in 4.5 minutes, so that's all sensible.
The 908.03 is in the pits there, so it'll be interesting to see. We will see once it goes back whether it has had a shorter pit stop, allowed to have that shorter pit stop. Love those Martini colours. I think this is the only 908.3 racing at the moment.
Yeah, I think I've seen one that doesn't race that occasionally gets out and about these days, but yeah, it's a largely forgotten car, which for Porsche fans seems like the words of a heretic.
Yeah.
But you know, it doesn't get the appreciation it should have done. But it also showed that Porsche was so determined to succeed. They focused in 2 key areas at the time to make sure they could win on long circuits, win on short circuits. But what was their main target back then? It was winning a certain 24-hour race that will be happening the next weekend in the Sarthe region of France. Of course, the Le Mans 24 hours. So Frank Stippler continues on his way. 3.5 minutes remain until the pit window will close. We've got past the halfway mark in this race, but I'm sure all signals will be clear and received. But Francois Rivaz, right over to take from Frank Stippler, the Belgian racer, will be waiting to have his go. Up and down the pit lane, still driver changes going on. One of the many Carrera RSR Porsches. That perpetual fiddle when a driver gets on board, driver who's different height to the starting driver, and just, I needed to go back 1, 2, 3 notches on the seat. If I only go back 1 or 2, double check, get yourself comfortable, and all those little foibles that you competitive people have.
9083 won the Targa Floor in 1970 with Joe Siffert and Brian Redmond. And Brian living in Florida now. So here's a change for the car, which was something surprise leader. And hopefully we'll hear from Frank Stippler in a few moments. But absolutely stunning drive by him.
Yeah, he's certainly, you see this, if anyone thinks historic racing doesn't involve real racing, well, think again, because Frank redefines all that. He races it absolutely as though it's a modern racing car, but with the simplicity and understanding that the fact historic cars can be a little bit more fragile. But someone who's not handling a car as though it's a kid doll, or a doll, trying to doll handling it with kid gloves, is Jan Magnussen. So he's taken over that Lola T70, number 70, the car that led early on, got caught, hunted, passed, re-overtook the Frank Stippler Chevron. Hands of Chris Ward. Now that car, number 70, is being driven by Jan Magnussen, and he'll be trying to make up any time deficit from penalties they had to serve in the pit lane. Just looking for any incident between 67 and 39 at turn 4 under investigation. So 69, well, we know that's, sorry, 67, not John B. It's Michael Cantillon and car 39. Of course, he wanted to get back across the track. That was the red 911 Carrera RSR of the Martins, Vincent and Paul. Didn't see any contact, but we will wait to see what comes out of that one.
Very few drivers have done more Le Mans than Jan Magnussen. I think he did somewhere in the region of, what was it, 19, with 16 with Corvette he did.
I was going to say,
four class wins.
Yeah.
And after he finished with Corvette, he did a few, 2 or 3 after that, and he had 2 or 3 beforehand as well.
Okay, oh, well, this must be the moment. That's the Martin family car and the Cantillon one. So I don't know, was it push, was it shove? Don't know. That's turn 4. So, so there was a tiny little touch by all accounts, and that is under investigation. So we will see which way that one is judged. Still waiting for our potential race leader, Francois Rivaz, to leave the pits. He's still waiting until the minimum pit stop time has been served. And number 55, the Chevron that Frank Stippler drove supremely from 6th place at the starting grid, to the lead in that battle with Chris Ward before the pit stops. See where it all slots back in.
So Armand Miel is now in the pits, and the Porsche has gone out. I think I'm probably correct. I think that 9083 has been given a heritage break, as they call it. They spent less time in the pits. We'll see. But why the 917 wouldn't get the same, I don't know. But the yellow Chevron having to go very wide there to avoid that Porsche.
Yeah, again, this is a circuit, a moment's lack of concentration, going deep into a corner. One of the only corners that will catch you is turn 5. But let's go down and hear from the driver who set the first half of the race absolutely alight. He started 6th. He's in the under 2 litre class, but Frank Stippler absolutely flew.
He was one of the heroes of the first part of the race. Incredible. Frank Stippler, it was a nice first part of the race for you.
Yeah, indeed, it was fantastic. Nice battle with Chris and the other drivers. So much fun if the different car concepts reach kind of the same lap time. It's always a sad story on the straights for me, but then I can enter the corners much quicker. And in the end, if the drivers are kind of equal, it ends up with the same lap time. And remembers me a bit on Goodwood when we are fighting with the GTAs against the big Fords, against Romain Dumas, Tom Christensen. Certainly I'm struggling on the straight, but it's fantastic to have a kind of a small and nimble car.
And you have also to deal with the slower car on the track.
Yeah, that was one of the key points, to to get along with them, try to find out if they saw you or not, because they've got their battles as well in between the classes. The smaller GT cars like the 911, there was once a pack of 3 cars, and it's always kind of difficult and to see if they recognized you or not.
Thank you very much. Frank Schipper during the first part of the race, it was simply wow.
Well, it absolutely was. Thank you very much, Vincent. But, you know, he's understated, but out of the car, Frank's understated. In the car, he's far from understated. He's a really, really positive overtaker. Now, Francois Rivas has taken over the number 55 Chevron. There it is, looking magnificent in its orange shoes, going out of turn 5, over the crest of the hill up to 6, and then the final sequence of corners, 6, 7, 8, and the long one, the right-hander off the start-finish straight, downhill, uphill steeply on the exit, turn number 9. And that is where his car has performance. But on this stretch of the track, the main straight, the Lola T70s, like the number 170, have so much grunt. They pull clear, then they have to back off a little bit earlier than he does into the first corner, and that's the point at which the little Chevrons, the under 2-litre sports car class cars, close right up again.
Yeah, well, let's see how quick Rivas is compared with the great Frank Stipler. He's not going to be so quick. Just looking at some of the splits. Armand Meal just back on the track now. Emil Breitmeyer's moved up. I think everybody has the window shut, I think, now.
Yeah, it just closed literally, I think, 2 or 3 minutes ago. So everybody should have now pretty much funneled out. So the 90803 Porsche, as you suggested, Enrique Gempel has taken that over from Mark Siebenthal. He's sitting in the lead of the race by 2.5 seconds. Armand Meal is in second place in his Lola T70. Jan Magnussen, of course, his car came in, having been in that lead battle with Frank Stipler. That's down in 7th, but it should be able to pick off Max Banks in the McLaren Can-Am car fairly shortly, and then it'd be a question of how far up the order Jan Magnussen can come. Of course, he had longer at a standstill in the pit stop, and that has really cost them. They know it's part of the furniture, and they have to see what they can do. Claudio Rodaro, just going through our shot in the Porsche 917, he is in 3rd place overall. So he's quite close to Armand Meal in 2nd.
What about...
Third is only 2.5 seconds off Henri Gempel at the very front of the race.
Nigel Greensall decided to go in Rolf Sigrist's car, whereas John Emberson has continued in the number 10. In the number 15. So Greensall is down in 14th place. So we see he's going to climb into the top 10, I would think.
Yeah, you certainly would think so. So pit stop's done, race being led by the number 4 Porsche Henri Gempel, but only by half a second. No. Let's hear from a driver as fresh out of the McLaren Can-Am car, and it is Andrew Banks, because his brother Max is on board. Let's hear what Max has to say. Andrew has to say.
Since the start of the race, we speak a lot about this wonderful McLaren M6B. One of the drivers, Andrew Banks, you had the wheel for the first part of the race. Andrew, how was it?
Yeah, it was hard work, but I got a good start, got a really good start. Made up a couple of blazes, and then it was a case of just settling down and getting into the groove and getting into the rhythm and getting some good lap times. But yeah, it was good. Had a good battle with Emil Breitmeyer. He caught me. I made a slight mistake and he got past, and then he made the same mistake a few laps later and I got past him, but yeah, it was really good fun.
The level of competition in this CER1 is just incredible with this Lola T70, this Chevron B19 and so on. Impressive.
It's fantastic. There's some wonderful cars, beautifully prepared cars, quick cars, and some great drivers as well. So, you know, obviously Jan Magnussen at the front, Chris Ward, Frank Stipler. So it's a real pleasure to share the track with these guys and battle with them.
Will you be present for the second part of the season with this McLaren?
Sorry, say again?
You will be present for the second part of the season with this McLaren?
Yeah, so we're down to come to Paul Ricard in August, so we're really looking forward to that already.
Great news. Thank you very much. Andrew Banks with this McLaren M6B.
Thank you very much. Of course, as I stumbled at the introduction, it was Max who's taken over. Our trouble was I looked at the timing screen, saw M, even though I was looking at 8. So the blue Porsche Carrera Jeep RSR in the background shouldn't really be in the pits, but clearly something untoward. That's one from the front. That's Jürgen Westphal's car, which you share with Mathis Pluschkel, who has been so impressive. So the young German driver just walking away in the background, so I'm afraid it's over and out.
Game over for them. So Armin Miel, who's won this in the past and won this championship in the past, is pulled away now from Gempele in the 908-03, and We've got Rodaro still hanging there in third, still with the fastest lap of the race, then Emil Breitmeier, and then Jan Magnussen. And Jan Magnussen to move up to fourth has got to close 4 seconds up on Emil Breitmeier. I would think he will do that. And then still leading in the 2-litre class, of course, is Rivaz and the car that Frank Stippler took into the lead, the Chevrolet B19 from 1971. And then the Banks car 7th. Olivier Hart, of course, has climbed into his father's T70, and he should be quite quick in that. I think he'll move up a couple of places. Charlie Hyatt there is in the top 10 in the family Lola T70.
Well, we just saw the number 10 Porsche come into the pit lane, and the young driver who's going to go second, Matis Plushkel, he'd like to be speaking to us after the race, but he's got a problem. Let's find out what it is.
One of the young guns of this Peter Roto series, this Classic Endurance Racing 1, Matis Plushkel. But Matis, unfortunately, the car is stopped. What happened?
No, we have a gearbox failure after, I think, 5 or 6 laps of my stint. The gearbox, went pop in the third gear, so yeah, a bit of a shame. I think we would have been on a trajectory to get a good result, but yeah, that's racing.
Of course, it's kind of frustration for you. You already drove yesterday in the 911 2-liters, totally different cars here.
Yeah, I mean, they are both 911s, but quite different, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, that's a 3-liter RSR and much more power, and the 2-liter is much lighter and more nimble. But for sure, both cars are a lot of fun to drive.
Next weekend it will be racing in Le Mans, of course. Road to Le Mans is for you a total reset before going there.
Yeah, I think I have to do a totally reset tomorrow and then focus on the modern racing and get back into my LMP3 car.
We're absolutely proud to have this guy in historic racing, Matis Plushkel.
Thank you, Vincent. Yeah, it's great to have new faces in new places and just gaining experience that will help them sometimes with their modern racing.
While that interview was going on, there was quite a lot of interesting stuff with Lappery of the 917 and the 9083, both actually getting held up a little bit and saying, no, the 917's got lots of cars in front of it, and that's the big battle for second place, of course, and they're pretty close.
Yeah, but the big battle, actually, in all honesty, is the next one down. It's Jan Magnussen hunting down Emil Breitmeier for 4th place overall, and both of them have been catching the duo of Porsches. There is the 917, Claudio Rodaro in 2nd place. The 90803's lost a little bit space, but they are not as quick as the two chasing Lolas. Emil Breitmeier 4th, Jan Magnussen in 5th.
19 seconds, 15 minutes to go. So I wonder if Jan can do that.
19 seconds from where he is now behind race leader Armand Mill in a similar T70.
Yeah, he's got to get past Breitmeier, hasn't he? Again, a little bit of smoke off the back of that 917 Golf car, a genuine original factory car run by JW Automotive, of course. There he is, going down the inside into our first corner, but the Lola T70 isn't giving him enough space. Held him up again, quite a lot of smoke there, isn't it?
It was something I didn't really want to mention before the pit stops, and then it looks like he had enough to
He's been held up, but so has the 9083.
Yeah, it seems to be evens between them, but yeah, certainly the cars behind are closing in. They're a way off, but we've got a quarter of an hour of this race. We've had 3/4 distance covered just a few seconds ago.
Yeah.
So Armand Mill, surely he's sitting. If these two chasers, the Porsche 917 and the 90803, who's lost a lot of time in the traffic on this lap, if they can get clear of this traffic, they do have the pace to catch up with Armand Mill. But both of them, in turn, are being caught by Breitmeier and Magnussen.
Yeah, it'd be good to see that battle, because I think Jan is having a bit of a problem getting past the yellow Lola. There they are, look. And he is past now. So let's see what he can do. Jan Magnussen hasn't shown on our timing screen, but there he is in the black car with the silver stripes, and then the STP liveried yellow car of Breitmeier behind. Flags waving, and there's the Banks car going through as well. And,
yeah, that's running. Yeah, it's not too far off their tails as well. So hang in there. The traffic can give, as we always say, traffic giveth and it taketh away. I don't know what it means, but we often say it. But,
swings and roundabouts, I suppose.
Yeah, 100%, but of course it just depends where you catch the traffic as much as when, and in fact Max Banks, I think, almost starting to catch them. No, this lap, yes he has, on this lap he's closed in quite a bit. But again, traffic has affected all of them at this point in the race. Number 55, started by Frank Stippler, got up into the lead of the race from 6th on the grid. It's running around in 7th at the moment with Francois Rivas on board, but he's got 3 cars from the larger end of the class between him and the next car in 11th, which is second in the under 2 litre class. John Emerson in his Chevron B19 and Nigel Greensall giving chase in the other B19, and he could have had either of those cars, couldn't he? He was entered for 15 and 19, but chose to take over Rolf Sigrist's car, and now he's giving chase. He's catching quite quickly on John Emerson.
But Magnussen's still 19 seconds behind Miel, and catching him is going to be a tall order with only 13 minutes left in the race, unless Miel gets held up badly in traffic. And Armand Miel, he knows his way around this track. This is where they do all their testing, the Pure Europe team. So they know the track really well.
At Spa, the finishing order was the number 70 Lola of Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward. That, at the moment, is down in 4th place, but he's got a mountain to climb to even get to 3rd. Second place at Spa was Armand Miel, who is leading here, leading by 3 and a bit seconds. And 3rd place was the David and Olivier Hart Lola T70. That is down in 7th place. It's snapping, as you'd expect, very quickly with Olivier on board, but we'll probably pick off the Rivas under 2 litre class car, but not having such a great run here. The green Lola T70 with the black stripes up it. Rumbling on in the lead race, Armand Miel already picked up a race win today. It's going to make a very good Sunday for him here at Dijon-Prenois. 12 minutes remain, and his lead 3.2 seconds, and what he has ahead of him is a clear line of sight with not much traffic in it, so that's going to be really welcome. He can settle down now.
But then Magnussen, in theory, got an open track in front of him. He's got 10 seconds until he catches up the 3rd place 9083. But, of course, there's an awful lot of lap traffic between them. So let's see how he can carve his way through. I think for Jan, to be honest, Jan and Chris, a podium is on, but a win is not.
I absolutely agree with that. Car 82 just picked up a second track limits warning, just double-checking it's not any of our front runners. It's Xavier Michel in his Chevron B16, who's somewhere he's down in 8th place in the under 2 litre class, so he's not at the sharp end of the field. But once you exceed that, the penalties start to be issued. You get several warnings, and you can spoil your race. Claudio Rodaro still going very nicely here. He is the Porsche 917 Kurtzek, short tail, looking very neat and tidy, and a huge focus for photographers down in the paddock. There it is. You think a car from effectively 1970 still just making people stop in their tracks.
Whenever I went down there, nobody seemed to be working on it.
No, they didn't really working.
I'm not even sure who runs that car. It's again smoky as it goes up the hill.
That's right, Claudio had to actually lift off the throttle. He was accelerating up the hill, and the understeering so much he thought, oh, get it back in line, get it back in line. Don't know if he's dropping anything on his own tyres, which is often what happens when you see a car smoking, and then suddenly a bit of oil in your tyre. Not what the manufacturers recommended.
3 seconds, 3.5 seconds back from Rodaro. And Jan has already pulled out 5 seconds over Breitmeyer. Still have a bit of a problem getting by him, though, which probably took any time. So we got a yellow out somewhere. And
I can't quite work out where that is as yet. Turn 3, so that's, you've had the compression out of turn 1 into turn 2, and that's where you're arcing right to go towards Virage de la Bretelle. And it's the next corner from this. This is the field going, the background of the gravel trap. There appears to be someone who's gone the whole way through at turn 3. Hopefully that can be pulled clear, but sometimes getting cars out of gravel, not the easiest thing.
One of the Chevron B19s, the Candiani Rouvier car, has been given a 30-second penalty.
It's our under 2 litre class leader. He's now stationary at the side of the circuit, waving for help. Francois Rivas, he's not on the side of the circuit, he's on the circuit by the looks of things. So that's where it is at turn number 3.
Full course yellow, perhaps. Safety car.
Safety car, one would think. So 9 minutes to go. Our race lead is 3.2 seconds. Armand Miel over Claudio Rodaro. He's the Lola T70 ahead of the 2 Porsches, the 917K and the 90803. but the 908 was being hauled in by Jan Magnussen, so this might mean it certainly means he can't pass it, but is this going to lead to safety car? Right, full course yellow, that's what we're getting now on the screen. So absolutely no overtaking, drop down to a maximum speed that is not racing speed.
Well, the big question mark now is how quickly can they clear that car out of the way, and then we're going to have a bit of a dash to the line, aren't we? Which, in this situation, I might put my money on Jan Magnussen, because all of a sudden he's going to close up.
Yeah, but it just depends how many laps they get to play with.
Exactly.
When the field gets released, how many cars are between his Lola, car number 70, and Armand Mills' Lola T70, which is car number 35.
Yeah,
Don't forget, just remember the straight line speed we saw of the Porsche 917 that's sitting second was astonishing in the open part of the race, and that could put Claudio Rodaro into the hunt as well.
Well, that would be a stunning result if the 917
would it ever
would win. So we came here rather expecting that the Magnussen car would be the favourite to win. Well, it's been up there in the lead with Chris Ward. We've had the surprise of the little 2-litre car going so well in Frank Stippler's hands, but then now stopping and maybe changing the whole face of this race. Everyone just...
Well, John Emberson has now moved through into the lead of the under 2-litre class, chased by Nigel Greensall, who's just 3 and a bit seconds down, so Nigel might be able to pounce, but at the moment it's the number 15 Chevron. We're looking at it dead ahead of us here, ahead of the Porsche 917K, which is just a little bit tucked away. The Konica back to Carrera RS, with the old George Lou's name across the screen, car number 58 in the picture as well. But they're all sort of having to run slow, full course yellow, waiting for everything to be cleared up. So things are still to be played for here, and not a great distance between Breitmeyer and Max Banks. Max Banks is in the yellow McLaren with the white and red stripe up its middle.
Yeah, well, that's the Body A colours, of course, the famous team Switzerland. They did have a non-championship Swiss Formula 1 race here, which was run by a Swiss driver.
What year was it?
Oh, 1970. Well, how many Swiss?
Well, you wouldn't have to presume it's Joe Siffert.
No, Clay Regazzoni.
Of course it would be. Oh,
yeah.
They've managed to... That's a good bit of work. They've hooked up Francois Rivas's Chevron and dragged it into the old circuit, where at turn 4, where the track... We're just seeing the car go away from turn 4. If you go straight on, before there was this loop down to the turn 5 hairpin, they've got Francois Rivas. Who knows what the problem was, but he was cruising to victory, building on... You know, all the hard work done by Frank Stippler. Waved yellow flags there.
There's the Porsche. Where is Mills? Way down the road, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
He's 19. Well, they're not going to catch him.
No, they're not. Remember, the gap was only 3.2 seconds beforehand, and it's really fallen the wrong way for the Porsche. It does mean Jan Magnussen's a whole lot closer. May yet get up to second.
There's
Third place, 908.03. Number 4, Henri Gempel. Running through, Magnussen not so far behind, but look, the clock continues to count down. 5.5 minutes remain in this race, still full course yellow. But the good news is, at least we know the chevron that had been stricken, that had been pulled to the side of the circuit, has been pulled clear. The car that was leading the race, Francois Rivas, out of the race, unfortunately, but it has caused this hiatus.
I just think it looks great with those winglets on the back of those.
Very, very short bodywork, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get to the back of the rear wheels, and that's your lot, mate.
Yeah.
Right. Heat haze, waiting for this field to be released. Full course yellow period here. This is the closing stages of classic endurance racing. One category, a 1-hour race, and now for Armand Mill, looks as though he's been given a gift. He had some cars close behind, but the cars in second and third weren't the ones that were likely going to be challenging him had the race not had this full course yellow period. It was expected to be Jan Magnussen, but we thought Jan was too far back in the second of the Lola T70s, but this has allowed him a lot closer, except for the fact that Armand Mills seemed to gain an enormous margin, and at this point the field running around super slowly. I mean, as long, because no one could overtake, so as long as the driver of car number 15, John Emberson, is actually going at the right pace, if he's going slowly, everyone else has had to sort of suck it up and sit in behind.
Yeah. Well, actually, but Mills pulling away, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah, he's got an enormous margin. So I just need to know if that's... Let's see on the tracker map where exactly is Armand Mill. Is the bulk of the... Have to open it up a bit. He's going down into Virage de la Bretelle as they're just going out of turn 1. So the driver holding them up is car number 15, is John Emberson. To my eyes, I could be wrong, and I apologise to John.
I think you're absolutely right. I'm a bit surprised what's happening here, because we haven't seen Miel. There he is, Magnussen's car. Miel won this race in 22 and 23 here in Dijon.
Because I can't really think of any other reason why the gap has gone out from 3 and a bit seconds to 28 seconds.
No, I just wonder if he might get a penalty for that, whether he's gone too quickly.
Well, it could be one or it could be the other, so I would apologise to whichever one we've made the accusation wrongly against, but it's just extraordinary that there's no safety car leading the field around, so they're not sitting behind anyone.
They've pulled that car out of the way. Let's go racing. Yeah, so Miel won this race in 23 and 24, and he won the championship that year, or both those years. So he's used to doing well in this Lola T70. Looks like he's going to chalk up another win. Another win for this big Keep Europe team.
Well, the clock's counted down to 2 minutes 45 seconds left, and there's no sign. Having got that Chevron out of the way remarkably quickly, hooked it up to Francois Rivas's car and got it into the access road, which is away from the circuit, just at turn 4, Virage de Bretel. But hold on, are we green flag now? Yeah, we're racing all over again.
Yeah,
race leader Armand Miel, he's sort of catching the tail enders in the field. He'll come up and have this lap of one further lap beyond. And his margin, okay, let's wait until the pack comes through. We're waiting. Who's going to be next over the line? It should be Claudio Rodaro, one presumes, in second place. He was second place before the restart, but it's a long, old wait. Armand Miel turning into the first corner. 8 seconds clear of Jay Magnussen. So 2 minutes to go. Jan Magnussen very quick on the restart. He picked off the Porsche 917. He picked off the 90803, setting off after the race leader. So at least in terms of championship points and positions across the year, Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward in Lola T70, number 70, won't be losing out too much, but their chance of taking a crack at toppling Armand Miel, who's there at number 35 Lola T70, it's gone away, because it's going to be this lap and one further lap for our race leader.
So 2 black Lolas at the front, and then the yellow one, and then the Banks car, and the 2 Porsches dropped some reason dropped right away in that restart. Rodaro in 6th now. We were thinking he was going to get a podium.
Well, entirely so, but I think they were waiting for the restart, and they may have been getting signals to the team, they may not, but restarts could be at the drop of the flick of a switch. Certainly Armand Miel, he might have been slower at the restart, but he's got the buffer sitting at 8 and a bit seconds, so even though Jan Magnussen is taking tiny sectors of time out of him, he's still going to be 5 or 6 seconds clear at the end of this race, maybe closer to 8 even, but he's got clear line of sight ahead of him, Armand Miel. Comes across the start-finish line. Jan Magnussen is getting closer. We'll see what the gap comes down to. Waiting for Magnussen to start. Loader in the background, coming across the line now. It looks like it's down to about 6 seconds. What's the clock saying? Oh, 8 seconds. He's gained a 1/10 of a second. That is all. So this is the final lap of the race. Armand Miel leading from Jan Magnussen, whose car was started by Chris Ward. Max Banks in the McLaren Can-Am car. The M6B is up into 3rd. He had a really good restart. Gained several positions over the Porsches, also got to pass Emil Breitmeier. So Andrew Branks, his brother, will be very happy in the pit lane. And Claudio Rodaro, car number 1, unfortunately for him, down in 6th place overall. That is the car that set the fastest lap of the race, the Porsche 917K, the Kurtzek, the short-bodied Porsche, such an epic shape. It showed great pace here, and Claudio drove really well at the start of the race, but we also have to remember that car was smoking quite a little bit, so we don't know if he's had its own issues, but at this point, the race is no longer smoking, so maybe simply an overfill.
Yeah, just past a car in the famous Brumos colours. There is the Banks car in 3rd place. There is Breitmeier in 4th, very close behind. And then next up will be the Porsche 908-3, and then Rodaro in the 917, and then Olivier Hart, who's been making good progress quietly up the field. Then Chris Hyatt, Michael Gans, and then Nigel Greensill has taken the lead of the 2-litre class and has passed John Emberson, a guy he coaches. And across the line, the checkered flag falls to Armand Miel, and Armand Miel wins this as he did in 2022, as he did in 2023.
Well, that was a race that chops and changed, and eventually the Porsche 90803, here it comes, number 4, still looks fabulous. That started in fourth on the grid. It finished fifth, but it was a real, sixth. It was a real up and down battle, but also he lost out in that Porsche battle by a couple of seconds, the 970k of Claudio Rodaro, who came home in fifth place. And the full confirmation, because they were a lap down, the under 2 litre runners, with Nigel Greensall winning that class in 10th place overall. So Armand Miel slightly protected by what happened late in the race, spiking the guns, stopping the challenge, the charge from Jan Magnussen, but second place, not a bad recompense for Magnussen and Chris Ward. They knew they had a longer pit stop. They knew the last thing they wanted was anything stopped on the circuit that stopped them having green flag racing. They needed every lap they could possibly have to try and make up the gap. It didn't, alas, quite manage it, but a good run all the same. But really the star of the race had to be Frank Stippler in that opening stint. Under 2 litre last car, giving away grunt to all the cars in front of him. In short order, he got to second, back to third, got his way up to the lead. It chopped, it changed in the battle with Chris Ward. And again, it just showed different cars producing their performance in different ways around different...
Man of the meeting, I'd say.
Yep.
But just looking at the 2 litre class, Greensall, Emerson and Kricknoff. And then the GT, actually not won. It was in the end won by the GT40 Cola. And Ralph Cullen a second. So something happened in the end to the Mr. John B GT40. So that dropped off the field.
Indeed, that was taken over by Soilari, wasn't it? Or certainly was down to take it over. We expected great things. Right, lots of arm waving. There's Serge Kricknoff. We heard from him on the grid. He took third place in the class. He's had a lot of success, but this is a car that a mere, let's do the maths, 29, 35, gosh, very, very long time ago, 55 years ago, took the European 2 litre title.
I know she's got a list of successes down the side of it by the number 16. But here is this family has so much success in this series, don't they?
No, it's just extraordinary. But you'd have thought as the standards rise and rise, it'd be harder to keep on winning, but they find ways, and that was very well done by Armand Miel. Started, very competitively outside of the front row, didn't have the pace at the start to keep up with Chris Ward as he escaped from pole position in the number 70, but the second car to come in and park up behind him will be Chris Ward's car in the hands of Jan Magnussen.
Yeah, Armand's having a very good weekend, isn't he?
Yeah.
His second win. Well, the Keep Europe race suit, smile on his face. His father does sometimes race at this meeting. I'm seeing inside of him here. He's quite high-powered in the FIA as well. So I'm saying I have a microphone. Yeah, the microphone is being readied.
Maxime Guénard comes out to congratulate his mate and often sparring partner, and he appreciates the work, sometimes teammate.
Yes, they said they won a VDV race a bit earlier in the year. A 6-hour race, but we can get down there and hear from the winner about another great success. So see what he has to say. I expect it'll be in French, but we'll get a little précis of it afterwards.
This guy is a happy man, Armand Miel. Armand, si je compte bien, ça fait une deuxième victoire aujourd'hui, ça.
Exactement. Franchement, un très très bon week-end. Dommage qu'on n'a pas pu faire pareil en 60s, mais franchement, un dimanche exceptionnel.
Deuxième partie de course, pas évident, vous étiez en tête, bien évidemment. Il y a cette neutralisation, ça permet de revenir ou pas derrière?
Alors, c'était un peu compliqué parce que... Well done. Parce que devant, les voitures, les retardataires roulaient vraiment très bas, ils étaient à 50 km/h. Du coup, j'avoue que j'avais un peu la pression qui me rattrape, Magnussen, rien qu'avec la vitesse. Mais au final, dès que ça a repris, j'ai pris mon rythme et puis au final, ça s'est fait nickel.
Félicitations Armand, c'est a good weekend for Armand Miel. Second victory of the weekend. We'll try to find Jan Magnussen. He was there 2 minutes ago. We try to find him with car number 70. Where is Jan? He's there. Okay. Okay, he's there. Jan Magnussen.
You're in the photo.
Yeah, I'm sorry for this, but we are live. Okay, no victory this time, Jan. Explain us.
Well, we have a 40-second penalty that we have to try and overcome, and the field was very close here, so it's just a little bit too much.
Okay, but
I'm still very happy.
Yeah, of course.
Considering everything.
What about the last neutralization of the race, the full course yellow? How was it?
Yeah, so the full course yellow, I think, bunched us a little bit more together than we should have been. But yeah, we really needed a full, like a safety car or something. But that's how it is. But I'm very happy with what we got out of it, considering our penalty.
And I think for the championship, it's a good result.
Oh, for sure, fantastic result.
Thank you, and congratulations, second place.
Yes,
Vincent, please get out of the photo.
Interestingly, and we saw Nigel Greenfield just in the background there, reuniting with Rolf Segerist, having won their class. We thought he had a 20-second penalty, but he had a 40-second penalty. He said that clearly, and I don't think he would have added another 20 seconds on. So I wonder about it, Bruce, because really he won the race.
Yeah. There was plenty to think about there from that explosive start to the race. I can't wait to show you the highlights, and they're coming up right now. So sit down and strap yourself in.
Yeah, some absolutely stunning images there, but it's pretty quick fire, this race meetings here at Dijon in this series. Bruce, I will be out racing again in just a few minutes' time with Heritage Touring Cup 2, a new category this year, and because of that, numbers not as good as they were at Spa, because these cars are a little bit fragile. We're talking about wonderful fire-breathing Ford Sierra RS 500s and BMW E30s. From the basically late 80s, early 90s. Got a couple of other marks in there, but it's mainly about the Sierras against the M3s. Pretty easily matched. We've got some cars with some great histories in this as well. But we'll see them in just a moment getting ready. And cars that have even raced in Australia and come back to the UK. And possibly 3 decent British drivers in this. Could be in at the end. And we've also got Sam Adriaans from Holland, I think Motorsport BMW, which I think won last time. It won, but it only after another car got a penalty.
Yeah. We definitely had a bigger field, but when we spoke to Mark Aoun, he's so excited about this championship because so many people have already committed to it for next year, because as the years go passing by, we need to keep bringing historic racing a bit closer to the modern day. And the BMW M3, fantastic rally car, even better racing car. Yeah. The Sierra Cosworth, it's sort of, I mean, for years across the European scene, it was something, had some incredible scraps, the BMW M3, and that's why people remember them so kindly and fondly. And we've got some slightly older BMWs, a couple of 635s. Jean Mille driving one from she's driving one from 1983. That's Armand's sister, and Baz Janssen one from 1985. They're in the older class of this field. We only have 10 cars, but trust me, when we had a much bigger field at Spa, they really went very well indeed. But your point about fragility, a lot of them, particularly in the heat a few weeks ago at Spa-Francorchamps, were not going the distance. So that's why quite a few aren't here. But certainly the intent is for this field to stretch its legs through the remainder of this year and certainly for next year. Now, the car that's coming down in second place, the Batibu, the white, green and red livery car, ex-Thierry Tassin car, we heard from the driver David Tomlin at lunchtime today, 174 miles an hour down the start-finish straight here. These are quick cars, but against the BMW M3s, they're much heavier cars, so the handling is not so good for them around this circuit. There are a lot of twists and turns at Dijon-Prenois.
So, yeah, David, interesting character, because he both races and rallies. His rallies at a high level in the main British Championship, but the last event, it had a huge accident. Finished up with broken ribs. His co-driver in hospital, I think he had to go to hospital as well. Wrote off his Fiesta R2. And so he might be feeling a bit battered and bruised, but he's a great enthusiast, loves his racing, and looking forward to more of these races. But the car to watch for really is on the pole position. It's the car that crossed the line first at Spa, and that is the number 18 car of Max Goff, the Premier Motorsport car run by Harrison Kirby in Ipswich, and Harrison is absolutely the guru on these RS 500s, and he tells me they'll be running about 500 horsepower here, and the boost, they run the boost at about 1.6. The Imperial, they sometimes turn them up to 2-bar boost, and that's a lot.
That really is. One of the things I love as you look across the spread of cars in this field are some of the classic liveries, not just the white and BMW Motorsport Blue, but the green and white Tic-Tac liveried car that Alan Berg, the diminutive Canadian racer, Formula 1 driver, used to drive. And, you know, DTM was a mighty championship back then. Many more manufacturers involved, but these cars always popular. But right, Max Goff in the ex-Greg Hansford bright red Ford Sierra RS 500 on pole position. His car's from 1988, the slightly newer one of David Tomlin with the Batibu, white, green and red. One of the few cars with a tortoise drawn on its flanks, waiting for the lights to turn from green to red. And then we'll have last door for Heritage Touring Cup 2. This is a 1-hour race, and let's hope the fragility of these cars doesn't come to the fore. Certainly the grunt from the engines of the Sierras, they just power away down the start-finish straight. But then the M3s will come back very nicely. The Michelin liveried one tucked in behind Tim Abbott on that one.
Yeah, you'll see on the Goff car the name of Greg Hansford. One of the few motorcycle racers to really transition into car racing. He was a factory Kawasaki rider, very successful, tall, blonde guy. Got into touring car racing, very successful in South Africa and Australia, I mean, but sadly was later killed in a touring car race.
Yes, you told me that. I completely forgotten such a sad event. But right, on the opening lap, as expected, Sierra Cosworths to the front. Twisty bits of the circuit, the BMW M3 is coming back. So you've got 2 Sierra Cosworths, so you've suddenly got a line of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 M3s in behind, and then a 635 CSI, which is the Baz Janssen car in the background. But this is the point on the circuit through turn 6, 7, 8 that you'll have the BMW M3s catching the front-running Sierras, but as soon as they get to, even with a sniff of the start-finish straight, Max Goff will have the hammer down, the turbocharge will be spinning, and off they will go. The RS 500s, David Tomlin, loads of grunt for him as well. As he said, 174 miles an hour from, I don't know what speed they're going through the final corner. It's not slow, it's a sweeping corner, but there's still a huge amount of acceleration up over the rise.
The Tomlin car's still got its Belgian sponsorship on, which includes that tortoise. And David did write to them, suggest they might like to help him a bit. He's said, well, first he asked for permission to carry on running the livery. Why not? But they said they weren't interested in helping or supporting him at all. But I think they could have brought few guests to a race or something, particularly at Spa last few weeks ago. But anyway, they didn't. And here he is, the rally driver racer. There, the flames we talked about. And this car in the Shell livery. Shell, a massive sponsor in Australia of motor racing. And this interesting car came back to Britain, was then raced for a couple of seasons by the very fast but very successful DJ and TV personality Mike Smith. And I see his wife, Sarah Green, is still on television. Mike subsequently died, sadly. but White raced this car, and then it got turned into a rally car, and then Harrison Kirby has turned it back into a proper racer for his customer.
But I remember being at the
International Trophy at Silverstone, and you know, the British teams have been running Sierra Costas for a year or two, and that came up with an Australian crew, and no one thought too much of it until they saw the times in practice.
Yes.
Oh, hold on a second, we thought we were kings of this particular castle. Right, in terms of who's going to be the best runner in the M3 class, it's not an M3 class, it's the main class. Tim Abbott against Sam Adrians. Sam won, as you said, recently post-race at Spa-Francorchamps a few weeks ago. Bit of smoke coming out of a race-leading car, just saying.
Love the tic-tac livery, and now this is an interesting livery, isn't it? But the number 11 car of Sam Adrian, in the real estate business, because it's one of those smaller German breweries. Germany has a lot of still regional breweries. That's have nationwide breweries very much in Germany, and of course we know the famous ones like Vorsteiner. But he's really all over the back of the 121 car, isn't he? Giving it a really hard time. Nice little battle there for third place. And that's Tim Abbott in that car. The best of the BMWs.
Well, I just want to say to Sam Adrians, I did in period try my hardest to keep the profits coming for Diebels out. Fabulous beer, but you're quite right, a regional beer in Germany. But
where was it from? Can you tell from that? I have to say that the Tim Abbott car is going to be taken over halfway by Darren Burke. Now, Darren is a very successful driver coach. They call him Mr. Caterham. He's taught a lot of people to race in Caterhams. He has had success in LMP2 cars out in Asia. He's a very quick runner, is Darren Burke. It'll be interesting to see how quick he can row that car along this X1991 DTM machine, BMW.
Well, I just want to point out that we are missing a few cars in the previous round, and we did have a very unusual car, a Jaguar XJS. Rob Huff and Richard Mize coming second overall there, so that's something a bit different.
Yes.
We welcome those back. And we also had a Volvo 240 Turbo, you know, the sit-up and beg four-square car that was super quick, much like the Sierra Cosworth, a 2-litre turbocharged engine, and that used to fly in period. Think Anders Olofsson. We also had a Mercedes 190E at Spa, Bob Herbert. So these cars will be coming back, and many others before. We also had Rover Vitesse, of course. We'll be looking for those to come back, and we had one of those sort of rather squat Ford Mustangs.
Side by side.
They go, and the Michelin livery car remains with Tim Abbott in third place. That was I didn't expect that move from Sam Adrians, and he's decided now is the moment, and if it's not now, it's the next now, which is now.
Sadly, we lost one, which is the Alexis de Beaumont car, the number 4, the Swiss driver, with his ex-René Metka Belgian liveried car. Not a Sierra Cosworth, I'm not sure what's happened to that one, but anyway, it's not running. Did it start? No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
Start, no.
But this touring car scene is just going to grow and grow. Various periods like Super Touring have been back for quite a while, but M3's always super popular. And what you have to remember is they actually were produced for quite a number of years. From I think the earliest ones were about 1987. You know, to supersede the larger, more powerful 635, but that was run to different regulations, of course, and the better of the C's. 635 is Baz Janssen in 6th overall, but these M3s, just such a nimble power car. Never huge on power, but they were certainly huge on agility and handling, and became, you know, strong enough to last the distance in races like the Spa 24 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours, and it became incredibly popular club competition cars, whether on gravel or on tarmac.
Yeah, I think the Hearts have got a BMW. They did enter one, and then they withdrew it, so they've got one of these M3s, which they'll be racing probably in the next round.
But it's strange, you know, there would have been some Sierra RS 500s going round. Oh dear, we have a spinner. Car number 15 has gone around, and that's dropped Vincent Franssen down the order. And they race a huge array of cars. And, you know, I think this morning they were out in, was it yesterday afternoon? No, it was this morning with Mark 1 Ford Escort. Let's have a look, RS 1600, but this time just the merest dip of the wheels in the gravel. That sort of was fine, but some compressions in the gravel made the car go in a bit of a bucking bronco ride. It continue on its way. A bit of a setback there.
Yeah, I just contemplated what David Tomlin said about the speed of the car on the straight. 177 miles an hour, Sierra Cosworth. Well, he did rally them as well. I remember particularly Jimmy McRae doing well in one of those.
Sometimes the sound you get through the cameras is amazing, and the engine, not on the M3, that is now having its problems going slowly, not even the Sierra Cosworth. I mean, turbocharged engines don't sound so brilliant, but the 635 CSI, oh, that straight six just sounds sensational. We'll pick one out in a minute, but I just heard one go past the camera. But our race leader looking comfortable, and the grunt up the hill, and it really is a steep exit to turn 5. A puff of smoke, a little bit of flame on the O-front. Up to turn 6 it goes. That Shell livery, and as I said, this car came up to Europe to take on the best of the European teams, and suddenly things were very, very different indeed. People thought, oh, right, they've got a better handle on the RS500 than we have, and of course everyone then gets up to that speed, but such dynamic cars. You can understand why on championships like the British Touring Car Championship were chock-a-block with better part of 20 of these cars going at it side by side, spitting flame, tails twitching around all over the place. That still stands as one of the high water marks. Better to have more manufacturers involved. There weren't more, but the racing was fantastic.
Yeah, this car goes pit signal being hung out by Premier there. I think that was Harrison on the pit signal there. Built in Australia by Dick Johnson Racing. Dick Johnson, one of the top Australian touring car racers, and ran a very successful team of these. So that car was originally built into a racing car, obviously from the Sierra Shelf, in Australia, not in the UK.
Yep. And of course, for so many years, it was Ford against General Motors, or more specifically Ford against Holden, which was the Australian arm. But then Dick Johnson, long-time Ford man. And I mean, the animosity, you didn't want to go to the top of the mountain at Bathurst if you were wearing the wrong type of shirt, because you were either Ford or Holden. And it was Dick Johnson, of course, actually got a lot of sympathy from a very scary moment where someone lobbed an enormous rock over the fence onto the track, which he hit with his Ford Falcon and his Ford Fairmont at the time or whatever, and it took him out, and everyone was outraged. So a lot of money was raised for Dick Johnson. He carried on for decades thereafter, but
no, they're still racing Fords to this day.
To this day, but you know, the Bathurst 1000, the Hardy's 1000 at Bathurst was an epic race, still is, but now we've got a fantastic GT3 race as well, which is the 12 hours of Bathurst, and that gets an enormous number of draw of international cars taking part every spring as well. Our spring, their autumn, of course. That race takes place in February each year, but some of the first round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge goes down there now. But in period, it definitely was these sort of cars competing in Australia. And increasingly, though you had Minis and other cars competing against the Australian big muscle in the 1960s, by the time you got to the 80s, there were more and more overseas cars coming to take part. It made it much more cosmopolitan race. Did it make it better? I'm not entirely sure. Did it heat up the competition? Oh, it absolutely did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting days, and what a circuit. If ever you get a chance to go up towards the mountains inland from Sydney, take it.
Drive through the Blue Mountains for marvellous drive.
And you should stop and look at the Catalina Park circuit of old. I didn't know anything about it, and I turned out to have parked about 2 streets away, and that was one of Australia's most fearsome circuits, tucked down in the cleft of the hill in the Blue Mountains, and you know, what a place to go. Now, talking of BMW 635 CSIs, I wasn't, but I am now. Looking at one going very well, Baz Jansen's car number 21, with that wonderful livery that's made me a little bit hungry, Jambon d'Ardenne on the sides. That's an ex-Thierry Boutsen, Walter Braun and Harold Gross running car. So a lot of drivers sort of close to the manufacturers, not works drivers, but BMW might have given them a helping hand from time to time, the teams, to make sure that they could win the races like the Spa 24 Hours and the Nürburgring 24 Hours that was so important. Back in those days, the Spa race was, of course, for touring cars. Now it's all GT3, so it's changed its nature, still intense, and it's coming up very soon indeed.
Dick Johnson won the Bathurst 1000 in 1988, possibly in the Sierra, or certainly a sister car, with John Bowe as his co-driver.
Yeah, the Tassie.
Yeah.
Great conditions here, and so far so good, apart from the Alexis de Beaumont Sierra RS500.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be shared with Arnaud Douce.
Here's our Tic Tac car. Look at that livery.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah. Tic Tac mints. I would sell it on every sweet shop, down every corner shop sells Tic Tac mints. I think they're probably French.
I've never actually thought about what nationality they are. Yeah, I suppose you might look it up, but they were universal from the sort of 1970s onwards, small enough to fit in your pocket, etc. Right, our race leader, 11 seconds clear, Max Goff. The second of the Sierra is David Tomlin. That's the white, green and red one with the Batibou sponsorship. He's 11 seconds down. In turn, 15 seconds up on the best of the BMW M3, Sam Adrian's car number 11. There it is. It's the green one, not with the Tic Tac livery. That's the one we're looking at now, but the other green one with the Michelin livery. And he's got Tim Abbott still just over a second behind him in 4th place. But this Tic Tac livery car, as I said, Alan Berg, Canadian racer. He's now got his son Alexis racing. You know, another generation of racers. And Alan went away and raced in Mexico for many years.
Yeah, he did, and very successful there.
Yeah.
Well, obviously the internet answers everything. They are actually Italian, and it's the same company that made Ferrero Rocher.
There you go.
There you go. What can you say? We haven't got a British 1, 2, 3 anymore, because Sam Adrian's is in 3rd place, and then the Tim Abbott car, that's the BMW, and the Alpina on it, the ex-DTM car, is 4th, but I wonder what will happen when Darren Burke gets in it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. As we pointed out at the start, it's a 1-hour race. It's about keeping these cars sweet. In the heat, particularly, it was very hot a few weekends ago at Spa-Francorchamps. Quite a lot of these were going well, and then they weren't going at all. So that is why they couldn't get them fixed in time to come down here. We'll certainly be back later this year. But the Heritage Touring Cup category, Touring Cup 2 category for these newer cars, it's a toe in the water, but the intent is definitely there to have a lot more for next year. And, you know, when you see the circuits you get to race on, we'll go from, you know, across Europe. There are some just wonderful circuits to come and play on for the Le Mans Classic Series, and that's why it's such a draw, as well as all the off-track activities and the way you have a drivers' club. It's a very popular place for people to bring their cars to race.
So, had a lot of touring car racing here, of course, in Dijon. French have been very successful touring car championships over the years, just as we have in Britain.
Yeah, but I think we'll have a lot more cars bearing the name Jean-Pierre Malchier on the windows in the years ahead.
Yes.
OK, can we hear the engine notes of the M3 just? 635, just a little bit more, not quite the camera to pick it up because they're still just accelerating but not
depends
out.
Depends where our TV boys have put the microphones to a degree.
Yeah, so these cars will next be out. It's the Heritage Touring Cup 2 at Estoril in middle of September, and then their final round will actually... No, I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the wrong spots. Heritage Touring Cup. It will not be at Estoril, but they will be at Imola Classic for their final round of this year. They'll have 5 races across the season.
Yeah, Bas Janssen, regular in this series in various cars, Dutch driver in the BMW 635, the car raced by Harold Groves, and carrying the old sponsorship of Ardennes Ham.
Yes, I was saying I've just had a very good lunch, but that certainly made me prick up my ears. That's fabulous stuff. And the Ducal livery car, that's sort of running its own a little bit. That's dark red livery of Jean-Luc Blanchemin, who we heard from him earlier today, but that was after he'd had car failure, so hopefully he'll get a better run in this one.
Still a little while before we get the pit window opened. Not many people have got co-drivers. I think maybe the Pierre-Alain France, Erwin France, they'll swap from father to son or son to father, not quite sure which way around. They had a good win at the opening round of this series in that Ferrari. It was a bit of an invitation car. But they did at least cross the line first, and that was in one of the more modern categories that we have here. And you've got the chart.
I have got the chart.
What do they call that category? We had a very interesting race there, for...
Right, Max Goff picking up the pace at the head. He's now 14 seconds clear of David Tomlin, the 2 Sierra RS500s from 1988 and 1990, respectively. Well clear of the field. There's another 20 seconds back to the best of the BMW M3s. Which is, of course, the E30 model from the late 80s. Sam Adrian's, we saw that great move to get past Tim Abbott, an attempted move at turn 4 at Virage de la Bretelle, and then a completed move down at turn 5. That was a handful of laps ago. And since then, in all honesty, there's only about a second between them even now, not even that. But then we've got 3 cars pretty close together. Jean-Luc Blanchemin just saw his dark red BMW M3, but this battle for 6th place overall. Baz Janssen in the older BMW 635 is in the background, but it's number 36 that we're looking at that's leading. That's Mark Verheeg in the Tic Tac liveried car, looking as crisp now as it did in period.
Mint car versus the Ham car, isn't it?
Yes.
Ardennes, of course, is where the Spa circuit is.
Yes, whenever you go to the Spa 24 Hours, there were a lot of sponsorship deals that were done with very, very local companies, because there was such a big focus on that race then as it is now. And a lot of teams were assembled just once a year to do that event.
There was, but then, of course, there was a huge Belgian tobacco battle going on, wasn't there, as well, with Bastos and... what was the other brand?
Elga. Elga and Bastos, and just as confusingly as in recent years when you had lots of cars in the World Endurance Championship racing the same colours, their colours were both red and white. Yeah. You just wanted the Ducados team up from Spain and a Marlboro team from somewhere else, and all your front-running cars could have been in red and white tobacco liveries. Seems another year, but we're still allowed to have beer promotion, aren't we? So we've still got the Diebels out car.
Yes, we've got that. I mean, we're given a concession for people to run the old liveries like the JPS's one and the 4 colours and so on. But of course, back in the day when some countries banned tobacco sponsorship, the JPS and Marlboros would go to some races without the livery on, and all kinds of different names came out, but most famously with the Eddie Jordan team with the Buzzing Hornet.
Yeah, instead of Benson Hedges became Buzzing Hornets, and of course in the countries where you weren't allowed tobacco sponsorship, for example, the Marlboro would be replaced by black and white, like a barcode.
Strobe stripes.
But you automatically knew exactly what it was, and of course probably one of the most famous race liveries ever was the JPS Job Player Special, black with the gold key lines. Didn't even need to say it, you knew exactly what they were advertising. It certainly made those Lotus 72s just look so elegant.
Yeah.
The chisel noses.
A little story there. I was working doing the PR for the team at the time, and for the British Grand Prix we had special jackets. You could tell they were JPS jackets, had no JPS on them. So they were just the black and gold jackets, especially for the British Grand Prix. And you get all this stuff in your wardrobe. 4 or 5 years later, I took them to the 345 Playgroup Christmas Fair, and they were sold for quite a lot of money. And the following day, I saw a bloke at the tube station wearing this jacket. He'd obviously bought it properly. And a few years later, I realised he probably would have paid 100 quid for it these days. I wish I hadn't given it away. But anyway, the 345 Playgroup of Muswell benefited.
Well, there you go. What a kind man you are. Well, some good scrapping here, Andrew.
Yeah, there is, yeah.
Up and down the field, which is exactly what we want to see. This is the battle for 3rd place overall, the battle to be the top BMW M3 driver. Yeah. Sam Adrians, who took victory outright at Spa-Francorchamps a few weekends back, has got Tim Abbott still with him. Tim may be smarting that one attempted overtaking manoeuvre didn't work, but the second one did for Sam Adrians. But they're enjoying the flow of this circuit, as is this battle between, you know, the ages of BMW, the BMW M3, which is newer, and the older 635 CSI of Baz Janssen, still behind Mark Verheeg, fighting over 6th place, but their lap times are very, very similar. The best lap of the race, though, considerably faster than anyone else's. Guess who? Race leader, Max Goff.
Going to have pit stops in 3 or 4 minutes. I expect blood pressure's rising, a bit excitement rising down there in the pits. And in fact, Vincent is down there ready to speak to one of the pit crew. So let's go to Vincent, see who he's got, and find out what is the story.
This HTC2 is a new grid for this year, of course, and we have a new car for this rendezvous of Dijon-Prenois, car number 22. It's a BMW M3. Raphaël de Bormann is the team manager of Life Motorsport. Raphaël, tell us the story of this car. This car is a former DTM car.
Yeah, it's a car that has raced in DTM in 87, 88. It was the, let's say, the spare car of the team Isert that was running Olaf Mante at that time. So it has done a couple of races in 87, 88. And then here we've upgraded the car to a 2.5 liter. So we needed to find a livery to match the red color of the car. And so we decided to take the Spa 1992 livery from a Luxembourger team. And so, yeah, here we are. That's the first race of the car. So let's hope it will finish.
Yeah, of course. How was it during the private practice session, qualification with the new car? Some problems or no problem?
No, no problem at all. We had just a shakedown last week. That was fine, so no, we are quite lucky.
Jean-Luc Blanchemin is the driver of the car this weekend. It will also be the case for the next weekend?
That's something we have to discuss with him, because he bought another car that could race in HTC2, so we will see if he continues with the entry or switch to another car. And I still hope to have one guest driver for Imola, because I've just noticed that there were no clash between the WRC championship and this meeting of Imola. So hopefully I can get Thierry Neuville on the car.
Yeah, because the boss, the real boss of the Life Motorsports squad is the World Rally Champion Thierry Neuville, of course. Cross fingers for Imola.
Well done, good bit of local knowledge there, getting that one out. So interesting interview, but again, it just goes to show that this, as we said before the start, not a big grid here today, but a lot of people with a lot of intent to bring cars, hopefully not just BMW M3s and Sierra RS 500s, great as they are, more variety would be welcome, but a lot of people wanting to come in, so that is great news.
Yeah, I saw the truck out in the paddock, Life Motorsport. It looked a very smart new truck, and that explains that it's got Thierry Neuville behind it. And interesting that they're running car. I guess they must run rally cars as well, that team. So pits window is open, and
gear change
going a bit slowly.
So, it certainly sounded that way. Unless there was a missed gear change, you had to wait for the engine, the revs to catch up to get it right the next time. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. So we just talked about the particular car for Jean-Luc Blanchemin running in 5th place. We'll wait to see. No problems there for Max Goff either. No. Racing, but again, not with quite as much panache as on the opening lap of the race, where he made his break. His lead, though, over David Tomlin went out to 14 and a bit seconds. It's down to 13 and a bit seconds. So having made those early laps, those really hard yards, it seems to be coming back a little bit. David Tomlin is settling down, but they were very aware about the frailty of the cars. And the good news is lack of soaring temperature certainly helps. That's
Darren Burke there, just climbing into Tim Abbott's car, the man who teaches all the good caterham racers. I say just raced out in Asia quite successfully in LMP2, and good racing career as Darren Burke. He'll be quick in that Tim Abbott BMW, I'm sure.
Yeah, you'd certainly think that would be the case. So our race leader is about to come up and lap the Texaco liveried BMW 65 CSI of Jean Mille. He's got a little distance to go. Oh, there's that engine note, that straight 6 engine note to the 635 CSI. Very different engine note to the 2-litre turbocharged Ford in the background, but the pace difference is fairly considerable. In fact, the fastest lap for this car, a race leader, is 10.5 seconds faster than the car he's about to lap of Jean Mille, who's just going into turn 5 now. Speed differential so clear to see, and it's the punch up the hill, out of the corner, continue turning to the right, over the first crest, it flattens out a little bit, then it continues rising, and the Sierra of Max Goff pit window, as Andrew said, is open, but there aren't too many drivers who are going to be changing to a second driver. As you mentioned, Darren Burke, we expect Erwin France to take over from Pierre-Alain France. And here comes Darren Burke to walk out to the Michelin livery car, started by Tim Abbott. There it is for the Alpina window strip. The tall figure of Tim Abbott bursts out of the car, and Darren Burke will just clamber his way in. No enormous rush. These don't have to be super fast pit stops, which is a great idea. So that Michelin livery looking very, very crisp indeed. And I guess the big question for Darren Burke in the second half of the race is, can he get to where he wants to do to get a podium position? He came in from 4th position, but just remember how close it was with the Diebels out, dark green and gold liveried M3 of Sam Adrians in the first half of the race. Now we're coming up to the second half of the race. In fact, we're not quite at the halfway point. Still 3 minutes to go. It's a 1-hour race, but you certainly have to feel that Max Goff, barring mechanical malady, has this one on the bag. David Tomlin will continue to chase, and he's got a huge margin in hand over the best of the BMW M3s. Right, the car that we thought had a missed gear change, just go up the hill there, absolutely no problem at all. So maybe it was simply that, nothing more untoward for the Ducal livery car.
Just for me, just seeing Greg Hansford's name on it, because I knew him quite well, because when he was racing and motorcycling, I was working with Barry Sheen, the same meetings, and Greg was second in the 250 World Championship one year. He's a really super guy, and absolute tragedy when he was killed. Everybody was just absolutely stunned. But you know, he had a very good career in touring cars, did Greg Hansford, after his Kawasaki successes. Tall man, over 6 foot. Didn't see many 6-foot motorcycle races.
No, for obvious aerodynamic reasons.
Ron, charismatic, yeah. Vink on his helmet, you see, that's Vink Motorsport. They prepare that particular car. You see it also on down there on the side of the car. So Goff in the lead by 14 seconds.
Well, 5 of the cars who've made their pit stop, including our race leader, haven't completed their pit stops yet. Baz Janssen, look at him now. He's leading the class of the older cars, the A1. He's up to 4th overall, but effectively running in he was running in 6th, 7th position before the pit stop. So David Tomlin moves in to lead the race. He's got another 6 minutes or so until the pit window closes, but there it is with the Palmer Tube Tech original sponsors, Motorcraft, of course, and Armour Ford, the spare parts division as well. Oh, they're great to see these names as well. And also, you know, sponsors tended to be, in many ways, a lot clearer back in period. There weren't as many, weren't as expensive to run, so you didn't need quite as many sponsors. But here, it's lovely to be reunited with those liveries. And just particularly, I always used to love the Spa 24 Hours, I still do, but it was just simply the fact you go and see cars you wouldn't see all year, because often you had entirely different race liveries, because for many people they'd bring in a second or a third driver, and they would have some money to help get the car on the grid. But then you have some classic liveries like this Shell Ultra-sponsored Sierra, looking great. Look inside, look at all that framework, but these are much heavier. What do we... 1,100 kilos, I think that's what we were told. This is the weight the Sierras have to run. So the BMW M3s can run to rather less to sort of counterbalance all the power versus the handling.
Dick Johnson still running at the front of Australian Touring Car Championship races, still with the same Shell sponsorship, kept up all those years.
Well, that's...
It must be one of the longest running sponsorships.
And it's when you hear an engine note that you haven't heard for quite a while, like a BMW M3, you know, it sounds different here to the way it would sound at Spa, but it's still that very sort of flat note. But you have a whole field of them, and it really is a very, very exciting sound. But, you know, still give me the straight 6 engine note of the BMW 635 CSI is still one of the loveliest sounds.
Yeah, the turbo, I mean, it's a great idea, turbocharging, but it does suck some of the sound out of the note. I mean, think that with the current Formula 1 cars. So Darren Burke, let's see what sort of lap times he does. He's climbed into that number 121 machine, the Tim Abbott-owned BMW M3 E30 classic BMW shape. And we might be able to go down for an interview as well in just a moment. I believe one is being prepared for us. Indeed, I'm hearing on Francois is ready on the pit lane, and he's going to speak with the owner of the car, of Tim Abbott. So let's hear what he has to say about his race thus far.
Yes, in this pit lane of Dijon-Prenois here with Tim Abbott, driver of the car 121. It's a BMW M3 E30. You seem to be quite a little bit exhausted.
I am tired. I find it very hard work to drive, and I've only driven the car maybe 4 or 5 times, and it's a big step up from what I'm used to. Lotus Cortina on Dunlop Historics is a little bit more less demanding physically, let's say, and you know, I'm not fit.
Maybe you're not fit. How is it to drive an M3 E30 here in Dijon-Prenois?
It's epic, really. It's a fantastic circuit. It really suits the car with the undulations, the sort of mixture of high-speed corners. But yeah, it's a challenge. I've not been here before this weekend, so again, I needed to learn the circuit and the car. So it was a bit of a baptism of fire.
You will be back for the rest of the championship?
I hope so. Subject to the a little bit of negotiation with the scrutineers who measured the intake, and it was like a couple of millimetres out or something. So we need to work that out with them, because we want bigger grids, right? The whole point, new championship, let's get cars here, let's not be too picky.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, driver of the BMW M3, number 121.
Well, he should be happy because Darren Burke is out there in his car now. He's faster than anybody else.
Yeah, well, there you go. But, you know, again, it's just quite a contrast. We talk about drivers jumping from one type of car to another at a lot of these meetings, but jumping, for instance, a Lotus Cortina on old-style Dunlop tyres or something like this, you know, effectively 2.5 decades later, delivers its performance in a very different way.
And probably he's you know, a very busy businessman and doesn't get too much time in the gym. And you do need time in the gym. You know, there's a lot of G-forces here as well. Well, there is the Ham car, and the bonnet came up.
But it's funny, not all drivers are sort of natural athletes. Why should they be? And I'm not going to name any names, but I went to my gym in London decades ago, and right in the middle of the gym, I was going to get on some of the equipment. There was someone lying face down, covered, absolutely drenched in sweat. And I walked past, and I just heard this voice go, "Hello, Mr. Jones." And it was a racing driver who, let's say, had to work on his fitness, but he went on to the highest level of the sport. But it was a lot of drivers, you know, they start obviously much younger now in karting, but a lot of them didn't do anything much, and they did a little bit of karting into Formula Ford, and up they came. But fitness wasn't really that much of a consideration. It certainly is now, and ironically, a lot of the cars in period were much more physical. But it was just interesting, the comparison we heard there from Tim Abbott about stepping up to BMW M3, and also the strain of being on a circuit that he doesn't know that well. And you don't get much of rest around the circuit here, but once you know the Dijon-Prenois circuit, you love it. It's somewhere just very special. I can't really put my finger precisely why. It's a combination of so many things, but yeah, the physicality on a warm Sunday afternoon of a car where you've got the emotional strain as well of driving something you don't know so well. Yeah, that's definitely a factor. Once it becomes something you feel incredibly comfortable with, then it's, you know, much less of a strain. Well, we have a driver out that wasn't on the entry list because Car 21 was started by Baz Janssen. It's leading the A1 class. It's now in the hands of Andy Newell, but Baz is down in the pit lane for an interview.
In this race, we have some BMW M3 E30, but also two BMW 635 CSI with Baz Janssen, one of the drivers of the 21. Baz, how was it the first part of the race?
I think it was going very well. I just bought the car, so it's my second time out with the car. And I think it's performing very well. Yeah.
Driving this kind of car on this kind of track, how is it?
Oh, I love Dijon. Dijon is a really fun track to drive, really. It's amazing.
You have just to wait now for other cars like this, other 635 in Group A category?
Yeah, in Spa, I think we had 9 or so, of which 7 635s, which was a very nice grid. But maybe because it's so early after each other, I don't know why exactly, but unfortunately, no, we only with 2. But okay, that will change in the future, I think.
Thank you very much. Coming from the Netherlands, Mr. Baz Janssen.
Yeah, the opening race, well, he got to share that with Bram Bontrup at the start of the season, but now Andy Newell, who is a very quick driver, does a lot of stuff in big Can-Am cars and stuff.
Yeah, Andy for many years was a Gelsco, a car builder. He's not running that business anymore. I think his son's doing the parts, but he built GT40s and things like that. In fact, but the new GT40 to go to was a Gelsco car, but Andy's a very good driver. And he'll row that along well. But you know, the fastest man out there, as I said, is Darren Burke, as I suspected it would be. And although he hasn't got the fastest, Goff has still got the fastest lap at a 27.5. And Burke is a bit slower, but the Goff car is not going at quite the pace it went earlier on.
No, it isn't. And actually, the previous lap, David Tomlin in second place in the second of the RS 500 Sierras got to within 5 and a bit seconds around this lap. Yeah. It's ebbing and flowing, and there may be a marginal gain for our race leader, but remember that gap was considerably larger before we got to the round of pit stops. But David Tomlin, yeah, said he's some very good lap times, just a tad slower than by you know, a few thousandths than Darren Burke, as Darren tries to close the gap in the BMW M3 battle. He's in 4th. 3rd place is the lead car in that battle, which is Sam Adriance, who had such success at Spa-Francorchamps just a few weeks back. But Max Goff looking to see whether he picks up the it's absolutely even Stevens with David Tomlin between first and second last lap, and it's again sitting at 5 and a bit seconds, 5.4 seconds, the gap between first and second place. Still spitting flame on the run between turns 2 and 3 is our race leader Max Goff. Here he comes in the Motorcraft and Shell liveried Ford down the slope into Virage de la Bretelle, turning left into the compression, trying not to go wide over the curbing on the outside. It's just painted curbing rather than anything you're going to hit and have your car deflected. And because he's under no particular pressure, quite a deep line into turn 5 to parabolic and then up the slope beyond. It just sometimes visually doesn't look as though it's grunting away out of the corners.
No, it doesn't.
A bit of a flame out. So maybe, hold on, first part of this lap, a tenth of a second gain by the chasing David Tomlin. Not trying to build drama. I think drama is building itself. I think there may be slight issues for our race leader Max Goff.
Yeah, but it's 5 seconds, not enough gap to really just tap off, is it, and just cruise?
Now we're getting the flames again, but the middle section of the lap, 1.7 seconds gained by the second place car in the middle third of the lap.
Yeah, I wonder what the fuel consumption is on these cars.
Well, let's hope no guesswork was involved.
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
And unfortunately, Andy Newell was so keen to get out in the 635 CSI, or maybe keen to come in Baz Janssen. They were speeding in the pit lane, 30-second penalty for them. So that put Jean-Luc Montchemin back up ahead, and maybe Pierre-Alain France as well. But Gilles Mille will not be able to overtake. She's somewhat further back in the second 635 CSI. Right, the two Sierras in the same shot. The red one there, still spitting flame, as our race leader. Max Goff now only 2.4 seconds ahead. In the background comes the white, green and red livery car. That is David Tomlin, the rally racer who was sitting just next to you at lunch today. He maybe's got another story to tell, because it's certainly he'll be thinking, this is proper, this is coming to me.
Yeah, well, the lead has been slashed to just 2.4 seconds. But meanwhile, closing up on Adrian's, he's got 6 seconds to make up. I think he'll make that up in 2 or 3 laps. So we could have a Union Jack 1, 2, 3 in this race.
Yeah, definitely. Sam Adrians is being caught hand over fist, as you say, by Darren Burke. So we'll wait to see what happens. But it looks, if there's going to be a move, it's going to turning into turn 8. There are 9 corners on the circuit, and we're just here we are with the second of the Sierras getting closer. The Ducal liveried M3 right across the nose of our race leader, who tries to go at the inside. Had to wait a long time for there to be a gap on the inside, and that's the point they're accelerating. Look at the punch of that second Sierra. This is the car at 174 miles an hour, and he'll be in the lead surely by this time.
Yeah, it's gone by already.
Whoa.
Just like that.
I think there are some turbo issues, certainly, for we've seen under hard acceleration out of turn 5. It's not all there for the second of the Sierras. The car that was first, the car that was running away, Max Goff's car, the red one with the Shell livery, ain't in the lead anymore, and certainly David Tomlin will be delighted with that. He's clear, and he gained around the course of that best part of 3 seconds to go from 2 and a bit seconds down to, let's do the maths, half a second, and pulling away clear at the front of this race.
The Goff car is running, a second and a half slower than it was earlier in the race. I suggest he's got some issues. Could it be tyres, maybe?
Well, yeah, well, quite possibly could be. But for now, David Tomlin into the lead, and I can't see this one going back the other way. 20 minutes or so left on the clock, 19 minutes to be precise, but certainly David Tomlin now out front and looking to see where he can get to.
Yeah, well, his big rally accident doesn't seem to have slowed him at all, does it?
Just trying to get to the end sooner, I think.
Yeah.
Except it's a timed race of 1 hour, so that won't help him whatsoever. The next battle to look for would be car number 11, Sam Adrians. Can he remain in the Diebels out liveried green and gold M3, win the BMW battle, or will Darren Burke, who's catching up in 121, another M3, that's the car started by Tim Abbott, the one that's Michelin lime green livery, will that get up to 3rd place overall? But just remember, at the time there was mechanical frailty from these cars. The Sierra RS500's not always the most refined, because a lot of people would just be tempted to crank up the boost on the turbo that little bit too much, and it would obviously come at a price. But right now, here we have it. The Flying Tortoise. There's extravagant rear wings. Of course, the Sierra Cosworth sort of was evolved from the, what was it called? It was the XR4Is.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
But had a vestigial wing, and then this is rather more flamboyant. But of course, once you put it on your road car, you build a number of those, then you can have that extravagant wing on your race cars, which is the aim all along.
XR4i had four-wheel drive. And I ran one in Hong Kong Beijing Rally. Steve Blobberquist driving it way back in the 80s. The sponsor with a tortoise, I believe, is a building construction business. So why you want to have a tortoise as your logo, I don't know. It sort of suggests
Would you like your project to overrun?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think this lap, Darren Burke is going to get onto the podium position. So I wonder if we can just track back down to third spot. Already Tomlin is pulling away. He's pulled 2.3 seconds away from Goff. I guess at the end we'll hear what it was all about. But yeah, I like the livery, but it's kind of weird, isn't it?
Well, just have something different. Why not? Stand out. We're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll probably find there's some long, convoluted story behind why they couldn't build on a plot because a tortoise lived there or something.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
But you can just imagine the way these cars caught the attention of the racing public because they look spectacular. They're very, very quick, and any car that spit flames, they win the affection of the fans. And of course, when they started racing, lots of people raced them. There was that temptation to just crank it up a little bit more to make sure you stayed at the front. Sometimes with not the best.
Yeah, we're talking about 177 odd miles per hour. Look, those sports prototypes aren't doing that.
Yeah.
That's pure 500 horsepower.
Even in road-going trim, the Sierra Cosworth was quite a beast to handle. The first time I drove one was in the wet around Mallory Park, which was quite interesting. Various points we had streams running across the track. But, being a juvenile journalist, he was very happy to keep pressing pedal to metal a few rather leery moments.
Yeah. I don't think Burke is... We're not seeing him just maybe look on a tracker to see if he's by, but he will be soon. Yeah, so the tortoise built out of bricks, isn't it? I think that's what he did. They distributed bricks and other building kit around Belgium. And still do, I believe.
The gap between first and second is really, really going out. Actually, waiting, where is Max Goff? Should have come up the slope. Car moving slowly, looking going to the pits. There is Max Goff. So whatever the problem was, it has manifested itself to the extent that Max, I thought that is going to be terminal, which I don't want, or I need some attention in the pits. So suddenly that means Sam Adrian, some while to come, will be up into second place overall. But he's got Darren Burke, so suddenly, Darren Burke has now moved ahead of Sam Adrians. So instead of moving from fourth to third, he's moved from fourth to second because Max Goff has entered the pit. So it's now one Sierra RS 500 that's still going, and this is almost like a period shot. Problems on warm days for RS 500s. And driver at least getting some air in the car. Is he going to get out?
Premier Motorsport team going to work as he is getting out. And it's sadly all over, I'm afraid, for Max Goff. So 2 races in this championship, 2 disappointments, getting pinged for the infringement in Spa, and then a problem here. Look at obviously the bonnet is up. Maybe we can grab hold of Harrison, the team owner, in a minute or two and find out what it was about, or the driver indeed.
Well, Andy Newell right now is really making the tyres squeal on that class-leading 635 CSI BMW. That's 6th overall now after the demise of, well, it'll be 5th place overall in his second after the demise of our previous race leader, Max Goff. But, people are still pushing these cars hard. We heard from drivers getting out, like Tim Abbott, going, that is really physical, because you're seldom in a straight line around this circuit.
Darren Burke is closing on Tomlin, but he's got a huge gap, but he's looking at the splits.
Well, he's ripping into him. He's got 20,
he's taking
23 and a half seconds. But if he, on that lap alone, he took the best part of 2 seconds out of it.
I think, Bruce, we're going to be able to find out momentarily about that sad retirement of Goff, and in fact, I think we're already down there, so let's find out what happened to the marvellous red Sierra Cosworth. I think it was probably in the engine bay, but let's hear out right now.
It's a huge disappointment for this guy, Max Goff, and the Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500. Max, you were under it. It seems to be comfortable, but back in the pit.
Yeah, unfortunately, overheating problem. We had the same thing at Spa. We changed the engine, but we think it might be a geographical problem with the layout. But yeah, Peter Auto keeps blessing us with all this good weather, and it's causing us problems. But yeah, it's a shame. It was, yeah, like I said, cruising, but it's life, isn't it?
But you're optimistic for the rest of the season. You try to make this car reliable.
Yeah. Like in England, it has been quite reliable. Maybe just the longer tracks and the hot weather. But where we can't do Paul Ricard, but we'll be back for Imola, and that should be a bit colder in October anyway. But no, we'll get to the bottom of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, it's unfortunately the retirement for this Ford Sierra, red Ford Sierra.
Thank you very much for Vincent. So disappointed from Max Goff, but remarkably philosophical, I must say, Andrew, there. But
yes, he was.
When he said a geographical problem, he doesn't mean northeastern France or southeastern Belgium. He just clearly means location of various elements within the engine bay to cool things down. And certainly Paul Ricard will be hot in August when the series goes there. But for Max Goff, yeah, Imola. It'd be good to see these cars coming back out, and certainly a lot of people will be bringing more out to make the second season, which will be next year for Heritage Touring Cup 2, a success, because these cars were hugely popular and large numbers of them existed in period. RS 500 Sierras and BMW M3s, with the BMW M3s also serving a lot of time in rallying as well, which kept their numbers very high indeed. Good little scrap going in here. Andy Newell in the BMW 635 CSI, and has just been overtaken by Jean-Luc Blanchemin, but maybe on the straights you'll get that more powerful engine, the 3.5 litre engine in the chasing BMW, quicker than the turbocharged engine in the BMW M3 that's just nipped through. That's the one with the Ducal livery. Door partly open, but then just subtly closed there by Jean-Luc Blanchemin. But now let's have a look at the acceleration. Up to start, finish straight they go. Smaller engine, the BMW M3, but turbocharged. No trickery from the BMW 635. That is just a straight through 3.5 litre 6. Fantastic.
Yeah, Max has got a business called Garage 81. I'll tell you a nice touring car like a Labatt's BMW he's got on his list for sale at the moment, and a few motorbikes. Yeah. So that's Garage 81. I'm not quite sure where he's based, but that's what his business is. As he's got a Paris-Dakar homage BMW motorbike, 12,000 quid.
Quite incredible how many classic car dealers are also racers as well. Yeah. One funds the other, I guess. Needs must, but certainly makes very interesting reading in all the magazines and online. You can flick away for decades before you get around to buying something, but buy something you must. It's good for your soul, if not your bank account. Right, David Tomlin leading the race by 21 seconds from Darren Burke. Ford Sierra RS 500. That's number 117 from the number 121 BMW M3. That having passed Sam Adrian's, Darren Burke has pulled out 8 seconds. Clock continues to count down into the final 10 minutes. This 1 hour race for the Heritage Touring Cup 2 category, and things are settled. But further down the order, that Ducal BMW number 22 has just moved into 5th place. Jean-Luc Blanchemin and Andy Newell trying to get it back, and both about to be overtaken with the Michelin livery car. That's Darren Burke in 2nd place overall. Our race leader, though, already long since gone over the start-finish line in his Sierra. Gap between 1st and 2nd between David Tomlin's Sierra and Darren Burke, 20.3. Time gained by the chasing BMW M3, but not enough.
Yeah, I tend to remember Max Goff was a good kart racer back in the day. Had a win at the Silverstone Classic in that Sierra. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but you know, the car does go well normally. So anyway, David Tomlin is in the lead by 20 seconds from Darren Burke, the catering coach, as he's called, and he is still taking a bit of time out of Tomlin, but not enough to really eat into a lead or put any sort of pressure on him at all. And then Adrian's in 3rd place, and I guess that will put Adrian's into the top of the championship, which has a win at Spa. Andy Newell well, there's just a couple in that class at the moment. Andy Newland 635 is leading it, and
yeah, so we were due to have 3 Sierra RS500s. Alexis de Beaumont didn't get to start the race in car number 10, and now the second retirement of the race effectively was Max Goff in the second of the RS500s, leading just one in the race, but importantly for fans of Ford, it's one that's leading.
Yeah.
And it's in the hands of David Tomlin. Of course, when you're numerically underpowered, the odds potentially go against you, but for BMW E30 type of BMW M3, they're filling 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. And the only one that's sort of out of kilter there is the 5th of those M3s. That's an Evo 2 version from 1987, which is Pierre-Alain France. Had a little moment early in the race, lost a bit of time, and is a couple of laps down.
So what have we got coming up? We've got a couple more races, haven't we? Got some couple of really good races coming up yet.
Yeah, we've got Classic Endurance Racing 2, which is sports prototypes, and then Gentleman Challenge that entertained us enormously with the 45-minute race.
Yeah, they got their second
yesterday, and they're the chosen group. This race meeting gets moved around between the various series to have a second race.
Well, the Classic Endurance Racing 2 are the fastest cars. These are the Cosworth Formula 1 powered sports cars mainly at the front. Obviously, Max Guélard usually is the winner, but Jan Magnussen's got a little 2-litre car, which might give him...
Oh, he flew in that in Spain, didn't he? Before a problem interceded.
Yeah, and then he won in Spa, so he's on the pole. So we got to see Jan Magnussen be driving solo in that race. So I'm looking forward to that. And just seeing this coming to the end.
Couple of big twitches from Andy Newell. He's tried to hang on to the 5th place Jean-Luc Blanchemin-driven BMW M3, but just couldn't. His car older, slightly more powerful, heavier though, and that's the real issue around the twists and turns of Dijon-Prenois. So the gap to the car in front of him, to Jean-Luc Blanchemin, that's going to go out to a couple of seconds, 3 seconds pretty much. So it looks like he's stuck in 6th, but he is leading the class for the older cars. Class A1, there it is, Jean-Bon Desardennes. Our race leader, David Tomlin, all on his own. He had the hunt to try and catch up Max Goff, and catch up he did, but Max was having a problem. Max pitted, Max was out. And hopefully we'll get that one back around later in the season. But for the Heritage Touring Cup 2, it's a chance to see some cars we haven't seen for a long time. There were more at previous rounds, but there will be many more next year. So we just have to have a little patience, and also just hope that some of the mechanical frailties of a lot of these cars have been put away for decades, haven't been raced. There's only one way of making them bulletproof, is get them out and test them, or preferably race them. Yeah, they break, you fix them, you move forward.
This car is 35 years old. There's his pit signal, P1. Minus 18.9.
Yeah, let's go.
T5. It says T5, which I think means time 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Different people do different things on their pit signals. So is Darren Burke chipping into that lead at all? Not really. Look, he is a little bit quicker, but it's fractions. Maybe. But anyway, I'm sure Darren will be happy to drive in a nice BMW and getting on the podium of an international race here.
Yeah, but for so many of these drivers, Andrew, they're driving these cars for a first or possibly second time, just getting accustomed to it, but also the way the teams are preparing them. These cars, so many have been away for, the 30-odd years, and if it's their first season back, you'll come across all sorts of problems that could have been fixed in period because people are aware of them, but you don't get all the instructions to use for so many things. And so it's definitely a testing period in that first year.
Anyway, I'm sure we'll see that Goff car going well again. So he's had success in the UK with it, and I'm sure this championship is going to really grow.
Yeah, certainly no audible problems there. Yellow flag somewhere, turn 2. Okay, so someone's got it wrong. Car number 11 has come to a halt, and that was Sam Adrians, who was up to 3rd place. So Mark
that takes his championship lead away, possibly.
It does, doesn't it? So he was in the Diebels Out livery car, the dark green and gold car. That's an unusual place to end up. So He's driven as tight as he can to the barriers on the infield of the circuit in front of all the fans who are down there with the car clubs, trying not to interrupt anything too much. 3 minutes remain. And as long as people can see where it is, it's going to be just ahead of where this car goes past. Our race leader, Sierra, David Tomlin.
That means Mark Verhaag in his BMW is going to get onto the podium. That's the Tic Tac car.
Yeah, that seems to make sense. So David Tomlin from Darren Burke, 17 seconds. So Darren's been chipping away, but David, especially once he's worked out that the rival RS500 has had a problem, he might think, will the same happen to me? There's a certain amount of heat out there. It's not always kind to cars, but I think he's sort of home and hose, just quite comfortable right now.
So we had a lunch. Looks like we had a lunch with the winner.
Yes, as it happened, we hedged our bets.
Yes, we did.
John Barber, who's in the CER2 race, he was alongside us. Michael Cantillon, who was in the next race, which was Classic Endurance Racing 1. He had not the race he'd have wanted, I don't think, overall, but certainly there was a...
He had a spin, didn't he?
He did have a spin, indeed.
So, HTC2 coming to a conclusion, just the last couple of minutes. One more lap, Scott just across the line, and one more lap, still that heat haze. It's not very hot out there, but it's most pleasant. Just perfect.
No, it's a lovely day. Warmer than yesterday. There was a bit of a breeze yesterday. We did, a bit later than this, have some darker weather blowing through. 2 or 3 laps in which, during the Porsche 2-litre Cup race, we had a little spit of rain here and there, and that was it. So today looks fine, and for families coming for a family day out, there's plenty for them to do. I mean, it really is at these more classic series events. You have stalls, many of them, sort of automotive bric-a-brac models, brand new watches, many things, and some really lovely catering outlets. It's not a bad place to be on a summer's weekend.
Also, I think you could, at lunchtime, you could drive the car around the track. I think you pay a few euros and do some laps. Certainly that was the case last year. I'm not sure. Did they do it again this year? I'm not sure.
I didn't notice, but we do get in very early, Andrew. But it's certainly a huge spectator area with lots of concessions there for them to go shopping.
Yes, on Friday they did it. Club Session 1 and Club Session 2. That must have been it. And yesterday, they had 25 minutes.
So David Tomlin, well, he can coast home from here. 20 seconds to go. On to the start of the last lap. 16 seconds clear. Darren Burke, well, he was given a bit of a gift by Max Goff dropping out of the race, meaning that he could aim for second place. Second place he's grabbed with both hands.
Yeah, in the Tim Abbott car. Tim admitting he wasn't really fit enough. So maybe he'll realise that he'll get down the gym. I'm sure you'll decent workout, you'll find a second or so.
Yeah, it's not so he didn't look fit.
Didn't look fit,
no.
Fit,
but there's a lot of it is in your mind about how fit you are, but definitely in a hot afternoon, working around a circuit like this, where you're uphill, downhill, turning right, in fact, maybe turning right.
But you could tell when he got out of the car, he was feeling it a bit. Up the hill for the last time.
Yeah, not going anywhere near the curbs on the outside of the circuit. No need to do so for David Tomlin. Darren Burke, well, he's down to 15 seconds in the rear, and you can just sense that David is just backing it off, listening, being careful, down the slope for the final time to get to the bottom of the hill just before you turn into the second part of turn 9, the final corner, and then he'll accelerate away up the hill. And the acceleration of the Sierra RS 500 cars has been remarkable, always was in period, but they feel even faster on board than they look at from the outside. So there's a lot of grunt there. He'll wind it up, but nothing more needs to be done because victory is in his grasp. Here it is, 2 seconds to go. The checker flag will be there waiting for him. David Tomlin wins the opening round the HTC, the Historic Touring Cup 2 race. The margin, it might come down to a dozen seconds or so, but a comfortable win. The second place car coming through now, Darren Burke. Car was BMW M3, but started by Tim Abbott, and eventually 12.6 seconds down. Raced that very nicely.
Good drive from him. So, the winner there, David Tomlin. Far cry from his recent event, which was the Seven Valleys Stages, where he had a big roll in his Fiesta R5 into a tree and finished up in hospital. So this is all a bit different.
This is a step forward. Andy Newell ought to go on in his 635 CSI to win the second class, Class A1. That's not his car, that's the Jean-Mille equivalent 635 CSI that comes home in seventh and last, because we lost Sam Adrians late in the race. He managed to do 34 laps. Our race winner did 39. He pulled off. Max Goff retired to the pits. Alexis de Beaumont didn't start. And the last car to come to the line, well, it's just waiting for Andy Newell. He's been across the line, yeah. He was on the lead lap, but not anywhere close to the pacey, fast, no doubt delighted David Tomlin. Arm out of the window for him. Not just for cooling down, but also, of course, just for waving thank you to the marshals. Job done. Here comes Jean Mille to finish her race. So both the 635 CSIs made it to the finish of the race. But the victory went to David Tomlin. Here he is in the Batibou sponsored, the building supply company sponsorship that is true to period. He's bringing that back round, and I think he'd be quietly delighted with all that was coming. But as he said, for next year, this championship, you know, will have bigger grids. Everyone is talking about it, and they will come. So just bear with us on this one. I dare say at the end of the season, the numbers will be up again. This one was down a bit from Spa-Francorchamps, but as we heard from one of the crew chiefs there, he said, you know, some of these cars are fragile, and this race was remarkably soon after the previous round, and any cars having problems, they couldn't guarantee they're all going to be fixed in time.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens at the next round. I'm sure there'll be more cars, and I'm sure the fire-breathing Sierras are going to be at the front again.
Yeah, that you have to feel. And again, temperature can... I just want to reiterate, a lot of these cars haven't done a lot of racing in the past 30 years or so. Some of them are getting on towards 40 years old, which just makes me feel very strange. Old as the BMW M3. Well, this race, yes. 1987, and the 635 CSIs from 1983. So you can just imagine how many years are on the clock.
Are prepared by the Raceworks organisation. They'll be congratulated. Oh, it's the photographer first. It takes the photographs, shakes the driver's hand. And climb out. He was telling me, an interesting tale that because this Fiesta got written off in this rally accident, that it was going to save him some money because he won't be doing the rest of the season.
It's one way of saving money.
And his wife said, well, that's a funny way of saving money.
Yeah.
Thierry Tasson Jesus Pereira, Spanish sports car driver, who raced this car. Presumably that'd be a lineup, and there was a third driver in it, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was Alain Semoulin.
Yeah, there's his wife, who we had...
You brought the drink with me, have you?
OK, well, David Tomlin looks suitably warm, needs a bit of a release before his interview, but he worked hard, and we'll wait to hear his thoughts. And victory, so he'd be very pleased in that. What's his name? David Tomlin.
Here's the winner of the race, this race of HTC2. David, how difficult was it?
Well, no, I just tiled it down to low power all the way, and yes, you know, slowly. It's a tortoise and a hare, and the tortoise won today.
Great result, of course. Not so many cars at the start, but it's a promising championship. It's a promising category.
It is a promising category. We just need 10 more cars at least, don't we? Yeah.
You will be at Paul Ricard?
I think so, yes.
Congrats, David Tomlin. And we'll go to Darren Burke now, second of the race, with some official pictures. We are specialists of the official pictures. Darren, quickly, we are live. Good result, second place overall.
Yeah, great result. Tim did a great job. All I had to do was get it to the end, really. He did the hard bit. It's very hot out there, and the track, I've never felt it so slippery. Maybe it's the heat, but we struggled a lot for rear grip. So I just calmed it down, kept it within track limits, made sure we got it home, and I think we got 1-2 for the team, so brilliant.
Congratulations, guys. It's a 4 Sierra in front of a BMW M3. That's the summary of this category.
Thank you very much, Vincent. So we move very quickly. Already the car's about to come out for the very next race, the penultimate race of this meeting. And because of that, I tell you what, we're not going to give you any highlights because we're bringing the racing to you. Classic endurance racing too. And as Andrew pointed out, these are the fastest cars of the entire meeting. These are cars from later than Classic Endurance Racing 1. And that is clearly part of the framework. But with a Zach Speed Capri in the mix with these Lolas, Toges and Chevrons, it's a really different feel to this race.
We're used to seeing all these sports prototypes here, 2 litres, 3 litre cars, and the odd 935s and 934.5s that we see in this race. But new is this Zach Speed car, and it's massively fast. The ultimate Capri, of course, with Emil Breitmeyer driving it. And also we got interesting cars like that. That's Emil Breitmeyer's father actually in that Ferrari Boxer 3, the 512 BBLM from 1982. We've got Cypher Sam making his debut in the last of the 934/5 Porsches, which Porsche built for IMSA. They built 10 of them, and he's just acquired that car and acquired it from Dave McDonald, who's got one of the biggest Porsche collections in the world. Dave, of course, from the WeatherTech company that supports the IMSA Championship. He sold this one to Assam. It's been to Lee Maxted Page and had a bit of a refresh. And now it's being run by Valley Motorsport. So I've just getting done very little testing in it. So he's really excited about that car, though.
Right, let's break this down for you. We've got 3 classes, prototypes over 2 litres and under 2 litres. We've got an under 2 litre class car on pole position, certain Jan Magnussen at the wheel. GT2 class, we've got that alongside of the front row. That is the Ford Zach Speed Capri Turbo of Emil Breitmeyer, and Stefan New is best of the over 2 litre prototype class. They look like the under 2 litre class, but they tend to have Cosworth DFVs in the back, so a lot of punch.
Pretty well the same chassis with some bigger brakes. The car that they're just going to the white with the brown stripes on it was an interesting car because it was built by Lola for the famous Alain de Cadenet for Le Mans. Then they changed the rules, so Alain did not take up the car, and it sat in a workshop for 4 years. And then John Webb from Brands Hatch came up with a category called Thunder Sports, which was for any sort of sports car that was going, including Can-Am cars and cars like that. And so that car was bought to race in that series, in which it usually finished second behind a Can-Am car, but did win occasionally, and so it's driven by people like Tony Trimmer and so on, and it was very successful. But it's been massively successful in this series. It usually wins. It had some oil pressure problems in qualifying. I'm told they're all sorted now, but the Zach Speed car, let's see how it accelerates away from here, because it is got an enormous amount of horsepower. And well, it got
off the line really well.
It did.
Then you had the grunt of the Gitan liveried Stefan Newen. New Lola, that's the blue and white one, had more grunt than Jan Magnussen. He's got over 2 litres, but Jan is wily. He got that line into the first corner.
The Newen car is got a DFV. He had a 2 litre car last year. The guy with a Vietnamese heritage, but he's French. And then we got several Toge in here, Toy or Toge. Yves Shimama, who has got another 3 litre DFV car. He always goes well in that. He's had a lot of success in this series. And this should be an absolute cracking race, actually.
Yeah, the Zach Speed Capri has got loads of speed, but it's not quite showing it yet.
No.
And again, it's still relatively early in coming back to racing. We had a couple. We had a pale white and pale blue one, an ex-Harold Ertl car, rock up. It didn't race, as far as I recall, at Barcelona, but the orange Jägermeister car most certainly is racing here. Going nicely, some other Chevrons going quite well. A bit further down the order, we've got Christian Pittard, and then we've got Bruno Pereira and John Emberson quite close together. But up front, it's Jan Magnussen, controlled the start of the race, end of the opening lap. He's clear by a tiny... No, he's not. Stefan New in a straight line with that extra power. He's over 2 litres, and Jan is under. He was second coming up the straight, but Jan Magnussen back to second now. Stefan New new into the lead of the race. Lola T82 versus 292. They are first and second. Third place is Emil Breitmeyer, the Ford's Capri, the Zac Speed car with the bright orange colours. And it really is a bit of a good Lola race because Maxime Guénin in the ex-Otford Group car, the ex-Jim Wallace car, the T286 with that DFE in the back, is in fourth place overall.
Yeah, Max won this race last year by over a lap, but it's not going to be like that this year. He beat the Hyatts actually into second place. And he is the reigning champion in this category. And indeed, he was the champion in 21, 22 and 23, all with this same car. So he is the boy to beat. And there is the car going through the picture with the DFE engine, as well as some of the others. So there is, look, Jan Magnussen. We've never seen... new to this machine, really, with the 3 litres, and he's driving it really well. Look, he's been around for a while in his sports prototypes, but he goes... I don't think he's led one of these races before, and behind him, because the car looks very similar, the chassis is very similar, but with the 2-litre Richardson BDA motor in it, and this is a car which is been resurrected recently for this season, sat for a long time. Somebody bought it and then sadly died, and then the widow has sold the car on. It's been beautifully re-prepared, but it hasn't raced for many, many years. It's got the Barclays sponsorship on. The great Guy Edwards, well, famous for getting sponsorship, raced in Formula 1, raced in terrific in Formula 5000, terrific in sports cars like this. And but sadly, guys, he's in a wheelchair, a stroke, unfortunately. So I did speak to him the other day, but no, he's not the old Guy Edwards anymore, sadly.
Well, the years passed, but I mean, he absolutely was the master, great driver, but a brilliant sponsorship.
So, yeah, he did.
Go-getter and sponsorship. Wrote a massive tome that lots of young drivers picked up, and older drivers to try and pick up some of the tips of the trade.
Yeah, it was very expensive. Now, there is Dominic Guénin in another toy. Or is that the Morel one?
Morel's up near the front,
yeah.
231.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 toys in this. There's Jörg Obermoser, who actually the car was originally built on based on a British design. Oh, and
dear. So this is Father Breitmeyer. Olivier out of the car. This was a car. We looked down from the control tower when we arrived at the circuit on Friday evening, and we looked down at the Zac Speed Capri and alongside the Ferrari 512 BBLM and went, that's not a bad dad and lad combination of cars.
We have seen another of those racing with Sam Hancock, haven't we, in this season last year, this series last year. The helmet is coming off.
Yeah, that's not we aren't having body movement as in the pits for Olivier Breitmeyer, suggesting the Ferrari 512 will be back. Right, one of the cars that was a great one in period, the Crown Racing Chris Craft, winner of the European 2-litre Championship. Tony Sinclair's driving that car. Here it is now, Crown Racing, going around turn 6, clipping the curb on the inside, but he's having a good little scrap. Christian Pittard tucks in behind in the white chevron. But this is what it's about, tight, twisty circuits where there are some straights as well for them to stretch their legs.
Yeah, Crown Racing was Martin Bahrain's outfit, the man that went on to buy Lola, and he ran this car very successfully for Chris Craft, won the 2-litre sports car championship. In the day, the Lolas were a bit lighter than the Chevrons. I believe they're told to run the same weights these days, but they were a little bit lighter. But they do look quite similar, so interested to see what happens with this. So
right, just taking a look, we've still got Emil Breitmeyer there. Jan Magnussen has pulled clear, and now Maxime Guénin is starting to make some moves. So Maxime goes up to third place in white and 2 shades of brown on the flanks. It's orange and brown, effectively, the Otford Group livery. So the Zac Speed Capri back from third at the start of the lap to fourth. Is that a portent of things to come?
Maxime telling me at lunchtime, and he's a bit worried about tyre wear here. He says he feels that the very latest tyres they're getting are not quite as hard-wearing as the ones they had before last season. And of course, there's so many right-handers here. I suspect he is conserving tyres a little bit as well.
Well, a little bit of brain power is always very welcome indeed. Bit of knowledge, trying to keep your car in a straight line for the entirety of the race. Again, this is another 1 hour race, so plenty of time for the drivers to get a feel for things.
So, Complete Motorsport Solutions with Phil Cheek preparing the Lola T292 for Legacy Outlaws Racing. This team that pulls together 2 different groups to prepare their different cars, which is a good idea. And actually they've given us a statement saying what makes Legacy Outlaws unique is that all these specialists come together as outlaws on race weekends. There you go.
That's where the derivation of the name is. There you go. There's always a bit more thought than you first consider. I thought it was people who just wanted to do things a bit differently. Right, definitely that Zach Speed Capri, the orange one with the Jägermeister livery. 4th place is falling away from the tail of Maxime Guénard. And in terms of their fastest lap in the race, they're very, very close indeed. The fastest lap, surprise, surprise, Stefan New, who's leading in his DFE-powered 282, T282.
Well, there they are.
But not by much, because Jan Magnussen suddenly getting much, much closer in his load of the one with the pale blue and white and Barclays International race livery, and they're picking off, well, gosh, again, that is an example, as they went onto the start-finish straight, the sheer level of punch of the DFE, because right under the rear wing of the dark blue Gitan liveried loader at the start of the straight was this car, the 2nd place car, but by the time they got up the straight, Stefan New was off into the distance.
Yeah, because the DFE is known as a Formula 1 engine. It's the most successful Formula 1 engine of all time, built by the Northamptonshire company, of course, was DFE, double 4-valve. The engine funded by Ford, but it saw a couple of successes in Le Mans 24 Hours as well. You know, it was an engine that was used in Indy cars for a while. And,
racing as a DFX there, wasn't it?
DFX there, and there was a DFL.
Long stroke.
Long stroke, yes.
Which was better for sports car racing. With the shorter stroke, it was famously known as the old rat club, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Shake cars apart. Because obviously when you need your car to last for longer than a Grand Prix that was supposed to be under 2 hours, it's a very different equation.
Yeah, well, look, got to say, this car in the Gitan colours, it will have raced in those colours. I think Jean-Louis Lafosse comes to mind as a driver at Le Mans. Let's try and check that out.
Yeah, I'll leave you looking for that, but I'm just looking for any of the gaps that are closing. Right, Emil Breitmeier, we talked about the orange Jägermeister livery Zach Speed Capri Turbo. Well, that's still leading the GT2 class. Next in class, we've seen it fleetingly in the shots, is Dennis Bush in his pale blue Mambo liveried Porsche 935. He is 3 positions on the track behind his fellow GT2 racer Emil Breitmeier, but at the moment, not quite got the pace. Breitmeier's, I'm just trying to see, he's fallen back by 4 seconds since being passed by Maxime Guénard. So maybe he's just saving his tyres. As you said, you spoke to Maxime, and Maxime said tyres could be a problem. Have you struck gold?
I have, and it was Jean-Louis Lafosse drove the car, entered at, was number 7 on the entry list to keep Gitan. Jean-Louis Rainer Vissel and Hugh de Villan, who was a Belgian driver. I think he was a Count, actually. But what did they do in the race in that Le Mans that year? That car would be brand new, of course, when it did that race.
Yeah. Right, so it's Lola from Lola from Lola. It's the T282 from the over 2 litre class, and another Lola going very nicely in the thick of the battle is the one in the middle there. It's the Black Crown racing car with the sort of orange flashes, yellow flashes on its side. That is Tony Sinclair, but I tell you what, it's unfortunately time to go back to the pit lane to hear a tale of woe, because Vincent Franssen has caught up with Olivier Breitmeier, whose Ferrari is still at a standstill.
Back in the pits in Dijon with this wonderful Ferrari 512 BBLM, but unfortunately some problems. Olivier Breitmeier, apparemment souci là.
On a un petit souci comme hier pendant les essais à 5000 tours, il n'y a plus de puissance du tout, donc là on essaye de changer les bougies, on va voir si le problème vient de là ou pas. On pensait que c'était un petit caillou parce que j'ai fait un petit bac à gravier il y a 2 jours, mais apparemment c'est pas ça, donc on va voir, on va essayer.
Ouais, vu du podium que j'étais en train d'animer, la voiture donnait l'impression de ratatouiller en passant.
Ouais, j'ai pas entendu la question, mais ouais, j'avais aucune puissance, j'accélérais, j'étais à fond et la voiture elle stagnait, donc j'ai préféré rentrer pour pas abîmer la voiture. Ouais.
Okay, we have to wait to know if it's a retirement or not for this Ferrari.
Okay, thank you. Lovely to see it back in the race. We didn't really get to see it getting up to racing speed. It wasn't right at the front of the grid, so we looked at the first lap of the race at the front runners, and by the time we'd lifted our eyes, he was already in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's Pereira and Tony Sinclair owns a race car manufacturer called Jade, of course, but with the Crown Racing machine. That Lola, which is leading, did not finish that Le Mans race. It had transmission problems. But it was running with a DFE at Le Mans, just in the same spec. Here is the Jan Magnussen car.
Right, I mean, I was going to say traffic will about to come across their nose, and suddenly I think they're catching Bert Smeets. And yeah, red and white car, another Lola, but not running at their pace. Jan Magnussen, of course, smaller engine, still hanging on to the 3-litre DFE-powered sister Lola, if you will, both from 1973. The T82 that's in the lead for Stefan New, and Jan Magnussen in the smaller engine T292. Up over the crest they go towards turn 6. Fabulous. Right, what's the difference between these two cars apart from 1 litre of racing engine power? It's about the half a car length. That's the gap between first and second.
Interesting car to watch, with one that is currently third in the 2-litre class. That is Christian Pittard at the wheel of the Chevron. He loves Chevrons, Christian Pittard. He's got an ex-VDS Chevron B26 Formula 5000 car, which he's had some race wins in. And that's Christian Pittard. But he handed that car over to a man we've just seen, Darren Burke. So he's sharing that one. And, I tell you, it was the well-known Caterham coach. This guy trained Chris Hoy, the great cyclist. So Chris, of course, went to Le Mans, and I interviewed Chris Hoy at Le Mans, and put one of the best interviews I've ever had. Marvellous. Obviously, he's battling cancer at the moment, as we know. You know, one of the most famous cyclists in Britain. But he really enjoyed his car racing.
Oh, he did, and he was actually, I think, just so thankful he had another competitive outlet, because when you've done all that training to be, was it a 5 Olympic gold medal victories for him in cycling, speed cycling, to go to not having that, so it gave him something else to train for as an intellectual pursuit as much as
yes, absolutely,
else. He's just a charming man. And, you know, so sad that he has this cancer diagnosis at the moment, but he doesn't let it get his head down. He is just quite extraordinary in public, but he really was good. And a move around the outside, Jan Magnussen's made a bid for the lead into the final corner.
Yeah, he made it.
He'd been hunting, but look, here comes the extra...
That's the power.
There is cubic capacity winning the battle, but this time Jan will be much closer in the slipstream as they go up the straight, so he'll hang in a bit more, but there we go. Great move from Jan, rather dispiriting that he immediately has it rubbed out.
Later in life, those DFEs gave over 500 horsepower, but the regular, when in the Formula 1 cars back in the 70s, they were quoted at 470. I suspect that's probably about what they're running. What will Jan's car be running? Under 300, won't it?
Right, it's how you work the traffic, and the pressure liveried Simon Nobili driven under 2 litre. Getting away a little bit, but actually, you know, they come out the other end and they're exactly the same distance apart as they were before, so no real problem. But catching Nobili in the middle of turn 4, Virage de la Bretelle, wasn't a very good place for either of them to try and gain an advantage, but they came out even Stevens. So first and second and first, they keep swapping around. Jan Magnussen trying to use the traffic a little bit more to see if he can just break the progress of our race leader, but the Lola got out the way very nicely indeed. Oh, Jan Magnussen is so quick towards the end of the lap. He's looking up the inside, and the front end of his car washing away. Keeps his foot in. He might be able to get it in front all over.
Oh, it's so close. That's great racing, isn't it?
Porsche 935 just up ahead. They whistle their way past that, but every time they go up the straight, in fact, it's a 9345 that they're overtaking. Jan Magnussen loses out, but the big question is who is going to be using the tyres a bit more. And you'd say the extra weight, it would be Stefan New, who's our race leader. He'll have to watch his tyres a little bit more. And you look at Jan, he is super smooth in that second place Lola, the T292, the car with an under 2 litre engine, and he needs to be. He cannot get the car sideways. This is the point where they came across traffic last time around, Virage de la Bretelle. This time it's a clean run.
First and second stays as they are, but Jan, as we've established, will basically race anything anywhere. He loves historic racing, but I've always felt he was just a natural competitor. All he wanted to do was race cars, and that's what he's doing decades later. Of course, son Kevin went on to match him and compete in Formula One. Yep. Neither of them really got what they wanted from Formula One. And here comes Jan Magnussen all over again to go from turn 6 to 7, and then down the slope to 8, and then eventually keeping turning right, they'll get to turn 9. And last lap, Jan was close. The lap 4, he actually made a dive and moved through to take the lead of the race. But this lack of horsepower in comparison to the DFE-powered Lola in front of him of Stefan Yu, he loses out again and again. But he's just got to hang in there, hang in there. Who knows what will happen, but he's got to keep his tyres sweet and see what he can do in the second half of this race. We've only got to 17 minutes taken out of the hour so far, so time aplenty to go on. 43 minutes remain in this race.
But Maxime Grenard just hasn't got the pace, has he? No. He's lapping in the 119s, while these two are in the low 118s.
Emil Breitmeyer still in 4th place overall. He's some distance off Maxime Guénard. He's in fact 14 to 15 seconds behind the 3rd place Maxime Guénard's Lola. And actually Frank Morel has just moved ahead of him, so change of position there. Frank Morel in the best of the toys, car number 231. That's in the black and green BP livery. He has moved ahead. His is an under 2-litre toy, but some of the others are over 2-litre. Yves Samama, DFV in the back of his, and likewise Dominique Guénard. Dennis Bush has just got in.
Dominique Guénard's got a problem actually.
Okay.
I think he's going into the pits. He is indeed just about to arrive in the pits.
Yeah, he's made it there. So yeah, okay. So problem for Dominique Guénard. So things changing quickly. Having a little look at the replay, this is the change of position for 4th place. The Zach Speed Capri goes down through turn 4. Virage de la Bretelle is in front of the chasing toy. Frank Morel has a look, makes it work. Dives down the inside into turn 5 to Parabolique. Good move. Great to see that in historic racing.
Yeah, Stefan Yu racing with a 2-litre BMW engine last year in I believe a different Lola, very similar chassis. He's not got much history racing. Googling him, I can't find out much about him at all. We must have a conversation to try and fill in some of the gaps, but he's certainly driving well. I mean, he's not a youngster. He looks about in his 40s, to be honest. But he's really making this car. This is a surprise to me. I didn't expect this. He's gone well in the old 2-litre car, and he's been there or thereabouts in that class. But to dominate this, and as we said, Maxime Grenard has just been the boy to beat in this for years in the category, and here at Dijon, his favourite circuit or his test circuit, he knows so well. And is he just biding his time because of the tyre problem? We'll see. So Breitmeyer still going well in that Capri, but not on the pace. I mean, he was very fast in practice. Got that quick lap in. Maybe they wound the turbo up, but he's now running in 5th place. He's leading the class, but not by that much. From
Dennis Bush is chipping away.
Yeah, that car runs pretty well, doesn't it? And then in 3rd place is Mr. Jollibee in his Ligier JS2, which is a rare car, which also has a DFV engine in. And I think one year that car finished 2nd at Le Mans, split the 2 Golf Mirages, if my memory serves me right.
That rings a bell too. I'll refer to my driver notes.
Have a quick look. But I think the JS2 is as they say in America, a storied car.
Yeah.
And you're just pulling out a little bit from Jan Magnussen. And again, I think Jan Magnussen's going to get a bigger penalty in the pits here, which will play into Nguyen's hands. And what have we got? First infringement in the warnings, 5 seconds time penalty. Overtook track limits at car number.
That's Gianluigi Candiani.
Yeah, that's
a couple of lovely chevrons, one in this race and one in the
yes.
But the problem for the toy in the pit lane there. That's sad to see Dominique Guénard sitting
idle pit window. Not open for another 3.5 minutes, so that ain't a standard pit stop. Work's still going on the car, but not with enormous alacrity, suggesting
I don't
it'll make
think
a great deal of difference if he goes back out or not. We hope to get that toy back out because it's doing very nicely.
Tony Sinclair last year had Nick Padmore driving with him in the Crown racing, but Nick's got a lot of other commitments this year. We're seeing... We can also see a camera in the pits that you viewers can't see, but we can get a close shot of the Dominic Grenard car, and the mechanics don't seem to be doing too much. Here, great phalanx of cars coming under the Arvia bridge down that straight, and look at the speed of that 935. Saif Hassan having his debut in that Porsche 9345. He's running happily down in 20th place. I'm sure he'll get that car going a lot quicker.
Yeah, the car that's second in the GT2 class, pale blue Porsche 9345. No, sorry, straight 935. Dennis Bush shares that with twin brother Mark. He's just coming over the crest there, but he's been challenged about his Chevron attack time. He's had Bruno Pereira in the bright green one having a little nibble here. Christian Pittard was in front, but has been demoted early stages of this lap because the ground to the Porsche 935 is phenomenal. But the Chevrons at this point on the circuit, they're the cars to have.
Yeah, Bruno Pereira, that's the Chris Hyatt owned, the Hyatt family owned car. Chris will be getting into that. We know Chris is really quick in that. So, and we're going to have Greenswell back in the car again. I suspect we are. Probably driving with Emerson again.
Yeah, with John Emerson. John at the moment is sitting just outside the top 10 in 11th place in his fabulous, famous
we haven't said much about
brown chocolate drop.
We talked about the toy, that had the Cosworth engine, but we haven't mentioned the Frank Morel one, which is the car 231, which is running very strongly in 4th place with Frank Morel. We've got a great history of toys somewhere. We won't go into it this time, but...
Yeah, we did. Well, Frank, we saw him pick off Emil Breitmeyer. He worked his way past, but still Lola's first, second and third. Bruno Pereira somehow got around turn 1. There wasn't enough braking going on, and he sort of panicked, but in a decent enough way. So when Charlie Hyatt takes that over, it's going to be a bit further back than it was. He'd have lost about 5 or 6 seconds. He also might have converted the tyres from useful to not so useful.
The pit window is just about to open. There's the 51 machine. That's the Christian Pittard card. Christian's the head of closed-ended funds pensions for Aberdeen Asset Management. It's a really big company. I've probably got a pension with us, as we suggest. But,
I know, I thought I'd lost my pension with them because I was getting paperwork from a company called Aberdeen.
Yes, they took all the vowels.
Took all the vowels out.
Which was an absolutely stupid thing to do.
And after that, the thing they took out, I think, was the marketing director.
Yeah.
He went back to being Aberdeen Asset Management. Yes, there you go.
There you are. So 1.3 seconds, and I wonder how.
Every time down the start-finish straight, you think, this time Stefan New has made a massive break. But as soon as you got to turn 1, Jan Magnussen's hauling him in. So there's a net gain of 0.1 of a second, but that's about it.
I wonder how fit he is for the second half of this race, because Jan, we know, is very fit. He's still training 5 days a week in the gym with Kevin, of course. Not a great Formula 1 career, as we said, with Haas and so on, but he's very successful over there in the Inbound Sports Car Series and getting ready for the...
Well, we've had the change for the lead. Just one.
We have. How did that happen?
Just had a replay. It happened on this lap, down into turn 5. And Jan Magnussen went from quite a distance back to dive in front. As I said, on the start-finish straight from turn 9 to turn 1.
I wonder if
every lap you think that Stefan New is just going to get away. He's got away, and a lap ago, down into the corner they're approaching now. The pale blue Lola with the Barclays International sponsorship came from way back, and Jan Magnussen calls him napping. I mean, he'd have called anyone napping. No one thought he'd have come from that far back.
We talk about commentators' curses. The real curse for a commentator is looking at the screen just results just when something like that happens. I'm sorry I missed that.
Not at all.
I'd like to see it again.
Well, they've given us very kindly a replay, but you have many screens to look at. You can't always be looking at the right one. But now Jan Magnussen's getting past Tony Sinclair's Crown Racing Lola. He's going to try his very, very best to make a break, and Stefan New is just falling away a little bit. Pit window is open.
And he's into the pits.
Oh dear, Bert Smeets' car hasn't made it up the slope.
Oh, that's not, I don't like that.
Interesting. I don't think he wants to do a pit stop, and I'm not sure that will get the tick of approval for the way he's...
No, that was dodgy.
Unless he had his own spin or something.
It was foreshortened by the camera, so maybe it wasn't quite as dangerous as it looked. But
right, the Ligier into the pits. This is Mr. John of B.
Bézier, we found out. The B is for Bézier.
Right, he's got a replacement driver alongside, a second driver. He wasn't originally on the entry list, so I would presume that's either son of B or Solari.
I think so. So Hale Lou has driven that car a lot before, so yep.
Right, so cars in the pit lane. Cars also accruing warnings for track limit excess, including the car in 4th place. Now in 3rd place, as Stefan Yu does dive into pits, Frank Morel. So he's got to watch out for the second half of this race about not transgressing and going out beyond the white line, marking the edge of the circuit.
So Maxime Grenard, the serial winner of this race in the past, is 21 seconds down Jan Magnussen. But let's see how long Jan is in the pits, because I think his pit stop is going to be possibly 20 or maybe even 40 seconds longer. Obviously that lost on the T70 race.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think now he's got clear, he's just going to maximise and come in as late as he can during the pit stop sequence. He needed that clear track. It was at certain points being slightly delayed by Stefan Yu. As soon as they got the entry to the start-finish straight, there was nothing he could do. The Gitan Lola would just blast away. But without him, he won't be interrupted by those nanoseconds around the back part of the lap.
Talking about nano, here's Mambo. That's quite a bright race suit, isn't it?
Oh, God, don't jump up and down next to each other.
And the Bush twins are not svelte exactly, are they? But they go well.
Sweltering on a hot day, I would suggest, in the cars, but they do go well. They know that 935 very, very well indeed. And if you're wondering, Mambo is a grapefruit-based cocktail infused with vodka. Not the sort of drink I'd be going for. I'd be still going for my Diebels Out beer from the previous race.
Absolutely.
Anyhow, clearly, their cars are beautifully presented, again, like so many in this field, but lovely to have the variety, I must say.
I think it's a family preparation business, and they're in the wheel balancing world, aren't they? That's their big thing. They have some rather racy, old-fashioned depictions of bikini-clad women on their race transporter, which is very 1980s.
They do indeed. Right, Stefan Yu back into the race in the Gitan liveried over 2-litre Lola. Sounded good, that DFV engine barking away as it would have done in period.
He's looking good in this, you know.
He is.
He is.
Very tidy.
I'm pretty sure that Jan's got a longer pit stop as well. Oh, it sounds great, doesn't it?
This is the music of my childhood.
DFVs do sound brilliant. They always have.
Right, looking on board as Mark Bush has clambered out. Dennis Bush is on board. Right, Stefan Yu knows he's got half an hour or so to keep it clean, keep it tidy. He knows in a straight battle, even if he goes into the last corner in 2nd place behind Jan Magnussen, he may well have the acceleration to pass him before the start-finish line. You just have to keep that in mind.
You have to watch track limits as well a bit.
Yeah. Right, car number 32, that is the Bert Smeets Lola. We said he's under investigation for dangerous manoeuvre at pit entry. We saw his car off the side of the track, and then it decided to carry on and rejoin the circuit without going into the pits. I don't know if it had a moment of maybe a rotation coming out of the final corner, but there were cars, because the pit window was open, coming off the track to go into the pits. Can't see how close he got, because your point is quite right. The head-on shot foreshortens everything, and often the gaps are way bigger than you think, but certainly putting across the pit entry line to go back onto the track before pit-in was something that, you know, will need some investigation, I feel.
I think that car's transmission broke at the bar after quite near the end. 20 hours before it broke. It was going well.
Yeah, that sounds absolutely lovely. Driving it very nicely, Stefan. You really lovely lines out of some of the tighter corners. Neat and tidy across turns 6 and 7, putting the power down. He's going to go down the slope towards turn 8. That then keeps arcing to the right, but then tightens a little bit more through the compression. That's turn 8, and it drops down to this point here, lowest point of the end of the lap, not noticeable it overall, because that's turn 5. And they're cradled by the track ahead. Will scoop up onto another lap onto the start-finish straight. Jan Magnussen yet to pit. Pit window closes in 3.5 minutes. So I think this time around, he's further to the right.
Phil Cheek will wave him in. Will have hung up. I think he's coming in now. There he is up the hill into the pits.
And we'll see how long his pit stop's going to be, whether they're showing him a stopwatch or turning pages on a calendar. And the Warsteiner livery toy just picking off another car, working his way up through the field a little bit. But it's really all about the Lolas at the front, the one with the 3-litre engine. Chris Ward is going to be taking over the second half of the race.
That's the light minutes change. We didn't expect Chris Ward to take this car over. We'll get an interview with Jan, though. There he climbs in. They're not hurrying, are they? Because they've obviously got a bit of time. And obviously they have the minute, and then they got the additional penalty for success, both last time and recently and over the years.
Yeah, last time out, well, it was Spa a handful of weeks ago. Magnussen and Ward took victory. Stefan New second, and Stefan New is leading today. And Yves Samama in his toy, who's currently sitting in 4th position, but actually he's lower than that because other drivers have made their first pit stop.
Dominic going to go. Oh, that's Frank Morelka, yes.
He's the one who's in 3rd overall, but remember, he's already got a little bit of a warning. Oh dear, yes, now 30 seconds penalty has been applied to Bert Smeets for that manoeuvre.
It doesn't surprise me,
Got away quite lightly with that, really.
We're going to hear from Jan Magnussen in short order, I would suggest. But there is that car. I can tell you it's been in the pits for 1 minute and 30 seconds coming up. It's going to be, because I put a stop on it, stopwatch on it when it stopped. And it should be waving at one. No, he's got a big penalty here.
Okay, just waiting for that number 17 Lola to go back in the race. This is the car that has had that fantastic battle with the more powerful Cosworth DFE rival. The car we just looked at out on the track, the Lola, number 12 was Stefan New, but at the moment waiting, and this is going to be a big deficit because Stefan New didn't appear to have a great deal of penalty. A little bit of success penalty from the previous round, but Chris Ward sitting, waiting. Stefan New goes past, and he's not even on the move in the pit lane, so this is going to be a big gain. Stefan New goes through the first part of turn 1 and through the second pass, down in the dip, rising up to turn 2.
Car was stopped for 2.5 minutes.
Wow.
So the penalty, so our pit stops, official pit stop to 1.5 minutes, and then he's got another minute. There's no chance against
No, I mean, we heard from Jan earlier today saying with that giant penalty, there wasn't much we could expect, and we're probably going to find out very shortly exactly what Jan has to say. But he's realistic. He understands if there's a long penalty coming his way, all you can do is do your best to fight against it. Chris Ward is now the driver charged with taking the Lola 282 through to the end of the race. But, again, the gun will spike. But let's go down to join Vincent Franssen with Jan Magnussen, who's going to tell us all about the first half of the race and trying to fight a car that had a far more powerful engine, and that is the one of Stefan New.
In the box with Jan Magnussen after this first in. Jan, it was an incredible battle for the lead.
It was so much fun. 2 different cars, he's super strong on the straights and we're good in the corners, so it was a matter of, picking my time when I could go. And then I went, and then he didn't see me, and we touched. Then he got me back, and in the end I got him in traffic. But no, that was so much fun. On the limit the whole time. Fantastic, just like it should be.
Of course, Chris is in the car now. Do you think that the other cars, the Gitan one, can be at the finish P1 or not?
Maybe in class, but not overall. Oh, who knows? Maybe overall. But no, it's tough. We have a big penalty, another 40 seconds. So we have to overcome that somehow, but we're giving it everything we have, and then we'll see what it gets us. But so far, for sure, we've been 100%.
Thank you very much, Jan. It was a terrible battle between Jan Magnussen and Stefan Lundgren.
Well, I'm not sure it was a terrible battle. It was a terribly exciting battle, I think.
Exactly. That was what was...
The car was stopped. You know, I had the stopwatch on it. It was stopped for 2.5 minutes. So I think it got a minute penalty. Jan think it was 40, but I think it was more. Makes no difference. They're hoping that they're going to get the class win, and I think that is on. But at the moment, we've got Guenars in the pits.
I think it was a 40-second penalty relative to what Stefan had, because they were only ahead by...
Relative to the... Yes, relative.
By about
that's
a second
right.
and a half.
That's right, yes, relative to them.
Yeah, that's all that really counts.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Other issues, but all Chris Ward can do, the driver with the yellow and red helmet, is chase after the number 12 Gitan liveried car that has more power. That's in the overall class. But I was interested there that Jan didn't rule out going for outright victory. He did at first. At first he went, well, class victory. Then he thought, well, maybe outright victory, but that would take external factors, because Stefan Newt just has not put a wheel wrong so far, and he doesn't have to now.
And it's interesting to say they touched earlier on, Jan said. So, Neil, Guenard, Ward, Morel, Shamama, but interesting to see when Guenard comes back on. He's still in the pits at the moment. Chris Hyatt has got into it. So we got all the battle for the lower places. Really good. GT2 has been led by that Super Capri. And I said Charlie Hyatt. I went to Charlie Hyatt. The Greenstall's in as well. So...
There's Charlie Hyatt just getting a shot, just about to be lapped by Stefan Nguyen. Obviously, Stefan has got the DFE power in that Gitan liveried Cosworth, but as you point out, sorry, Cosworth Lola. It's a Cosworth DFE in the Lola of the race leader, Stefan Nguyen, driver with the Vietnamese heritage, and he's just being a little bit cautious in traffic, but he knows he's sitting on a very, very big buffer. Maxime Guenard next in line, gap between them nearly 30 seconds. Just looking at each lap, I mean, Chris Ward is gaining, but we're talking fractions of a second across the lap, so that won't be enough. We've got 20-odd minutes remaining. There's our race leader, car number 12, Stefan Nguyen.
And we can go down to the pits again, I believe, and we talked about the Bush twins quite a lot, and we see them racing in various different cars, and this year, time we found they had, it was a Lola, wasn't they? They had earlier on that we hadn't seen them in. They had a car that we hadn't seen.
It was the Ford Capri they came.
Oh, so, yes, it was, yes, of course. So we can go down here now. I'm not sure which Bush it is, but...
well, it's the one not in the car.
Yes.
Therefore, it's Dennis, because Mark Bush is in the car. Let's find out Dennis Bush's thoughts.
Every race of the Classic Endurance Racing 2, we speak about this Porsche 930, the blue one from the twin Bush, with Dennis Bush with us. Dennis, how was it, the first part of the race?
It was nice. Dijon is a nice track. It makes a lot of fun here to drive.
Of course, it's complicated, the battle with the Ford Capri Zack Speed. It's another car, another kind of car.
Yeah, the Zack Speed on this track is for us too fast. We have no chance here, but also nice to enjoy the race.
Of course, you think it's possible to win without problem of the Capri? It's possible for you to win?
No, the Capri for is too fast. No chance for the Capri today.
Okay, that's the meaning, that's what he said. Difficult with this Capri. It's a Group 5 car, this Capri Zack Speed against the Porsche 935, but they are very quick.
They are quick, but looking at the best lap for Emil Breitmeier, his best lap is 2 seconds a lap faster than the Bush family Porsche 935. Car they know well, but it does look great. And when you look at their transporter, I remember looking at Spa and thinking, you've got 4 cars in there, and I love every single one of them. They've chosen rather nicely with their racing car collection,
they have.
like a lot of people in the Le Mans Classic Series have. And there is the Bush family car with Mark Bush on board, and he's got a toy trying to go around the outside of him. That should be Frank Morel trying to put a lap on him at that point, or I would suggest. And doing so quite nicely. Here's our race leader, the Gitan liveried. There is the Zack Speed Capri we were talking about. Car number 81 stands out even with your eyes shut, I'd suggest, in that bright orange Jägermeister livery. These were such incredibly extreme cars, and once you started seeing the bodywork coming off, you realised these weren't road cars made for the racetrack, were they?
Oh, absolutely.
And Eric Saskowski did just the most phenomenal job. And of course, we were talking earlier this weekend, I think on the way to the circuit, about how Eric not only decided to make his own Formula One car, but with his own engine.
Yes.
Rather than just going the simple route, but he made things, he was a stubborn man, a determined man, and he got his results accordingly. But Formula One was a step too far, but, you know, it was great to have him there trying. It's not all about victory.
Nigel Greenswell has got into the car they call Chocolate Drop. We obviously got the Brown Crown Racing machine, but this is a different Brown car. They call it Chocolate Drop, and it was a car that raced in the Springbok Series with none other than Jody Scheckter driving it. And it's got a Hart engine rather than a Cosworth. It should probably make a Hart Formula 2 engine, probably should make more horsepower than the Cosworth. But it's a B26 from 74, as opposed to a B36, which was an upgrade, which was a couple of years later. But it's a good car, and Greenswell goes very well in this, and I suspect that we might see him pass 2 or 3 of the people in front of him. Darren Burke's going well in that car that he's taken over, which we haven't seen him in before. And just looking at the splits at the moment, and
well, Chocolate Drop just in our screen, the brown chevron rising up the slope with a bright yellow stripe up the middle. That raced incredibly well at the Nürburgring, and people like John Watson drove it and loved it, thought it was the most sensational car.
Maybe Jody Scheckter drove it as well in the Springbok Series. Car with a great history.
It's quite nice when a car has its nickname still known all these decades later.
Yeah,
brown wasn't a colour you saw a lot of racing cars, but
the Legend series of Legends people have got a series now for these 2-litre cars coming up, I believe. But we can go down to the pits again. Vincent working absolute overtime to bring us all the upgrades from the pits. Let's hear from him right now.
Yes, Bruce and Andrew, let's speak about cars with history here on the Circuit of Dijon-Prenois. Let's speak about the 26. Lucien Jossiot is at the wheel now, and we have Claude Lejean. Claude Lejean, expliquez-nous votre voiture. Elle a un petit passé ici. D'abord, c'est quelle voiture et quel passé?
Alors ma voiture, c'est une Chevron B36 de l'écurie Rock. Alors ici, on roule avec un M12.7, mais le moteur Rock est chez moi à la maison. Et cette voiture, effectivement, elle a fait Le Mans en 76 et en 77. Mais ici, en 76, elle avait gagné la classe des 1000 km de Dijon avec Jean-Pierre Jossot et Jean-Louis Lafosse au volant.
Jean-Pierre Jossot et Jean-Louis Lafosse, effectivement, ça le fait pas mal. Voiture qui s'appréhende comment, Claude? Facile, pas facile?
La voiture est bien, mais c'est le pilote qui est pas... qui est vieux et qui n'a jamais été très bon.
Le pilote n'a jamais été très bon. Il est humble là, quand même, Claude Lejean. Ce genre de voiture, sur ce circuit, c'est parfait, naturellement.
Bien sûr, là, on n'a qu'à voir les meilleurs, même avec les 2 litres, ils tiennent les 3 litres sur un circuit comme ça. Hein. Et non, c'est une très belle voiture. Je rêvais d'avoir une vraie voiture, je l'ai eue, mais bon, je ne peux pas l'exploiter.
OK. Pure passion for Claude Lejean with this car, with this Chevron, with the history here in Dijon-Prenois.
Thank you very much. And in fact, the Rock team entered one with a
Simca engine,
engine in period, which was something a little bit different, something very much French, quite certainly as well, as so many cars were, specifically the more cars still. Oh, the Ferrari came back out for a little bit, the 512 BBLM, but that's just returned to the pits. It clearly was going to be we heard from Olivier Breitmar saying it may go out, but clearly it's sort of over and out for them. Just a test session now, but is it just a test session for Chris Ward? Look at him, he's still giving chase in that pale blue Lola, still in second place, catching Maxime Guénard. There it comes up the slope, but that 40 seconds extra in the pit stop relative to our race leader Stefan Ewan, the more powerful over 2-litre engine Lola, means he's not going to get there. He's got down to, well, it's 33 seconds now, so Chris has managed to find about 7 seconds since the pit stop, but the clock is down to under a quarter of an hour remaining. All he can do is keep chasing and hoping something comes his way.
Yeah, Greenswell's passed the Rouvier car, but the guy that's really flying in the 2 litres now is Darren Burke. Just looking at his splits, and he's probably the 2nd or 3rd fastest car out there. He's actually quicker than last lap, he was quicker than Chris Ward. So he's one of those guys that have been around a long time, that's really been under the radar. I mean, I first remember him sort of dominating historic sports car club Formula Ford races, you know, in a Macon. I think in 2000 he raced 14 times and he won 14 times in that Macon. That was club racing, isn't it? But it just shows us the talent of the guy. And he's had the odd break, and he's obviously become a very successful driver coach. But, you know, it's not really recognisable name, is it, to do him a disservice, you know, at this sort of level. So, you know, I think he's done so well here, and he's really put his name up on in the lights.
Yeah, I think so. A really good weekend for him. Good to see that Ligier still going in the race. Really unusual to have it, and it was indeed Solari who took over from Mr. John of B, running 13th overall, but third in the GT2 category. So having a good run, something a little bit different. Now, what a shot. Two Lolas, a Ligier. The Ligier is looking fabulous in the background of that shot, and in between a Porsche. This is very much the essence of this Classic Endurance Racing series. This is the younger one. This is Classic Endurance Racing 2, a 1-hour race, and it is a Lola battle. First, second, third. Stefan New, another car with a DFE engine, Maxime Guénard, and Chris Ward playing catch-up, but at the moment, you know, the clock is not his friend. And then we have two toys. We have Frank Morel, under 2-litre car, and the over 2-litre toy of Yves Samama in 5th place overall. Top car in GT2, Emil Breitmeier, the bright orange Ford Caprice Axe-Speed Turbo in that incredibly bright Jägermeister hue. Looks great, but right now there is nothing the under 2-litre cars can do about the overall pace of the front runners. But just remember that Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward won outright in this car, the under 2-litre car beating the over 2-litre cars at Spa-Francorchamps in very, very hot conditions a few weekends ago. But right now, I think the realistic position for Chris Ward, as he gives chase in the number 17 Lola, is going to be 3rd place, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right with that. So that Ligier that we're seeing running there down in with Sahela Irari in it, running in 14th place, finished 2nd overall at Le Mans, as I thought, back in the year it was built, which was 1975. The race was won by Jackie Hicks and Derek Bell in the Golf GR8 with the Cosworth engine, and the 3rd place car was the other Golf of Chopin and Joussard, and terrific result by that Ligier. La Fosse and Guy Chasseur, they split them and they beat the Yost Racing Porsche 9083 and various other cars. And, so it's a car with a great history, a Le Mans history.
But those histories sort of get cut short, don't they? Because you have them good for a few years, then someone loses interest, and let's face it, for Ligier at that point, they're slightly more interested in going into Formula One.
Yeah.
Which they did the following years with Jacques Lafitte, 1976.
But Mr. John and B, of course, loves his Ligiers. I don't know how many he's got. Probably got 4 or 5. He's got Formula One Ligiers, he's got the Matras. It's a great car collector. But the great, wonderful thing is that he races them a lot.
Yeah.
All out. We see them.
As it should be. And it's no cheap business getting historic cars out on tracks, you know, on a constant basis. But, you know, bless him, he does bring them out, and it's just lovely to see them, because some cars we've seen, we've heard in period, but it's just good to have them back out there doing what they're supposed to do.
So 10 minutes remaining. Simon there's a few different pronunciations of the Vietnamese name. It's the most popular family name in Vietnam, I'm told. We looked it up, didn't we? And we decided Nguyen is the best way to say it. But he's having absolutely the race of his life here, and he's never had a result like this. This will be his first overall win. I hasn't got a huge motorsport history, but by Jove, this guy's not put a wheel wrong, has he? He's been battling with Jan Magnussen of Formula One and multi-Le Mans champion. He's held off the man who's dominated this category for years, Maxime Guénard, and there he is with a massive 38-second lead over Guénard. Chris Ward now in the Jan Magnussen Legacy Outlaws racing car in 3rd. Frank Morel having another good result for him, and then it's Shimama. So the best toy will be Morel beating Shimama. I don't think that's happened before. And then we got the best GG car, and then we got the man that I've been giving a good blag to, Darren Burke, done a super job. He's up there 3rd in the under 2-litre class, this super competitive 2-litre class. And then there's Tony Sinclair, and then Nigel Greenshaw is closing in on Tony Sinclair now.
Yeah, and I think Darren Perk may be able to catch the Zach Speed Capri to try and take 6th overall, but nobody is going to be able to do anything against Stefan New. He's just got another car behind him as he goes up the start-finish straight. His Gitan livery Ligier moves ahead of Solari in the Sol Ligier. That's the JS2 that's running in 14th place overall, but it's another lap on the board. What's left on the clock? Just over 8 minutes, so it's ticking down very nicely. And Stefan New is being super, super smooth. And you know what? Whenever I've seen him in the paddock, just on a handful of occasions, last year and this, he just clearly loves it. He's always smiling away.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Well, most people are here, but he just seems particularly smiley. Right, 2nd place overall, Maxime Guénard. So much success over the years. He said to you at lunchtime, concerned about tyres. A little twitch there. The tyres clearly not quite as they could be.
Yeah.
It's a late stage. It's a hottish day here at Dijon-Prenois, and you can only push so hard.
Just to explain, the Oxford Group is a printing company in Kent, near Brands Hatch, in fact.
Yeah, about 5 miles from Brands Hatch, run by Jim Wallace, and everything. The presentation was extraordinary. They do promotions at the track, but very crisp cars. Around a group of cars, and eventually Jim went on to run the, I think it was the Grey Paul Ferrari engineering group, which took under his wing. And he had other cars. He did tell me once that he would decide on a sunny Sunday morning if he'd set out very, or if he'd take a C-type or a D-type, to just go and enjoy the before everyone else got up. He was a man who enjoyed his life.
It's not somebody I knew, actually.
Very nice man, lovely man.
I think Mike Wiles raced this car quite a lot.
Yes, I think he did.
Yeah, he did. They had a few different drivers. I think Mike was the main co-driver. I think it won once because it kept getting beaten by that Can-Am car.
Oh, the mighty Lola T84 5000 or whatever it was. Huge numbers with John Fulston and John Brindley.
Yes, exactly, yes. Because that Thundersport was a nice category.
It was a nice category, but it was little and large, and some of the races around Brands Hatch were epic.
Yeah, they had Sports 2000s in. They had to really negotiate around them, which there's been a bit of that going on this weekend. So,
yeah, a bit of patience required. So we're going into the dying minutes of the Classic Endurance Racing 2 grid. This is the fastest field of cars. Best lap in this race, our race leader, Stefan New, 1 minute 18. That is a quick time around here.
Yeah, Greenswell about to nip past Sinclair, I think. And I don't know if he can catch Brightmire. It doesn't really matter. And Greenswell still will be out of the top 3, which is unusual for him in this category. But we had the speed of Morel, which was unexpected. And we had the speed of the Darren Burke car, the number 51. Also,
well, Burke has got past Brightmire, as I predicted he might. He did it about a lap or two earlier than I'd expected.
Yeah.
So he's into 6th place now, but unfortunately for him, Yves Semama in the 2nd of the toys. That's one with the over 2-litre engine, so that'd be a trouble to pass anyhow. Is a little distance up the road. So I think as 3rd in the under 2-litre class, we'll be going to that Chevron B26, Darren Burke, who took it over from Christian Pittard, who drove a very good opening stint in this race, right in the thick of a fabulous battle. And as hard as Chris Ward's driving, that car has got the 2nd fastest lap of the race. I don't know if it was with Chris on board or Jan Magnussen, who did the early stint in the race, but he is going to stay in 3rd place overall. It was a huge margin because relative to the race leader, 40 seconds extra to stand still in the pit stop. And bear in mind, by the time of their pit stop, there was sort of only 2 seconds between them anyhow. So.
Yes, that's right. But he is 53 seconds behind, so that he can take anything away from you.
No, absolutely not at all. And having had that Ferrari 512 BBLM come back out on the track, it's now back in the pits.
Oh, dear.
So I think they'll park that one up for the day, and whatever, probably a tiny little malady, but something they can't just sort. Might not have the spare part required here. You know, they'll get it prepared, it will come back out, but it's a great-looking car, and you're quite right, there is another one of those. I think it's Alexander Wittweger brings.
That's the guy that have Sam Hancock.
With Sam Hancock.
Yeah, well, then I'll take it back to Team Bright in Belgium. I'm sure they'll sort it out. I've got a model of it, but it's not my favourite Ferrari.
Yeah, I know. We had this little conversation as if we were going to be buying the things.
Greenswell has gone past Sinclair, but pit boards come out, and another lap. So I think probably got 2 more. So, yeah, 118. So
they could get 3 more, couldn't they? So
might get 3 more, yeah.
Let's take a look. But for Chris Ward, he's pressing on in 3rd place. He's marginally trying to catch Maxime Guénard, but this race has gone away from the extra long pit stop with the sort of success penalty, if you will.
Yeah.
Winning last time out at Spa-Francorchamps has hampered them further, but you know, they really keep these drivers with the more powerful engines very honest indeed. But you see, what we've had in other races, Andrew, we've had cars with larger engines that are fantastic up the straight, but then they've got the smaller engine cars have the advantage through the corner, but this is effectively the same chassis, so there's that will handle just as well through the sweeping parts. So that's why Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward cannot keep up with the car with an extra 1000cc.
Well, we got this Lola T282 and the 286, and so that was 298. It was basically the same. It was just progressions. It was Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, really. So,
yes, and of course, marques like Lola, they produce cars for so many different championships. They got through a large number of chassis numbers over
they did.
years. But Stefan New, 282. The important letters are not, it's not the numbers, it's the letters DFV, double 4 valve, the Cosworth engine, 3-litre Formula 1 engine. And it broke on the scene in 1967 at the Dutch Grand Prix, didn't it?
Yes, it did, with the back of a Lotus 49.
And Graham Hill and Jim Clark, the 2 drivers that weekend, and it suddenly just set a new standard in Formula 1. By the following season, other constructors were allowed to have a crack with it as well, but Lotus always wanted to be 1 step ahead.
But the other thing, it was designed to be a structural part of the chassis. So between the back of the chassis where the driver sat and the gearbox, there was no frame. Prior to that, those engines sat in frames.
It was a stressed member. The suspension could be mounted at the rear of the car off the back of that, so that just made life so much more simple.
Look, the team crew have got the old Gitan shirts on. It's probably that shirt is probably 50 years old. Of course, a lot of people reproduce these things because it's so easy to do.
One thing that really tickles me is when you look at a lot of the drivers like Armand Mir and Maxime Guénard, they get out of their cars with 4 manufacturer logos on, because they're racing 4 different sorts of cars over the weekend.
They ought to have an arrow in the middle that they can point to the car.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
Right.
So Eric Broad is firm, going to be scoring a 1, 2, 3 here. And then the 2 toys, and then the Chevron company from up in the northwest, run by a wonderful man, a wonderful engineer called Derek Bennett. Great driver too. Sadly perished in a hang gliding accident.
Yeah.
They did build a Formula 1 car that they never raced, but they built some excellent Formula 5000 cars.
Well, the Formula 1 car, was it the B32 or something? It raced in the Aurora AF1 series, right?
It did,
Graham Eden.
Yes, Graham Eden Racing.
The likes who raced that, likes of Tiffany Dell. It was on a scholarship scheme, a rotating basis.
It was a Durex scholarship scheme. I'll have to tell you I ran it.
Very good. Luckily for you, and for us, it's the last lap of the race. So we'll focus on, we'll pull out of that one. And Stefan New leading this race by half a minute. But this is, as we said, last year he was racing a under 2-litre Lola and going nicely. But this year, he's adapted to this power so well.
He was a podium guy, but he wasn't a winner in that class. I'd be very interested to hear what he says. And I hope we can hear a little bit from him in English, because obviously he's French. So, he's got a 50-second gap over Radar. That's crushing win, actually.
Well, it's phenomenal, but also he just hasn't backed off at all. I think he's just very happy with the way the car's handling, how he's getting used to it. So he comes across the line behind Mark Busch, who's come second in the GT2 class in his Porsche 935. But if you keep the shot, we're going to have to wait a long, long time for someone else to come through into the background of the shot. And everybody else was a support act in that race. Here comes the car known as Chocolate Drop, car number 21, 8th place overall. Nigel Greenstall at the wheel of that, coming home 4th in the under 2-litre class. Frank Morel just come through the shot, the black, yellow and green livery toy. He's 4th overall, 2nd in the under 2 litre class. Waiting for Maxime Guénard to come into view. White car with brown and orange colours on its flanks to take 2nd place overall. Chris Ward will be somewhat further back, still waiting. Charlie Hyatt comes across the line, the bright green chevron, and only now into the background of the shot was coming Maxime Guénard. We'll tell you in a moment what the eventual margin is. He comes across the line 53 seconds down, and in turn not a great distance ahead of Chris Ward, who's just coming into shot in the pale blue and white flashed Lola to take 3rd overall, but to win the under 2 litre class. But a masterclass there after a really competitive first half of the race. But that extra long pit stop for
Simon down in the pit. That was. Not quite sure who runs that car, actually. Usually I've got a pretty good handle on who's running these.
Yeah, well, a lot of cars to go and choose between, a lot of people running them, but certainly we've got the likes of Equipe Europe running a huge number of cars. Didn't you say 30 plus here this weekend? 26. Yeah. Right, here's the car, bright orange, very effective, the Zaxby Turbo Capri. That won the GT2 class in 7th place overall. Emil Breitmeier, and just to reflect, Stefan Nguyen, outright victor. And then Chris Ward in 3rd place with Jan Magnussen with that long penalty, the burden of glory, and it felt like a real burden today. They ended up 3rd overall accordingly, but they win the under 2 litre class. So 3 classes, 3 different winners, but the outright winner, Stefan Nguyen, in that Gitan-sponsored Lola 282 with the DFE in the back from 1973, takes victory today. And I'm sure the reaction from the team was suggestion that was a result they're rather pleased with, and Stefan is only just coming into the pit lane now and getting lots of adulation, I think, as he actually comes to a halt too early. Can't quite tell, but anyhow.
I hope he doesn't do an extra lap.
No, he's in the pit lane, but doesn't appear to have come up to Parc Fermé. Maybe the podium is at the pit exit end, and maybe he's just unaccustomed as I am. Yeah, thought I could stop in the pit lane.
Sometimes in this category we have Ocellas, Italian versions of it. Yeah.
We do have a white one and a red one, don't we?
With BMW engines in, and they look great. But obviously much rarer in this, but we don't have that here. I'm sure we'll have them back at some stage.
So it's a super busy afternoon. This is the second of 2 days of racing for the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or at Dijon-Prenois. The drivers love this circuit, and it's just right for historic racing. And we've got one more race to go, which will be the Gentleman Challenge, a change of pace and a change of era. Cars from the 50s and the 60s. But that was a wonderful race for Classic Endurance Racing 2 category, and some really quick times being put in. Fastest lap of the race went to our race winner, Stefan Nguyen, 1 minute 18.1 seconds. Jan Magnussen did a 1 minute 18.3 second lap. Here is the car that came second, number 1 on the nose. That's Maxime Guénard, his DFE powered over 2 litre Lola. Stefan Nguyen driving a similar car, but marginally older. His was 3 years older. His was from 1973, but the ex-Otford Group car, the door is up and a little bit of cooling air coming in. Still waiting for Stefan to make it up to park under the control tower, which is just before the podium. And in the background of the shot, at least I can see Chris Ward has brought the 3rd place under 2 litre class winning Lola to park that up as well. But for Maxime Guénard, another top result, but nobody was getting close with the penalty format to the pace of Stefan Nguyen, who's been pushed in. Maybe he'd stopped and the engine wouldn't start, or maybe there wasn't a lot of fuel left on board. Either way, he had a really, really good run. So can't wait to see Stefan's smiling face, because that was a fabulous race for him, and in the end he won't believe that he had such a large margin.
What was his best lap time?
1 minute 18.1.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see.
Okay, well, let's dive down, because Vincent is going to catch up and have a word with the driver of this car, Maxime Guénard, car number 1, who came home second to the flag.
We are just waiting for the winner of the race, Stefan Nguyen, but we have the second of the race, Maxime Guénard. Maxime, c'était pas un week-end facile finalement.
Ah non, pas du tout. Franchement, je m'attendais pas à ce que Stéphane soit aussi vite. Franchement, félicitations à lui.
Mais ouais, vraiment impressionné, quoi. Je veux dire, que Magnussen et Ward soient plus rapides, c'est un peu la logique des choses. Mais ouais, franchement, aussi bien s'acclimater à la 3 litres si vite, chapeau, vraiment.
It's a solid, it's a strong result for Maxime Guénard after a difficult start of the weekend for him.
Okay, well, we're not going to get a word of the winner because, guess what? We're firing straight into the Gentleman Challenge. This is their second event of the weekend, and it's got Serge Kriknoff on pole. He's really having a fantastic run. He's in his Lotus 15. He doesn't have a lot of horsepower. We have this constant battle, handling versus horsepower versus whatever. But, Andrew, as we go into the final race, the Gentleman Challenge, we've got a Lotus 15 on pole, and then we've got two listers, a Jaguar engine one, the Costin, the smoother body, and then the Chevrolet, the big grunty engine, the Lister Nobly. They're going to have a blast off at the start of the race. And again, we'll have the sort of yin and yang of the different types of cars and how they deliver their power around the circuit. And then we've got a couple of 9046 Carrera GTSs in 4th and 5th. Philippe Koenig and Mr. John of B. They'll be looking to do things differently. They're starting 4th and 5th, so really mixed combination at the front of the grid here. It makes me almost weep. The last race of the 2026 Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or. It's been fantastic, hasn't it?
Yeah, very disappointed not hear from our winner, but you know, obviously we'll row the thing along. And but obviously it's the second race, and well, we had real jeopardy last time, didn't we, yesterday, because our Biscuit King, Vercoing, won the race. He did an extra lap, and he got penalised, and he was put back down to 3rd place, which handed the result to the win to Kriknoff.
Yeah, the driver who's starting on pole this afternoon.
Yeah.
So Kriknoff, he's got the red and white, but he's a Swissman. He should have a red and white racing helmet. There he is, alongside the darker blue, longer nose Lister Costin with the Jaguar engine. That's John Spears and Luc Pierre-Vercain back in 3rd, as he was after yesterday's race.
I think the grid is based on yesterday's result. It's certainly the same.
Hold on. Yes, you're quite right. Yes. So that's right. The 9046 Carreras came into it. Philippe Koenig and Mr. John B. You are 100% spot on.
Yeah, good. And so Robin Ellis won GT in that beautiful little Lotus Elite, and there he is 10. So yeah, now this is result from yesterday. I felt so sorry though for
Luc Pierre-Vercain.
Luc Pierre-Vercain. I couldn't remember the second, but it was. The French do that, don't they? Jean-Pierre, Luc Pierre.
But look at these cars. These are cars that were really entertaining. They're obviously way lower in performance from the cars we've just seen in the Classic Endurance Racing 2, but then they were 2 decades earlier. Some of them aren't prototypes. You've got the Ashworth family TVR. I've got to clarify something there. I thought yesterday of Simon being the father and Mark being the son. No, quite the reverse. You know what? At Spa-Francorchamps, I distinctly remember changing my notes. I obviously had it right to start with. Given a bum steer, these things do happen.
Well, they very kindly came up and said you must change your script. Well, we don't actually have a script. We're doing this all off the top of our head.
It sounds as though we've got a script.
Well, not really. Could you script this? But
well, you can't script these races because
you don't know what's going to happen. But yes, but nice of them to come up and
thank you to Mark.
That right, and they're a lovely TVR, and you know, so a message from one TVR owner to another.
You're so lucky to have one that moves.
Yeah. So the car on the pole position is Lotus 15, which was the progression from the Lotus 11, which Colin Chapman built hundreds for racing, and. It's a 1500cc Coventry Climax engine in it, a car from 1960. They always go well. They do well in a lot of places, and they're going to go well when they start in just a moment as they come towards the light switch, go green, and off they go, and the grunt of the Jaguar or Chevrolet engine should force one of those Costin listers ahead, and that's exactly what has happened because Vercain has gone into the lead as they dive down, and I noticed the Spears car is possibly into second place. We've got the one car with the cycle wings on it. We've got Lost in Healers, we've got Porsches, we've got Triumph TRs, we've got Maserati Birdcage in there, which is a car which will come up through the field because it retired yesterday. The Fierro car from Monaco, effectively.
Well, interesting today is that we've got one of the 9046 Carreras with Philippe Koenig is having a real go. He's in 4th place. He's already dropped the Mr. John of B car down to turn 5, and it really is down to turn 5. He's sticking in there. This is a better run. Early days yet. It's a 45-minute race.
We got listed here. They came with 2 engines, Jaguar or Chevrolet. Chevrolet engines definitely got more power, and most of those cars were sold in the States. And strange enough, the Spears car, which is powered by a Jaguar engine, when it was built, was given a Chevrolet engine. And it was the one car with the cycle wings has pulled off.
That's the Allard?
The Allard J2.
Michel Grossvilliers, because we heard about him loving racing these cars. Very, very dynamic, but that's not on this particular occasion. Right, in the early laps of the race, you talked about the GT class leader being Robin Ellis, but he's got the TBR Grand Tourer, which isn't in the TBR class, it's in the different class, but Mark Ashworth is right under the tail of that little Lotus Elite. And they don't punch a big hole in the air, these are very small, nimble cars, but after one lap on the board, it's the 2 Ligiers, it's the Ligiers, the Nobly Chevrolet powered Luc Pierre Vercain leading the race. Someone has locked up into the first corner. John Spears in 2nd place, Serge Kriknoff in 3rd place, had been starting from pole position, but Philippe Koenig is looking very, very much quicker than he was yesterday in his 9046 Carrera. That's the silver one.
Certainly is. He's going very nicely indeed. Interesting to see these different listers, though. The chassis underneath the body is the same. The 18 car there in its Ecurie Costa livery. It's further down the field.
That's Safer Sam's car down in 15th.
That is that's a genuine Ecurie Costa car.
Ex-Masson Gregory car, isn't it? That one, I think?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a famous car. And there we see it with that unusual red and white number plate. There was a reason for that, and I've forgotten what it is now. A few of them had it. Might have been to do with testing or something.
Yes, I think you're right. My history on number plates is relatively limited.
Yeah.
But, right, at the front of the race, half a second. Oh, we've got a yellow flag for something. Well, probably because the Allard stuck inside the circuit. It's rotated.
It's way out off the track.
Okay. Yellow flag at turn 5. So that, absolutely indicates that is what has happened. Michel Grossvilliers in his 1951 Allard J2. And of course, they couldn't race for a great deal longer after that at Le Mans because they had to go for sleek bodywork because cycle wings were no longer allowed. I think 1952 was the year of the change. It might be 53.
I did not know that.
I read it somewhere in the book.
And that comes from a man who's written very many books.
Right, Luc Pierre Vercain, 1.3 seconds the good. John Spears in 2nd place. So the Nobly with the Chevrolet engine ahead of the Costin sleeker body one with the Jaguar engine. 1st and 2nd, as expected. Serge Kriknoff tried to hang on. He's 3.2 seconds down from race leader in 3rd place. Philippe Koenig has stuck with them, but already a big gap back to the 2nd 9046 Carreras.
It's so much sleeker, isn't it, the Costin body? But one of the problems they have is the rear wheels are fed in. And so if they have to change the tyre, it takes a lot longer.
I don't think there's a gap in the barrier up there. They can move the Allard to. One of the front wheels looks as though it's had contact with the barrier, certainly looking at a bit of a jaunty angle. But again, we're seeing at certain points on the circuit, Luc Pierre Vercain, he's using that extra power advantage he has from the Chevrolet engine. It's a larger engine than the Jaguar, but every time you see John Spears trying to get a lovely flow in the 2nd place, Lister Costin, and a bit more point and squirt from the Chevrolet engine car at the moment with Luc Pierre Vercain, but it's been a very good season for him until yesterday when he took victory and they did that one extra lap and therefore got dropped with a penalty down to 3rd place.
I would have preferred them just to have fined him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and to lose a win like that or something as daft as that is upsetting. And it's easily done.
Just look at the speed differential. If you're driving an MGA, and that's the special experimental one, isn't it, number 41? That's the EX 182. You can see more streamlined, running in dark green, and Aymeric Simon and Arnaud Legrand have that, but they have to look in their mirrors because when the front-running cars are coming through, their pace is, I think you can say, considerably different.
Now, one thing we haven't seen, of course, is any victory celebrations up on the victory rostrum. But I know that one has just gone. The previous race, they've just been up there spraying champagne because I saw it on another camera that you don't have. So obviously, they're so slick, these races, there's no time to go to the podium.
Yeah, and just going back to very fleetingly to that MG EX 182, that was a car that Ken Miles raced at Le Mans. Of course, Ken went over to race in the States and got very involved in Ford GT40s, in the development programs. But that he put his racing in Europe behind him, went stateside and really loved it over there. Very successful and obviously much lauded, particularly after Ford versus Ferrari, the film about 1966.
Yes.
More 24 hours.
So, there's...
First two pulling away as you would expect, and they're coming across back markers quite regularly.
And Ellis is doing a great job, you know, in 10th place with this S2 Elite. Remember that Lotus used to race these cars, factory cars, they're putting their Grand Prix drivers in them, it was that serious, and raced them a lot at Le Mans. And Ellis is well in the lead of the GT category from Vercain's father, I think.
Yeah, Georges Vercain driving an E-Type. I think it's only E-Type in this race, I could be wrong, but now I'm fairly sure.
We got that extremely rare Aston Martin DB24 Baton there, also in the race.
Yeah, that's going remarkably well. That's normally so far up for Heinz Stamm, but the Swiss driver doing a very nice job indeed. Certainly Luc-Pierre Vercain, we look at him now in the Lister Nobly with the Chevrolet engine, leading the race. He's just finding a tenth or two each lap ahead of John Spears in the 88 Lister Costi one, but he will be handing it over to Nigel Greensall, who's a very, very handy second driver to have on board the second half of the race, where Luc Pierre will do the entirety of this race. It's a shorter race, it's 45 minutes, so more manageable than doing the full hour on your own, but every car has to make a pit stop, so at least it's a chance to get a bit of puff back. Triumph TR3, very, very different. You know, you've got the prototypes and you've got the converted sports cars as well, so there will be an enormous performance difference. But just remember, back in the 50s and into the 60s, you had these small engine classes at Le Mans in particular, and the performance differential was just staggering. The fastest cars to the slowest. Here's that ex-Ken Miles Streamliner, the MG EX 182, just running behind the Mark Ashworth TVR Grand Tourer. Not in terms of track, position, not in overall position, because the MGA is a lap or so down.
A couple of Listers didn't. Charles de la Villancourt we've seen going well, and Lister was entered, but didn't start. But now, what about the Deep Sanderson? That's in this race, or it is in there with Johnny Kent. Has got it up to 22nd place.
8th in class. And that was a really... Well, I found a little window sticker. On the front it says DP, quite affectionate. On the back says window it says, I'm a Deep Sanderson, but I identify as a race car. You know, because we were talking about, you know, again, small engine and nowhere can it challenge
a bit like the Mini Marcus. We've seen Mini Marcus. It was a mini engine car produced by a guy called Chris Lawrence, who is named after some jazz record or something, or some band that. So it was a big story. In 1961, it did race at Le Mans.
And when you go and look at it in the paddock, everything about it is tiny. So many of the cars were tiny. Weight was the enemy. Unfortunately, one of the cars has got another enemy. Car number 78 is in the pit lane, so it looks so that's the David Compte, Christophe Laguerre, Austin Healey. I think this car had a little bit of a problem yesterday. Certainly one of the Healey 104s did come off the track before it was meant to. Car number 400 on the screen, that's something a little bit different as well. That's Tejero, Albert Straminski, it is Albert Straminski at the wheel of that. Again, tiny little car. You look against it coming along just behind Jacques Sandos's Lister Nobly, and it just looks as though it's been on a very big diet in comparison.
Yeah, I don't think it's... Some of the Tejeros had Jaguar engine that looked very much like the Listers, but not that one.
Yeah, this is more of the scale of sort of Lola Mark 1 in terms of dimensions, smaller engine car. But again, as you were talking yesterday, John Tejero designed many things. Driver of engineer of Portuguese extraction, but based in the UK. He produced some great cars, but you know, you have to keep winning races. Talking of the Deep Sanderson, second car in the picture on the right-hand side, car number 51, just being overtaken by a Triumph TR3, and it really is very tidy indeed. But great diversity. Second of the TVRs in the group. We've got a couple of Porsche 356s. We've got the C body shape and the rather unusual sort of almost notchback B body shape, both entered by the Julie family from Switzerland.
they have a lot of success in the index of performance. Interesting story. We never know why Colin Chapman called the cars Lotus, but we do know why Chris Lawrence called the Deep Sanderson a Deep Sanderson. And it's all a bit weird. It wasn't a record called Deep Sanderson. It was a jazz standard piece called Deep Henderson. And Lawrence's mother's maiden name, I think, must have been Sanderson. It's all a bit weird.
Okay, all a bit weird. We'll leave it under that category.
Yeah.
That does ring a bell now. Deep Henderson, Deep Sanderson. There is a Deep Sanderson. So it's actually going well in the hands. It's running fairly decent position in class. 8th overall in class for Johnny Kent at the moment. But there will be driver change, and the driver who went first yesterday should be back on board. That's David Jones into the second half of this 45-minute race. This is the final race of the second day of racing here at Dijon-Prenois, the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, a long turbo race meeting with a great amount of historic racing history, and you can see why. And as more and more drivers get to try it, they appreciate it too, because look at the scene here. You've got track falling away, rising, all the drivers say brilliant fun, old school. And because of the nature of the lap, you've got this long main straight. Doesn't look as long as it is because you've got the rise as it comes up to the pit lane from the very steep uphill climb out of the final corner down to the first corner, and the rest of the track is surprisingly fast. Even if you look at the track map, think, oh, it's really quite twisty, but it's a challenge. The gradient change makes it enormously fun.
Final Deep Sanderson fact for the weekend.
I bet it's not.
It is. They built quite a few single-seaters, but one of them had an engine in the back and an engine in the front.
How careless.
Do you remember it?
No, I don't.
Oh, yes, it did. It was in 1963, and it was called the DS-105, and they nicknamed it Twinny. It had two 1071cc Downton Tune mini engines, one at the front and one in the back, and it raced at Brands Hatch on Boxing Day in 1963, and then at Easter Monday at Mallory Park in 1964, and I was there and I saw it and reported on it.
I thought you were about to say it race once on April Fool's Day.
Because I am that old.
Well, no, that's experience, that's knowledge. So, 2 races for the Gentleman Challenge this weekend, and unfortunately one of the cars has not made it through the second one, which is all the more galling. No one wants to retire, but if you're doing, let's say, 6 races a season, and one of your favourite circuits is Dijon-Prenois, you'll be disappointed. What's happening at the start of the race? We've just had a change of the lead. Luc Pierre-Verquin ran off the track, ran back on. So it's now being led by John Spears. But let's go down to the pits, because we've got an Austin Healey not doing what they planned for it to do.
And after a few minutes in this race, we have this Austin Healey stopped in the pits, car number 78. Christophe Laguerre with us. Christophe, c'est un week-end, je pense, un peu compliqué pour vous. On a souvent vu la voiture dans la pit lane et vous avec une mine un peu dépitée. Que se passe-t-il en fait?
On est en train de stabiliser l'auto, on avait pourtant bon espoir, on a fait des essais libres plutôt prometteurs et une bonne séance de qualification. On était bien placé, plutôt bien placé en grille. Mais hier, on a malheureusement, au bout de 3 tours, cassé un roulement. Donc on a eu beaucoup de mal à le retirer parce qu'on a chauffé. Donc on a passé 3-4 heures à retirer ce roulement, à trouver, grâce à Classic Garage et en tout cas la solidarité entre les équipes, une fusée qu'on a changée. On pensait repartir, certes de fond de grille tout à l'heure, avec 4 voitures déjà remontées sur le premier tour. Et le deuxième tour, on a une durite d'essence qui s'est desserrée par sécurité. Donc on est rentré, rien de grave, on a eu peur quand même à ce que ça puisse prendre feu, il fait assez chaud. Bon, là, on préfère par sécurité rester là, pas abîmer l'auto au plus. C'est dommage, c'est une belle auto, elle a un moteur qui marche formidablement bien, mais on sera là pour le prochain événement.
On imagine combien ça doit être plaisant sur Dijon-Prenois avec ce type de voiture.
Exactement. Les virages, les dévers, les freinages tardifs, la dérive sur cette auto, c'est un vrai plaisir. Et la tête au vent, là, c'était du pur plaisir. Bon, on reviendra.
Just the start of the story for this Austin Healey. We'll see it back.
Thank you very much. So just I said, just before that interview, we had to change the lead. Luc Pierre-Verquin ran off, I think possibly going past traffic. He's fallen to 3rd place. So race lead now looking 88. That's John Spears. Pit window about to open in just over 2 minutes. So he'll do this lap and maybe one more, and then presumably hand over to Nigel Greenstall to see what he can do. Luc Pierre-Verquin doesn't have a co-driver. He'll be fighting back. He's down in 3rd place. Between them, the little Lotus of Serge Kriknoff, and they're well clear of the rest. Still Philipp Koenig in his Porsche 9046 Carrera GTS in 4th place.
And talking of Lotuses, the GT leading Lotus Elite has pulled off and that put Vercois farther back in, or into the lead of the GT class.
Yeah, Robin Ellis had pulled off down on the approach to turn 5, I think it was.
There's obviously some mechanical, and it puts the MGA 1600 twin cam of Mansoya into second place. And Elite back into third, actually. So, yeah. The Oliver Mansoya, we haven't mentioned him that much, and also the number 70 car into third in GT. So I'm not sure what's happened to Robin Ellis, because that car is usually very, very reliable. But yes, Didier Vest and on Antoine Blanc sharing that other Elite, which is, I think, is a dark green one. So you think pit stops, and we got a 30-second penalty for car number 51.
Overtaking before the start line, but that's nothing in comparison to Saif Hassam. Did see a bit of movement, his Lister Jaguar Nobly. He's got 210-second penalty for overtaking before the start line. So the lights went
210?
210, that's an awful lot, isn't it? That's 3.5 minutes. That's 2 laps, effectively.
Oh, well, I wonder if he knows.
Probably best not, hey?
Best not, I think, yes.
Right, number 20, one of the Jacques Sandos Lister Nobly in the pits, and that's before he was due into the pits, unless he had a drive-through penalty. But he was stationary, so it would be to stop and go. I think it was a mechanical problem, so Jacques falling down the order a little bit. In fact, he's fallen all the way down to 27th, 28th position, pretty much the back of the pack. We had 40-odd starters.
I think it's put Vercois off his stroke a little bit, because his split times have fallen.
I mean, he might have gone off because his tyres were already feeling tired. It might be, but maybe he's just sort of gone off his stroke a little bit. Person that's going very nicely is the little Lotus, car number 22, right-hand side of your screen, looking for a dive past Jacques Sandos's Lister Nobly, and Jean-Pascal Courel is up into 6th overall. He's leading the E1 class, which is the older cars in the top class.
Bricked off in the Lotus 15 now. It's starting to put pressure on John Spears. It's the car that was sold by Colin Chapman to the United States.
Oh, he's all over the tail of John Spears, and they're starting another lap. The pit window is open. I sense that maybe the driver of number 88, the Lister Costin that's coming down towards us, might dive in ASAP, but now he's got lots of pressure. He probably doesn't want from John Spears. His advantage is now starting to run out as he gets to the end of the main straight, and the advantage swings. The pendulum of glory, I suppose, the burden of glory, swings the way of the little Lotus 15, driven so beautifully. Now let's have a little look-see. That's a car driving off the circuit at turn 4 and taking the escape road. That's the original link road, and for car number 19, that's Christian Audin. A little Lotus 11, but he obviously sensed something was wrong, and now the pressure is really off. There's DP in the pit lane, David Jones getting in, Johnny Kent getting out, but it looked like a move was coming from Serge Kriknoff on the track as we cut away from that. He's all over the tail of John Spears. The Lister Costin is, we think, still leading the race, but when we next catch sight of them, it might have changed. Yeah, his nose is still in front, little Lotus in that sort of dirty turquoise colour. Sorry, sort of my description of it. Second place is very close, but not past.
Can I just say the watchmaker's going like clockwork?
You may. I will grant you that.
I mean, more than that, because he's just going around the side, just going around the outside of him and into the lead. Terrific move from Kriknoff, the Swiss watchmaker. Well, I think that might have surprised John Spears a little bit.
I think so. I also think John might well be coming in on this lap anyhow.
He is,
well, he hasn't. He can pull across any moment if he chooses. No, he appears to still be going on now. At this point, with his Jaguar 3.8-litre engine, he should be able to out-accelerate as he does, and goes past the Lotus 16, which is 1500cc engine against 3.8 litres. Do the maths on that one. It was clearly going to happen, but that was such a bold little move from Kriknoff.
Kriknoff and that unusual number background. You know, they're usually round, sometimes they're square, but it's a sort of diamond shape. Most unusual. I don't know if that was put on by the American owners of the car. Just come back here to race in Europe. And we've seen all sorts of people race Lotus 15s well. Oliver Bryant, particularly, had a lot of success. Barnaby Grimes had a win, didn't he, at Goodwood quite recently in his.
They're very popular cars to drive,
Yeah.
particularly if the circuit's got lots of twists on it, because they just handle beautifully.
They have tended to have gearbox problems, and now it goes round the outside, but it got all these. Well, I'm not sure that
Jaguar, they're getting monsters on either side. Sorry, it was
around a TR.
TR3.
Yeah, but he went off the track to do that, didn't he? And
All right, 6.5 minutes till the pit window closes. These drivers having an enormous amount of fun, but the difference is John Spears is another driver to hand over, whereas Serge Kriknoff is going solo.
Yeah, and he knows the state of the track, but then Nigel Greensall just came out of the last race, so he knows the state. So simple, it says on the front of the 71 car built in Blackpool.
That's Roger Pelot in his another Grand Tourer from 1963. So
and Kriknoff is into the pits.
Kriknoff is diving into the pits,
but John's doing another lap. Well, it's his car. He's got two, and he's also got a. He has got a Nobly as well. As I said, he's raced both of them in the same race with Nigel in one. They've coordinated pit stops and they've swapped over. The one's quite sure why, but
because they could.
They did it. I remember doing it at Silverstone on a very wet day, a couple of Novembers ago or Octobers ago. Two Porsche 904s running absolutely nose to tail, and another good drive is Saif Assam, who's come up to 5th place.
Yeah, but Saif is the one we saw a message suggesting a 210-second penalty.
Yeah, so I mean, but on the road.
On the road, he's driven very nicely.
Happy with that, and also going well. Look, we haven't mentioned it. John Emberson in his Morgan SLR.
Yeah, he's sort of started at the tail of the top 10 and has just chipped his way up. A lot of the cars in front of him are now starting to serve their pit stops, including, of course, Serge Kriknoff. Luc Pierre-Vercain still out on the track. John Spears still out on the track. Those two listers, the Jaguar engine, Costin leading the race by 3.5 seconds from the Chevrolet engine Nobly of Vercain. Vercain made one mistake.
Yeah.
Since then, I've been having a look at his lap times. They're not quite matching John Spears.
No.
A little bit away, not a lot, but that could be very important in the final reckoning.
And this race, 22 minutes are remaining.
Yeah, still drivers coming in out. This is another Lotus Elite. That was going very nicely.
Yes. GT-wise, that one is in 2nd place now.
Yeah, driver at the wheel is Anton Blanc. He'll be handed to Didier Vest. But right now, it's a question. Oh, well, John Spears did come into the pits. Luc Pierre-Vercain did come into the pits. They could have possibly put one more lap on to get in before the window closed.
Those 904 side by side. Those 11 closely in on them.
Well, Philippe Koenig goes into the lead of the race. He's obviously waited to take his pit stop as late as possible. The pale green over white version is Mr. John of B. So I suggest Mr. John of B has served his pit stop.
I'm not sure he has.
Well, he has, because it's got Thierry Guittard, which is son, son of B.
Son of B, is it?
But there is another 9046 Carrera, which is the number 60 running. But let's go back down to the pits, because Vincent has an interview with the driver from the MGB, and it's Jean Legras. Let's find out what he has to say.
Another family affair in this race, this gentleman challenge race. The Legras family with the father Jean, and in the car now Diane, the daughter. Jean, une histoire de famille. Comment est-ce que votre fille en arrive à rouler avec vous en compétition?
Elle me suit sur les circuits depuis longtemps. Et donc, après avoir réalisé l'ensemble de ses études, je lui ai dit, écoute, maintenant on peut commencer à rouler. Donc on a fait un tour-retour ensemble sur une Lotus Elan l'année dernière. Et puis j'ai investi là dans une belle petite MGB rouge parce que ça lui convenait mieux pour démarrer et apprendre dans le trafic sur les circuits.
C'est sa première fois à Dijon-Prenois, Jean. Ça se passe comment cette première fois?
Elle prend de plus en plus d'assurance parce qu'elle s'était déjà habituée un peu au Castellet. Et là, Dijon, elle adore. Donc ça se passe très bien.
On vous reverra cette année?
Certainement, oui. Et en plus, ce qui est bien dans les nouveaux plateaux, là, c'est qu'il y a encore une autre jeune fille qui roule sur une 356. Donc elles se font la compétition toutes les deux, c'est formidable.
l'autre jeune fille, c'est Agathe Julie, effectivement. There are two girls in the race, Diane Legras and Agathe Julie. And, well, it's a great party here in Dijon.
Bruce, we ought to tell them about that MGB series for families.
Yeah, we should.
I don't
Generations Trophy run in the UK started at the end of last year, but first full season this year. And the passion from everybody involved, who've raced great cars. Again, that's the most fun I've ever had.
There's been quite a lot of fathers and sons, and there's brothers, I think, is there? No, there's fathers and sons.
There are grandfathers and grandsons, there are granddaughters, and there's one case where the older driver, someone in his early 80s, has his son racing with him, who's made his race debut at Donington at the age of 57.
Is
that for a combination?
Is there a mother and a son, though, which is what that combination was, as I understood it? I bet there's not. They ought to come over and race it.
Well, yeah, exactly. There should be lots of chopping and changing, but it would take wild horses to drag people away from Dijon-Prenois when it comes to his time.
Was he saying it was his first time here? I think he was. Yeah. So, fastest lap, though, to Vercois. Let's see what Nigel Greensall can do now. He has been installed in the 1959 Lister Jaguar Costed. Oh, and he spun it! Nigel, you don't normally do that. He's got away with it, I think. Now he's lit it up as he accelerates away.
Well, let's see. Okay, he compromised his line. Well, Agathe Julie's car was out of the way there with Pierre Julie on board, but round he went. So that was a misunderstanding, and I'd say.
It was lucky there wasn't a lot of traffic coming, so he's got away, and I don't know how much that will compromise their race, but Greensall has a spin in the last Lister that was built before they built continuity cars, and that car went to America. Wow, Nigel. Maybe he was thinking about that skydive he did the other day.
Yes, quite possibly. Found himself with a day where he wasn't testing somewhere in the world or racing somewhere and had to fill it with high adrenaline sport, but that would have got the adrenaline going. So Serge Kriknoff leads after 15 laps by 2 seconds from Luc Pierre-Vercain, who had his own little moment where he lost the lead and fell to third place. And Nigel Greensall should be into third place, but he's 20-odd seconds behind. There are only 17 minutes remaining. And you're about to say?
I'm about to say that he got some penalty, didn't he, for the, whatever it's called, wonderful expression, burning glory.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's about. So he's got a bit of work to do if he's going to win this.
Yes, I mean, without all of that, effectively about a 20-second addition, maybe 25 seconds, he'd be super close with Serge Kriknoff, because Serge, of course, was right with John Spears before the pit stops came around. There is Serge Kriknoff. He's just having a really, really good year. Turned out at Monaco Historique with one of his Surtees Formula 1 cars to come and play with, and plenty of others beside, but he loves this little Lotus.
Yeah, so the man who builds very expensive watches. I think he builds 400 of them a year. Swiss, obviously very Swiss, and he's very proud of what they do. Didn't offer me a discount.
I saw you begging, wasn't it?
Do you know what? He said he really liked my E-belt, and it was a wonderful watch, and it had a very good movement. Honestly, he noticed it, so he's obviously a watchman.
Certainly. So Serge Kriknoff leading this race by 2.5 seconds. The number 16 Lotus 15. Second in line, should be coming into shot just about, not here, but on the next straight. If we have a rear shot, we'll see Luc Pierre-Vercain, the number 17 Lister Nobly. That's the one with the Chevrolet engine. Down to the corner where Nigel Greensall got it wrong a couple of laps ago and dropped back, already back, but look, diving so deep into the corner. The handling of that Lotus 15 is just exquisite. He can put it where he wants. Smoking a little bit there, just noticing. I don't know if he'd just gone over the curb and was hitting a little bit of tyre dirt, but just got to watch that.
So Nigel Greensall, after that spin, trying to make up 20 seconds.
Well, he's
15 minutes to go. He's taking enough, though.
No, not enough to catch Serge Kriknoff, but not enough to catch, I would suggest, Luc Pierre-Vercain in the Lister Nobly with the Chevrolet engine, who's sitting in second place. But around this lap, he took best part of 1.8 seconds out in the first of the 3 timing sectors of the fellow Lister drivers. So ifs and buts and maybes, but in the middle sector. He takes an even bigger chunk out of him. So he is catching, but the clock is not going to be his friend. 14.5 minutes remain. But what a field of cars. The MGA is doing things very differently. Streamline model, the regular model. We've got the little Triumph TR3s, the TVR Grand Tourers. So much variety in this field. Alfa Romeo, Giulietta SZ Coda Tronco, the short-tailed version of Roberto Tiriziani, and a fabulous car in this field as well. But so much a taste of the 50s going into the 60s.
Certainly is eclectic, is the word, isn't it? There's that very rare Aston Martin with a Baton body just going through, and then an MGA in full racing trim with a little aero screen. And yeah, Nigel is pushing hard now for sure.
Yeah, and just looking at the Porsche Carrera battle, Stefan Koenig has taken over from Philip, and still leading the class in the Class F, which is the secondary class in this field. We've got E1 and E2. E1 is the earlier top class, yep. E2 is the younger one. But here's son of B, Thibaut Guittard, son of Mr. John of B. I don't know how they sign their Christmas cards, but anyhow, yeah, there he is running around, and he's not got the pace to match the Koenig 904 Carrera. That's the one with the silver with the red, white and blue stripe, but going very nicely.
We haven't seen son of racing very much, have we?
No.
Gonna be, and you know, he's obviously pretty quick. He's doing a very nice job in that 904.6.
In fact, he just lost the position on that lap to number 22. That very nicely driven little Lotus 11 with Jean-Pascal Croel has moved up to 5th place overall.
I think there's a chance that Nigel might catch Verclair. He's taking a lot of time out of him now.
Was taking slightly more than that before, but I just wonder if Luke, you mentioned after Luke Pierre, Verclair ran out of the lead, ran off the track and came back on. Had he sort of lost his mojo a bit, but maybe he'd also just punished his tyres a bit.
Hope he doesn't do an extra lap after the end and get... that would be harsh. It was harsh to take the win away from him for that. I'm not a race steward.
You're not?
I never have been, and I don't want to be.
There you go. Right, the gap between first and second does continue to grow. It's out to just over 6 seconds now. Looking on screen at the second of the Lotuses in the race, that's the Lotus 11 of Jean-Pascal Corel. He's just moved ahead of the pale green and white 904 Carrera GTS of Thibaut Guittard, known also as son of B. But they're not so close to Stefan Koenig in the best place of the 904.6 Carrera GTS. Is in 4th place overall. Nigel Greensall in 3rd. He is chipping away at the margin to Luc Pierre Vercamp, but the clock's coming down, and Luc gradually, lap by lap, Luc Pierre is losing out to race leader Serge Kriknoff in his Lotus 15.
He took 1.5 seconds out of him in the first sector, this current lap.
First sector of every lap, Nigel Greensall takes a huge amount. And the first sector, by the way, runs from the start-finish line and to the entry, just before the entry, the downhill entry to turn 4. And so through those sweepers, that's clearly where Nigel Greensall is completely confident and can hurl that Mr. Costin around with accuracy, not abandon.
And aplomb.
And aplomb, in vim and vigour and gusto.
Yeah. And then he takes half a second out of Verclair in sector 2. But
well, here he's had a bit of traffic, but he will rue that one mistake. But I think if he looks at the entirety of this race, he'll understand that Serge Kriknoff, far less power in his little Lotus, has the handling, and you do need a car that handles, because around the rises and falls and the twists and the turns here at Dijon-Prenois, if you've got a car like a little Lotus that can just attack any corner with far greater speed than the rivals, then you're laughing. In the Lister Chevrolet, and to a lesser extent the Lister Jaguar, you've got to hang back a little bit in the corners and then try and blast down the straights. That's where your advantage comes.
No new penalties on our screen, and Verclair still with the fastest lap, so that's a nice thing to have at 36.1. And Corel going well in the Lotus, isn't he?
Very nicely.
He drove a nice drive.
Well yesterday, driving well today. He's passed a car with more grunt, which is the 904.6 Carrera of GTS of Mr. John B's family.
Jean-Pascal Corel, it has got a 1500 engine in that. Most of the Lotus 11s have got
1100. But as you said yesterday, some had a 1200, was it?
Yeah, and some had even 2 litres, well, you know, Lotus 15s. But,
Now, a few laps ago, I did comment that Serge Kriknoff, his Lotus appeared to be smoking a little bit on the rise out of turn 5. Haven't seen any since. And certainly looking at his pace, he's just looking comfortable in the lead of this race. 8.5 seconds nearly clear of Luc-Pierre Vercain now. I want to see how close Nigel Greensall is getting. He'll cross the start-finish line very shortly in number 88, the background of the shot with the 2 white stripes on the nose of his Lister Costin, but he's another 13 seconds back, so he's not going to haul that in the final 9 minutes of this race. Keep on chipping away and trying, might get it down to
3 or 4.
10 seconds down behind, maybe less.
Maybe less.
How much, but it could be the difference between the amount of time he lost when he had his little rotation down at turn 5, where he'll be kicking himself for that one. There is Nigel, the blue and white striped Lister Costin, but he cannot yet see Luc-Pierre Vercain. All he has to do is use his sort of innate driver's knowledge of pushing as hard as he can and just see what comes his way. But at the moment, nobody has an answer to the lots of trouble, usually serious, also a nickname for Lotuses. And seriously, at the moment,
he came out of there
being experienced by a race leader in his Lotus.
Came out of there twitching, but I was just going to say, called it Costin because a man called Frank Costin designed the bodywork of that car, close associate of Colin Chapman's actually, and worked with Colin Chapman, worked on quite a lot of different race cars over the years, and his brother was of course part of Cosworth Engineering, and
he was the Cos.
Keith Duckworth was the Worth.
And what were they worth? Quite a lot, one would presume, come the end, because that's certainly 155 wins, I think, was the figure in Formula 1. Astonishing.
Yeah, and
over a long period of time.
Actually, Mike Costin, a pretty good race car driver, actually. And Keith Duckworth's son, Roger, a very good rally driver, very competitive in British rallies with Subarus and things. He's got an engine, it's worked, might even work in Formula 1 still on electrical systems, but very clever man, Roger Duckworth. So, just look at these times. Again, you know, first sector again, Greensall took a great chunk, you know, over a second off Vercain, but it's not enough, of course, with 6 minutes to go.
What we do need to look at, though, Georges Vercain, his son Luc-Pierre is running second overall in his Lister Nobly, but Georges is leading the GT class, but Olivier Mazoyer in his MGA is very close behind. We're talking only about 3 seconds between them, so that could change before the end of the race. We're into the final 6.5 minutes, and just now looking at number 17, that's the car in second place, that's Luc-Pierre Vercain, but would his father hang on in the number 94 E-Type, or will the number 25 MGA get through to take the GT class honours? And third driver in that class, car number 70, is the dark blue Lotus Elite from 1961 in the hands now of Didier Vest. But so little but class battles are considered there as well. But right now, Luc-Pierre Vercain coming through the heat haze along the main straight here at Dijon-Prenois. He is 11 seconds now in arrears of our race leader, Serge Kriknoff in the Lotus, and down to 7 seconds, 8 seconds, I beg your pardon.
You know, he could catch him. He could catch him, Bruce.
Well, traffic could have a role to play, and just there, Serge Kriknoff had suddenly Cypher Sam sort of coming across his bows. He dived down the hill into turn 14, turn 4.
Can we see it on the screen where it is, Nigel, relative to the other Lister walls? There's smoke going on there. There's our leader. There's the lovely Lotus 15.
Well, he's got a lovely buffer of 11 seconds. He's also managed to get past 4 or 5 back markers between him and the best of the rest. It's quite a gap, but we'll have to, if we keep a long shot, we might get Luc-Pierre Vercain, number 17, Lister, coming into frame, but not yet. But right now, Serge Kriknoff, he is pacing it through to the end of this race. Fastest lap in the race actually went early on to Luc-Pierre Vercain, but he's the one hanging hanging in there in second place, because the chase is still coming from Nigel Greensall. He'll be so cross with himself, but probably eventually be able to laugh it off at that little rotation down at turn 5. He was overtaking another car. I thought it looked as though the move was done. Maybe the pedal went down a little harshly, but round it came. Who knows what fluids might have been on the circuit.
Well, of course, there's that aspect as well. Well, there's that Lotus. Just looks right, doesn't it? A little...
Still smoking.
Yeah, still smoking, as you say. I think that's another Keep Your Run car as well, actually. One of their 26 that they're running. A lot of success. So where are those, what's the juxtaposition of those two different shaped listers? And,
it's down to under 7 seconds, but I think 4 minutes to go. Not likely to haul that back unless there was a long-rooted problem, a deep-seated problem for Luc Pierre-Vercaat. Certainly he's fallen away. Actually, that said, he gained a little bit. Serge Kriknov, though, had a lot of traffic, and he's smoking a whole lot more. We've had an MG go for a little bit of a rotation. That's not going to cause too much trouble. But car 67, that's Jean Legrasse and Diane Legrasse. Remember, we heard from Jean.
Yeah.
He was so proud about racing with a family member on board, but they'll get that going again. But I'm beginning to be concerned about the smoke coming out of the back of our race-leading Lotus.
And he can probably smell that as well.
In fairness, they often say when the smoke stops, that's when you have to worry.
Yes,
no more liquid to be burnt away. But right now, maybe Serge Kriknov can smell it, maybe he can't. And when you race a car for a long time, you do start to understand how unwell it really is, and whether you need to pit or carry on. So maybe, well, it was certainly traffic that reduced the lead to 10.6 seconds over the chasing Lister Nobly of Luc Pierre-Vercaat. Here comes the number 16, Lotus 15 of Serge Kriknov across the line, go past a TR3 and an MGA as well. But is the gap going to come down? How much?
That's a smoke later.
Still smoke haze issuing out from that through the first corner.
Just wondering, is it bodywork rubbing on the rear tyre or something?
Well, it might be. Yeah. It might be. The gap actually has gone out because the traffic that delayed Serge Kriknov on the previous lap has now slightly delayed Luc Pierre-Vercaat, but he's only got a margin of under 5 seconds in over Nigel Greensall. Greensall keeps on coming, only 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, here he is.
Oh, he's absolutely hurling it around to go past Son of B. And that bright, the pale green. Porsche, now a little bit of caution. Cypher Sam keeping to one side of the track. So that has slightly delayed Luc Pierre-Vercaat, the blacklist and Nobly.
There is Nigel coming, you can see him now.
In sight.
Yeah, there he is.
Down to the scene of the crime. This is where Nigel had his rotation. No problem there for Luc Pierre-Vercaat. Nigel Greensall, the blue Lister, much more streamlined Lister, the Costin Jaguar engine, using all the horsepower of that straight 6. Up the hill he comes. I don't think he's going to get quite close enough, but certainly the last few laps have not been good ones for Luc Pierre in second place.
Probably not as much horsepower as a Chevy in the Vercaat car. So it'll be interesting. Nigel will be absolutely going for it here. Let's see what happens. Will they do? This isn't the last lap. It's going to be one more lap. And look, he's closing. Head down a bit in the Handstuck style helmet, or helmet which uses the colours of Roddy Peterson and Handstuck, his two great heroes. And look at him now. He's really pushing hard and getting maybe a little bit of slipstream as he goes past the other Lister of Safe.
Right, this is the last lap of the race, and I think the gap is going to be just too much, but don't tell Nigel that, because he's coming across the line. He's 2.8 seconds down. They're both more than 13 seconds off the tail of Serge Kriknov, who is leading and still, no doubt, smoking around this final lap. But let's see, this first sequence of corners from the start line through to just before we get the entrance to turn number 4 is where Nigel, lap after lap, is taking more than a second out of Luc Pierre-Vercaat. This is his last chance to do that, to keep on closing in. Luc Pierre just going into the second timing sector. Oh, it's very close. It looks like it's only about a second and a half between them, which would very much tell you. Under a second now. Here comes Nigel Greensall in third place. Will it become second? He's made a mistake down at turn 5 before by diving in. He's still diving in. He's still diving in. Can he get the car around the corner? This is a lot of pressure on Luc Pierre-Vercaat. He's being a little bit ginger as he puts the power down. Nigel is absolutely flat to the metal, but he's running out of corners on which to make a passing manoeuvre. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, of course, Serge Kriknov is going, surely
even though his car is smoking.
Look, Nigel trying to go
on the outside. That's not a place you normally do it, but Nigel isn't prepared to do normal, and he gets blocked off at turn 7 as it drops down to turn 8. There are only 9 turns on this lap. Oh, Luc Pierre-Vercain got a big wobble. This is a chance for Nigel. Turn 8 was a mistake from the driver in second place. Serge Kriknov surely about to cross the finish line, but all the action in this battle for second place. The little Lotus almost lost behind the Aston Martin. Their victory for Serge Kriknov, but which car is going to come up the slope next into sight on the start-finish straight? Will the extra grunt of the Chevrolet pay? At the moment, yes it is. Nigel Greensaw trying to close in. What a scrap. He came from a long way back and was going to have to settle just for third place. Eventually half a second was the margin. Another half of a lap, it would have been all change.
And had it been for that spin, it would have been different. So, but wonderful stuff there to complete our racing after 2 terrific days here on Dijon track. We said it many times, we love, that the spectators love, that the drivers love. We hope to get back again here next year. A perfect place for historic car racing, which it's had for very many years, as I said at the beginning. This is one of the favourite tracks for historic racing in France.
I just having a little look as the last, as the midfield cars come through. Is the GT battle going to change in the GT class of E2? It's Georges Vercain, father of the driver who finished second overall in his Lister. The Jaguar E-Type Coupe, I think, will still be just ahead of Olivier Mazoy's MGA. But that was so close on the final lap. I thought, coming from a long way back, and then that little mistake out of between turn 7 and turn 8. From Luc Pierre-Vercain just gave half a chance to Nigel Greensaw, but when it comes to a straight line acceleration, the Chevrolet engine Lister is always going to beat the Jaguar one, and that was game over. But in the end, what were we saying? Just half a second between them at the end of the race.
A terrific battle between those cars. Nice to see the Lotus 15 in there as well. And the oldest cars that we've had racing here this weekend, giving us most wonderful entertainment. So there it is. There is that Porsche 904 and number 904.
Yeah, Stefan Koenig sharing with Philip Koenig, and 4th place overall, winning Class F, all the top 3 cars in E2 category. Serge Kriknov, he'll have a huge smile on his face. He seems to enjoy his racing come what may, but actually, I tell you what, Luc Pierre-Vercain made a mistake early on. He went from 1st back to 3rd. Nigel Greensaw made a mistake, and that left him in 3rd overall at the end, but not for want of trying. But Serge Kriknov in that Lotus 15 did not put a wheel wrong. Great run from him.
And he had a super weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So, Kriknov then will come to receive the accolades. Hopefully we'll get an interview with him. I'd like to hear from Nigel after all that as well.
Well, it's always a good interview, win or lose, but certainly plenty to talk about. But Serge could be super proud of himself, because that was a fabulous run in this Lotus 15.
Plenty of excitement down there.
Everyone's voice goes up a few octaves when
I certainly do. And so the top 3 coming together.
Suddenly engine notes fading away from Circuit Dijon-Prenois. Saw some fabulous cars in the background just being brought out of their pit garages. But for the cars from the Gentleman Challenge, this was their weekend to have 2 races, and they both resulted in victory for one man. And there's John Spears going straight across to speak to... I went inside him down at turn 5. It didn't work, did it? Oh, what a happy place it is. I mean, it could often be a happy place. The meeting has come to an end. The last racing engines have been switched off, and Serge Kriknov, well, so enthusiastic. And let's go down. And the winner of the last race, Serge Kriknov, will have a word with our man who's worked a brilliant job in the pit lane, Vincent Franssen. Let's hear the winner's thoughts.
And he's the last winner of the weekend here, Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or in Dijon-Prenois, and I think he is very happy. Serge, bah voilà, bien fait ça.
Incroyable, ouais, cette voiture, elle fonctionne maintenant, elle commence à fonctionner. C'est le pilote qui a des problèmes d'épaule, mais ça on va le régler durant l'été. Mais bravo, non, super temps, super expérience, super mécano, Burgol, le moteur Britec, on peut leur faire quand même une belle publicité. Et puis voilà, puis une voiture incroyable à rouler. La piste était beaucoup plus glissante que hier. Je pense qu'il y avait soit les CR2 qui ont mis de la gomme, mais c'était très difficile. Donc c'était un peu plus compliqué qu'hier, mais non, je suis content. Non, là, c'est à la régulière cette fois-ci.
Un peu plus compliqué, c'est peut-être ça qui fait la différence avec cette Lotus finalement.
Alors effectivement, elle est plus légère que les listers, donc ils doivent souffrir un peu plus, c'est juste, c'est une bonne remarque. Ils ont des grandes roues, donc je pense qu'ils ont plus de difficultés. Je suppose, on va leur demander.
Of course, congratulations my dear Serge. Serge Knopf, winner of the race. P2, this one. Luc-Pierre Verquin. Luc-Pierre.
Oui.
Ok, no problem. Bon, bah deuxième place.
Ouais, bah non, mais c'est très bien. En fait, j'étais bien parti au bout de la première ligne droite. Je suis sorti premier. Et puis j'ai fait une erreur dans le deuxième ou le troisième tour. J'ai été dire bonjour à quelques cailloux. Et puis Serge Kriknoff avec la Lotus 15 et la 88 avec John Spears, ils sont passés devant. Donc après, je me suis attelé à repasser devant John Spears, mais Serge était plus vite. Donc bravo à lui, c'est bien.
Et puis belle bagarre pour terminer avec Nigel Winsor.
Je savais qu'il était juste derrière, je voyais les temps qui me décomptaient là-bas. Donc j'ai dit là, j'ai pas droit à l'erreur. Donc mais c'est passé.
Allez, P1 hier, P2 aujourd'hui, c'est bon week-end.
Ouais. Bah écoutez, super week-end, il fait beau, on n'a rien cassé, les voitures sont nickel, donc c'est top, super, merci à vous en tout cas.
Merci Luc-Pierre Verquin, second of the race, and the third one is this one. This tall one, Mr. Nigel Greensoul, once again on the podium. Nigel, what a battle at the end of the race.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was fantastic because John had done all the hard work, driven a brilliant stint, and then the CKL boys did a fantastic pit stop. I then joined the track, went down to turn 5 and was just overtaking one of the other guys on the inside. I hadn't realised there was loads of oil there. Got sideways, caught the slide, but then ran out of steering lock. And it's like, oh, no. So I then had to stop and do a spin turn and rejoin. So I lost 15 seconds there. And I thought, right, what can I do to make up for it, you know? So it's just go flat out on the oil and enjoy every moment. So, yeah, credit to the CKL team and to John, you know, it's been fantastic.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again, Nigel. That's the end of the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or here in Dijon-Prenois. It was a very nice story.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a little bit of correction. Nigel's thanking his team, but the winning car actually was run by Brightech, the big German organisation. I heard him say that in his interviews. So let's have a look at the highlights of this last race, which was a terrific battle. Lotus 15 win, but the listers absolutely side by side. Let's watch it now.
So the meeting has come to end. Le Mans Classic Series here at Dijon-Prenois. It's sad it's over. It's been a brilliant few days of racing, but don't worry, we're back again. The Le Mans Classic, the first weekend in July. From me, Bruce Jones, and from Andrew Marriott, I think it's been a fantastic weekend. Really looking forward to the next one.
And Belle Epoque, I think, don't you?
Vraiment and Belle Epoque. So it's goodbye from us, and we can't wait to come back here in 12 months' time. Goodbye.
Bye.